Chapter 802. Someone was announcing the battle situation from the side. What the Dark Horse Elixir Assembly needed the most was such a dark horse. Kuin Arisher actually took the lead to become the first person to win 3 rounds in a row in this Dark Horse Elixir Assembly, defending the arena for 3 rounds and defeating all the challengers one after another. There was no doubt about this kind of strength. The Radiants also instantly blessed Kuin Arisher. However, after this series of battles, Kuin Arashi's condition also suffered a lot of twists and turns. Under this difficult battle, Kuin Arisher also persevered. So now, Kuin Arisher also got a chance to rest. The rest of the people were also tricked by Kuin Arisher at the beginning. It seemed that Kuin Arisher defeated the enemy by a narrow margin every time, which made the rest of the people misjudge Kuin Arashi's strength. Although they knew that Kuin Arisher must have a trump card, they didn't expect that Kuin Arisher was actually so strong. He had persisted until the end and still hadn't reached his limit. Congratulations to the Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint from the Qian State for successfully defending the arena for 3 rounds. You have obtained a 6th grade Elixir exchange voucher. Defending the arena for 3 rounds was a hurdle. Many people wanted to cross this hurdle, but they didn't succeed. There were only a few people who succeeded. Those who succeeded in obtaining this honor could directly rest today and pass this round. After all, they had to go up the arena at least once. After going up, if they wanted to come down, they would either be beaten down by others or obtain 3 consecutive victories, and then come down smoothly. The Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint's eyes stared in the direction of Li Zhongjie, revealing a trace of provocation. It seemed that he was mocking Li Zhongjie, and at the same time he seemed to be showing off his strength. Li Zhongjie just looked at the Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint indifferently. "Hey, you old fox, do you dare to come up and fight with me?" Li Zhongjie looked at the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint's provocative gaze and felt a wave of displeasure. Right now, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Even if this scene couldn't continue, he would definitely jump down and kill this Qian Kuin Pill Saint. Old fox. Even in his dreams, Qian Kuin Dan Saint never thought that this word would actually appear on his body. There was simply no one else like him. Some people could not help but laugh out loud when they heard this. However, the Qian Kuin Pill Saint was currently in a free state. If he caught you and beat you up, he would definitely beat you into a retard. Naturally, they did not dare to laugh on the surface. Everyone's eyes were on the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint. Even if the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint wanted to pretend not to hear, it was very difficult. In the face of Li Zhongjie's provocation, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint clenched his fists at this moment. He couldn't wait to rush up and punch Li Zhongjie's head. However, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint forcefully endured it. Why should I be entangled with an arrogant person like you?" The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint said indifferently. "So what if I let you live for 2 more days?" Originally, Li Yan felt that Li Zhongjie was taking the initiative to provoke others again. This kind of behavior was very wrong. However, after hearing that the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was so arrogant and even dared to directly insult Li Zhongjie, no matter what, Li Zhongjie was still a member of the Li family. "You old man, what are you talking about? You can't kill a member of my Li family if you want to." Li Yan shouted at the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint. Her expression was also very similar to an angry tiger. Under this clamor, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was also furious. He was a dignified 6th grade alchemist. At this moment, he was actually bullied by 2 young people. How could this be? If he continued to endure it, then the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint wouldn't need to stay in the alchemy world in the future. "Very well. Since you want to die today, then I will fulfill your wish." The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was so angry that he laughed. He immediately leaped up and rushed to the arena where Li Zhongjie was. "Today, I want you to know who the world of alchemy in the Qian Prefecture belongs to." "How dare you be so impudent in front of me?" At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was obviously very domineering. Most of the people around him were also from the Chiyun prefecture. When they heard that the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was actually so powerful and was facing Li Zongjio head-on, it gave people an extremely satisfying feeling. The most important thing was that Li Zongjio was here, and the powerful stance that he had displayed earlier gave people a feeling that he was extremely difficult to deal with. Now that the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint dared to directly face the difficulty, it gave the surrounding people the feeling that the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint was fighting for the glory of the Chiyun prefecture. Zongjio, don't give me face. Just cripple him and let him know the power of our Li family, Li Yan said directly. He also expressed his confidence in Li Zongjio. By now, Li Yan finally understood that with Li Zongjio's strength, there was no one that Li Zongjio couldn't handle. In any case, until now, he had never seen anyone like that. As long as he left everything to Li Zongjio, it would be fine. Li Zongjio, naturally, didn't have any objections to Li Yan's words. Stinking girl, wait until I cripple this arrogant brat. I'll definitely let you have a taste of my power. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint directly said to Li Yan fiercely. His eyes were filled with the desire to cripple Li Yan right now. Old thing, be careful with your words. I'll burn your tongue in a while, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Since the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was already standing on the stage, he was already prepared to fight with Li Zongjio. Therefore, he did not continue to argue with Li Zongjio over the power of words. He pointed at the notary. I want to challenge this person. 5 6th-grade spiritual medicines. The way of the battle is to refine the iron origin root. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint said. 5 6th-grade spiritual medicines. Relatively speaking, these 5 6th-grade spiritual medicines were definitely a huge gamble. If this battle was to end, it would definitely not be simple. Obviously, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was still a little conservative. After all, this was just the beginning. There were still many 6th-grade spiritual medicines waiting for him to harvest. Even if he was really confident, he would definitely have to stabilize himself first. He wouldn't just blindly charge out. That was just the way of a reckless man. Such behavior, in the eyes of others, would be very childish. If he can win, I'll give him all the 6th-grade spiritual medicines on me. Li Zongjio said directly. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. Young people really couldn't stand being stimulated. With just 5 spiritual medicines, he could win at least 26th-grade spiritual medicines. This was definitely a good deal. Immediately, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint revealed an evil smile. Deal. Chapter 803. Li Zongjio did not know what this guy was laughing at. However, it was a good thing to be able to face this setback with such a natural attitude. Since you like to laugh, you might as well laugh more. The day was coming to an end. Most of the people had gone through a round of elimination. Some people had lost completely and entered a state of bankruptcy. Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the fierce battle between the two giants. Previously, Li Zongjio had already defeated an expert from the Chiyun prefecture. At this moment, he was facing one of the 5 saints of the Chiyun prefecture, the Chinkuin Pill Saint. In the eyes of the crowd, this Li Zongjio was also an extremely powerful person. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The way the two of them were competing was suggested by the Chinkuin Pill Saint, which was to refine the iron elemental root. The iron elemental root was not unfamiliar among the alchemists. It could even be said that they were very familiar with it. Many newbies needed to learn how to use the iron elemental root to strengthen the foundation. This was a compulsory course for alchemists when they entered the sect. This was because the iron elemental root had a very low sensitivity to the fire attribute. Although the iron elemental root was not very hard, it could be easily broken by hand. However, if one wanted to use fire to refine it, it would require a lot of power. If one wanted to cultivate the power of fire, one must release all the power in one's body. Only in this way could one continuously refine the fire in one's body, allowing one to better control the power of fire. Therefore, almost every alchemist had an iron elemental root. The iron elemental root itself was the root of the iron elemental tree. Soon, the organizer of the Dark Horse Pill Convocation also prepared the iron elemental root. The two iron elemental roots had the same weight. The difficulty of refining them was also the same. These two iron elemental roots are the same. You and I will compete to see who can refine the iron elemental root into iron elemental liquid in the shortest time. When the iron elemental root melted, it would become iron elemental liquid. The iron elemental liquid's scalding temperature was even higher than the magma in the volcano. Moreover, it had to be carried by a special object. Ordinary objects could not withstand the temperature of the iron elemental liquid. Okay. Li Zongjio did not say anything and directly made a decision. The Qinkuin Pill Saint was once again pleased with himself. If it was some other competition, then he might not have such a chance of winning. However, refining this iron origin root in the competition was already as easy as flipping his hand for this Qinkuin Dan Saint. This was because his flames were also born from this iron origin root. To other people, the iron origin root was like a boulder that could not be refined, but to Qinkuin Dan Saint, it was simply a common occurrence. That heaven and earth Dan Saint's cultivation has most likely already stepped into the ranks of grade 6 pills. Otherwise, these people would not have acted so easily. There was a cold glint in Elder Mo's eyes as he sized up the people around him. So far, Old Mo still hadn't found the expert the 10 Directions Medicine Hall had invited. He didn't even know the name list until now. At this moment, those people were also hiding in the crowd, concealing their own strength. Therefore, Old Mo was also very nervous and incomparably vigilant. If the 10 Directions Medicine Hall was compared to the 10 Directions Medicine Hall, then the strength of the 10 Directions Medicine Hall was not much different from the 100 Medicine Hall. The expert invited by the other party was certainly not weak. It was all for the following competition. After all, the ranking between them would affect the competition of interests between the 3 great herb merchants. To actually compete in refining the iron origin root, this is really boring. Li Yun said with a frown, what kind of situation was this? She actually wanted to see 2 experts refining the iron origin root here. Everyone also heard the rules of the competition. They wanted to see who could refine the iron origin root in the shortest time. Moreover, the refined iron origin liquid had to be compared to see who was more thorough. Even the iron origin liquid had different degrees of refinement. Ordinary refinement would appear white. If it was refined thoroughly, it would appear translucent. But if it was completely refined, it would become transparent. In the market, this transparent iron origin liquid was very rare. White iron origin liquid, on the other hand, was very abundant. It was a very good material to refine this kind of weapon. However, transparent iron origin liquid was very rare. Even if it was the flame of a 6th grade alchemist, it was extremely difficult to refine this transparent iron origin liquid. He picked up the iron origin root in his hand. The Qinkuin Pill Saint had already begun to show off his strength. The Qinkuin sacred flame appeared in his palms. The iron origin root was also gently rotating in the flame between his palms. Through this method, the temperature was also roasting the iron elemental root. It could be seen that the iron elemental root had already turned from a black tree root to a scarlet color. On the contrary, looking at Li Zongjiu, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. It seemed that he was looking for something in his storage ring. I've seen a 5th grade alchemist refine this iron origin root before. It seems that it took him 12 hours to refine this iron origin root into white iron origin liquid. With my strength, it would take at least 24 hours to refine this iron origin root. The Qinkuin Pill Saint's flame seemed to have a strong restraining effect on this iron origin root. It actually burned this iron origin root until it turned red so quickly. According to my estimation, I will definitely be able to refine it completely in less than 4 hours. The Chinkuin Pale saint seemed to have heard the discussion of the people below. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In that case, I will show my strength and let these people know today to broaden their horizons. Chinkuin's sacred flame sacrificed the universe. The flame between his palms suddenly spread out. Even if the scene was seen by outsiders, it was enough to see that the world between the Chinkuin Pale Saint's palms was flying up and down, as if it was constantly boiling. This time, the spinning world was also directly in the hands of the Chinkuin Pale Saint. 6th grade alchemist. This Chinkuin Pale Saint has indeed broken through the 6th grade realm. 6th grade alchemist. He really is a 6th grade alchemist. The appearance of a 6th grade alchemist was almost like the appearance of a wolf king in a pack of wolves. Everyone had no choice but to be convinced by the strength of this 6th grade alchemist. Even if you were at the peak of the 5th grade, you would not be a match for this 6th grade alchemist. He only needed a finger to easily defeat you. This was the strength of a 6th grade alchemist. It was different in that realm. This is troublesome. This guy is actually a 6th grade alchemist. Kuin Erishur came to the front of the arena. Looking at the strength displayed by the other party, he could not help but frown. What? That old man is a 6th grade alchemist. Li Yan did not believe these words when she heard them. However, when she heard Kuin Erishur say this, she was immediately shocked. 6th grade alchemist. Wasn't that in existence like a legend? Although Boss is also a 6th grade alchemist, but under the situation of the same level, it is very difficult to crush the other party. Kuin Erishur said in a dignified tone. These words made Li Yan's heart even more uneasy. Chapter 804. On the field, Li Zongjio had been looking for something for a long time. When Li Zongjio's face showed an expression of finding something, the Chinkuin Pale Saint on the opposite side had already refined nearly 1/10 of the iron elemental root in his hand. When the Chinkuin Pale Saint looked at Li Zongjio on the opposite side, there was also a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He would let Li Zongjio know how powerful he was. If he wanted to be an enemy of the Chinkuin Pale Saint, then he was not qualified yet. I finally found it. Li Zongjio breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this thing was rare. Although it was not very precious, it was not something that could be found easily. Desolate grass? Kuin Erishur saw Li Zongjio take out the desolate grass. Suddenly he frowned. He did not know why Li Zongjio took out the desolate grass. Although this thing was powerful, very few people could understand how to use it. Even old Mo's eyes had a hint of ridicule. They even thought that Li Zongjio was just trying to please the crowd. Li Zongjio was almost done, but he still hadn't started yet. Could it be that he was going to catch up now? The Chinkuin Pale Saint was also a 6th grade alchemist. If he wanted to catch up, it would not be an easy task. Boom! Li Zongjio's palms were also jumping with flames, and this flame also directly formed a medicinal cauldron. With the appearance of this fire cauldron, everyone was also amazed by Li Zongjio's strength. There was really nothing to say about his control of this flame. The formation of a medicinal cauldron itself was about integrating into one, and the Tao was naturally formed. That was why this fire cauldron could have an effect. Otherwise, it would be useless if you only cultivated the shape of the ladder without any consciousness inside. What is he going to do? Wu Qingfeng and the others were also watching the battle between the two peak powers. With the identity of both of them, they were both 6th grade alchemists. So, in this dark horse pill assembly, it was definitely a peak confrontation. But who knew that this confrontation would actually start in advance? Even Wu Qingfeng did not know what Li Zongjio was going to do. Wu Qingfeng originally thought that Li Zongjio had broken through the realm of the 6th grade alchemist. But that was only because Li Zongjio's talent was good, and even reached an extremely amazing level. However, in terms of experience, it was impossible to be perfect. However, when they saw Li Zhongjiu's move, they were unable to understand it. They really realized that Li might have other means. Li Zhongjiu directly extracted a wisp of desolate energy from the desolate grass. Then, using this desolate energy as a fire guide, he directly integrated this energy into the iron elemental root. Immediately, people could see that the iron elemental root had begun to gradually peel off. The iron elemental root, which did not have the slightest change under the flame, actually showed a trace of spontaneous combustion. From this moment on, people could see that the iron elemental root was constantly being corroded by the desolate energy. With the injection of the flame, people could also see that the iron elemental root was being smelted by the iron elemental liquid. Li Zhongjiu caught the iron elemental liquid with a ball of flame. Without the help of other things, the iron elemental liquid was very easy to cool down. Therefore, the iron elemental liquid needed to be protected by the flame. However, when the iron elemental liquid appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hand, the people below seemed to have their mouths wide open, and their eyes were wide open. Fuck, this is transparent iron elemental liquid. Kuan Erishur was the first to exclaim. His expression was very exaggerated, and he could not believe that it could be done to this extent. Transparent iron elemental liquid. This was an extremely precious existence in the market. There were even some blacksmiths who liked this iron elemental liquid the most. A good iron elemental liquid could even increase the power of their weapons by another 3 times. Therefore, this transparent iron elemental liquid was very difficult to find. High-level alchemists had the ability to do this, but they would not waste time and energy to do this kind of thing. Impossible. When the Qinkuan Pale Saint saw the iron elemental liquid in Li Zhongjiu's hand, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Zhongjiu obviously dawdled for half a day before starting to refine. How could he be faster than him? Soon, the iron elemental root in Li Zhongjiu's hand was easily refined, and all of it turned into the transparent iron elemental liquid, which appeared in a flowing flame bottle in Li Zhongjiu's hand. The flame bottle was constantly rolling with a flame storm, which maintained the iron elemental liquid's original state. How long will he take? Do I have to continue waiting for him? Li Zhongjiu retracted his hand, and the flame bottle automatically floated in front of Li Zhongjiu. The power displayed by the bottle made everyone gasp in amazement. He finished refining so quickly. It didn't take more than 10 minutes. Almost as soon as the great desolation power poured into the iron elemental root, the refining process was completed. In the eyes of these people, it was simply unbelievable. This is impossible, you cheated. The Qinkuan Pale Saint immediately pointed at Li Zhongjiu and said, until now he had only refined 1/3 of it. He still needed a lot of time before he could completely refine it. However, Li Zhongjiu had started later than him. In such a short period of time, he had already refined this extremely difficult to refine origin iron root. Are you an idiot? Do I need to cheat? Li Zhongjiu looked at the Qinkuan Pale Saint and said indifferently, you broke the rules and used the medicinal herbs to refine the iron elemental root, not completely refining it. The Qinkuan Pale Saint remembered what medicinal herbs Li Zhongjiu had used, which was why he was able to refine the iron elemental root so quickly. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how could he compare to him? There's such a rule. Li Zhongjiu was immediately surprised as he looked at the Qinkuan Pale Saint. The Qinkuan Pale Saint seemed to have grasped Li Zhongjiu's weakness. I dare to conclude that the iron elemental liquid in this child's hand is definitely just an illusion, and not the real iron elemental liquid. The Qinkuan Pale Saint seemed to have exposed Li Zhongjiu's conspiracy, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. This was because the method used by Li Zhongjiu was almost unheard of, and no one had ever seen it before. Therefore, the iron elemental liquid in his hand must only have this shape, but in reality, it did not have the effect of the iron elemental liquid here. Then give it a try. As soon as Li Zongjiu's voice fell, he directly stretched out his hand and waved it, throwing out the fire bottle in his hand. The transparent iron elemental liquid whistled out of the fire bottle and directly rushed towards the Qinkuin pill saint. What? The Qinkuin pill saint was shocked. Chapter 805. Along with the terrifying fluctuation, the saint pill saint elixir roared. He immediately felt the extremely ferocious power within it. This was the newly refined iron origin liquid. Once this iron yuan liquid came into contact with one's body, it would definitely burn the person to ashes. The power of this iron yuan liquid was even more terrifying than the flames of a grade 6 alchemist. However, there was not much time left for the Qinkuin pill saint. Immediately, he saw the terrifying power coming towards him. Boom! The Qinkuin pill saint also did not hesitate to unleash his aura. At the same time, the Qinkuin's sacred flame in his hand turned into a flame curtain, blocking in front of him like a terrifying waterfall. The iron origin liquid that Li Zongjiu threw out also had an extremely terrifying penetrating power. It easily broke through. The iron origin liquid easily pierced through the Qinkuin sacred flame. At this moment, the Qinkuin pill saint also understood that the iron origin liquid refined by Li Zongjiu was absolutely genuine. Otherwise, how could it easily break through his Qinkuin sacred flame? Not good. In the eyes of the Qinkuin pill saint, the iron origin liquid in front of him seemed to have grown eyes. It directly spun in a circle and swept towards the back of the Qinkuin pill saint. The Qinkuin pill saint was in his own fire circle, constantly trembling with this power. Go for me! The Qinkuin pill saint's hands suddenly pushed forward. The Qinkuin sacred flame formed a powerful flame wall. However, this power had no effect in front of Li Zongjiu's iron origin liquid. Qi! An extremely terrifying temperature was released, and immediately the sacred flame wall in front of him was directly destroyed. No. Looking at the iron yuan liquid splashing on his body, the Qinkuin pill saint immediately screamed. The pain and fear he felt at this moment was the clearest thing he had ever felt in his life. The flame curtain dispersed. Everyone saw an extremely horrifying scene. They saw that half of the Qinkuin pill saint's body had already turned into white bones, and the bones were also being corroded by the flame. Although the Qinkuin pill saint did not have time to die, there was no chance for him to recover. Qi! Qinkuin pill saint, who only had one leg left, finally fell to the ground helplessly and was directly corroded by the iron origin liquid. Even the storage ring was melted by the Qinkuin pill saint. Everyone present was deeply shocked. This Qinkuin pill saint was at least a 6th grade alchemist. Now he actually killed him just like that. That was too careless. It was not easy for the Heaven and Earth Dan saint to cultivate to the 6th tier alchemist realm. Now he wanted to display his strength, so that he could gain a good reputation in this kind of dark horse pill assembly and make a name for himself. However, he had never expected that he would be killed by the iron essence liquid. Looks like my iron essence liquid is real, Li Zongjiu said calmly. It was as if he had done all this just to test the authenticity of his iron essence liquid. After verifying that the iron essence liquid was real, the pile of iron essence liquid had already fallen to the ground and solidified again. It could be said that there was no effect. If he wanted to refine it again, it would take a lot of effort. When Li Zongjiu was refining the iron yuan root, although he said that he had added medicinal ingredients, it was no longer important whether this kind of action violated the rules or not. That Heaven and Earth Dan saint had been directly killed. Was there a need for you to continue investigating? It was also very likely that he would offend Li Zongjiu directly. At present, this Li Zongjiu did not seem to be such a generous person. He could directly retaliate at any time. The notary also raised his head and glanced at the top of the pavilion. The person above nodded. In the end, it was judged that Li Zongjie was the winner and successfully defended the arena once. The opponents that Li Zongjie challenged were all very strong. For example, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon and the Qinkuan Pill Saint of the Scarlet Cloud Five Saints. Everyone also deeply remembered this young man in front of them. He was decisive in killing and did not put these rules in his eyes. Therefore, if they were to encounter this Li Zongjie in the future, they must be careful. This brat, you must not be his enemy. Li Zongjie glanced at the crowd and quickly caught sight of a figure who was looking at him with a gaze of extreme hatred. The corner of his mouth could not help but raise. Li Zongjie felt that the style of the Scarlet Cloud Five Saints was none of his business. However, if you wanted to provoke Li Zongjie, then sorry, Li Zongjie could only do things according to his own style. Li Zongjie signaled Tian Fei with his eyes. Tian Fei also understood Li Zongjie's intention and quickly headed towards that figure. This person was also one of the Scarlet Cloud Five Saints. The Qinkuan Pill Saint was killed by Li Zongjie, so these people naturally had to find a way to take revenge. This person had not revealed his identity until now, but Li Zongjie's gaze just now made him feel uneasy in his heart. It seemed that Li Zongjie had already discovered them. Immediately, his figure also quickly walked out of the venue. The first day was almost over. Li Zongjie came in front of Li Yan and the others. Kuan Erisher could only give Li Zongjie a thumbs up. After all, Li Zongjie's strength was indeed too terrifying. That was a 6th grade alchemist, and he actually killed him directly. Who could say that they killed a 6th grade alchemist? Then they killed a 6th grade alchemist. This was an extremely inconceivable thing, and even this ordinary person would not dare to do so. Li Zongjie did it. How could you just kill him? That's too cruel. Li Yan was also a little surprised by Li Zongjie's actions. After all, this Li Zongjie killed a 6th grade alchemist. Wasn't this 6th grade alchemist very valuable? In the end, he actually killed one on the spot. However, Li Yan also thought that this old thing deserved to die. Since he could become the enemy of the Li family, then there was no need to sympathize with an enemy. That was a very stupid act. I accidentally killed him, Li Zongjie said innocently. But no one would believe this Li Zongjie's nonsense. Where did Tian Fei go? Li Yan saw that Tian Fei left directly. He went to the toilet, Li Zongjie said lightly. The battle just now also made many people put their eyes on Li Zongjie. Even when Li Zongjie passed by in front of these people, they all looked at him in awe. That old Amo did not dare to challenge Li Zongjie at all. Who knew that this kid was so fierce? Previously in the inn, he had already displayed his invincible might once. After that, he consecutively defeated the famous experts in the Qian region. Such strength naturally caused old Amo to feel fearful. It's about time for today. Let's go out and rest first. Li Zongjie glanced at the situation at the scene. Most of the people had already stopped and returned to their senses. Because they directly lost, there was no way to continue. Under the respectful gaze of the crowd, Li Zongjie and the others also directly left the Black Horse Square. However, there were also quite a few people who looked at the departing Li Zongjie as if they were toying with their prey. This person is the reinforcements that the 100 Medicine Pavilion invited. Chapter 806. In a tall building outside the Black Horse Square, a few people were sitting in front of the window. One of them was leaning on a rocking bench, holding a handful of melon seeds and eating them. The other two were holding binoculars, looking at Li Zongjie with great interest. Then, the camera turned and focused on Li Yan. This young lady looks quite interesting. You only know how to look at other people's girls. Study her carefully. This Li Zongjie is a real strong enemy. a girl said at the side. While she was talking, she was also using the same file to rub her fingernails. After that, she even blew on her fingernails. No matter how strong Li Zhongjiu is, he is just one person. He can't go to heaven. In front of us, this kid can only die. The person lying on the rattan chair was flipping through a book of herbs. The three of them were about the same age. 2 men and 1 woman. Looking at the clothes of these 3 people, it was very obvious that these 3 people should be from the same family. The price that the 10,000 spirits immortal shop paid this time is not low. It seems that they are determined to get the right to collect herbs. It's just a land of spiritual herbs. What's there to think about? For such a small thing, they are fighting to the death. The girl seemed to feel uncomfortable sitting there. She put her slender legs on the tea table, and at the same time she was painting her fingernails with some strange colors. Dong Xiaobai, you don't have to be so exaggerated. What's the point of painting these strange things on your fingernails? It doesn't look good at all. The man who was standing looked back and saw the girl's actions. He couldn't help but say with disdain, as the most orthodox of men, he couldn't understand this strange behavior. Why would someone like to do this? It was really puzzling. Sometimes the 5 fingernails on the same hand were all different colors. It was even more unbelievable. What do you know? Dong Xiaobai couldn't be bothered to care about the opinions of these uncouth fellows. Hey, Eastern Cold Mountain, you can handle this brat, right? I don't want to face such a boorish person. As for the others, only that guy from the 10 prescriptions medicine hall is worthy of my attention. I don't know where this Li Zhongjiu came from, but he's so powerful even though he's just an amateur. Eastern Frost Mountain was also the person lying on the rattan chair. It's nothing, Dong Han said plainly. Then he looked at Dong Yangbai, who was holding the binoculars, and said, Hey, you've been watching for so long. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and order some food. I'm starving to death. I just want to take a look at that big sister, Dong Yangbai said. Then the binoculars in his hand kept rotating, trying to find Li Yan. Swish! Boom! A whistling sound was heard. Dong Yangbai instantly sensed danger and quickly let go of the binoculars. However, that overbearing force had already blasted the binoculars in his hand. In an instant, the binoculars were torn to pieces. At the same time, a hidden force rushed toward Dong Yangbai's eyes. However, Dong Yangbai didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes seemed to surge with flames. Immediately, the hidden force in front of him was completely burned away. What a guy! Dong Yangbai took a step back. There was a wound on his palm, which was caused by the broken binoculars. Haha, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? Dong Han looked at Dong Yangbai's angry face and immediately laughed out loud. Dong Yangbai's expression was naturally very ugly. There was no need to think to know who attacked him. It was obviously a warning from Li Zhongjiu. Unfortunately, Li Zhongjiu warned the wrong person. I haven't come to find you yet, but you've come to teach me a lesson first. Very well. I'd like to see how much skill you have. Dong Yangbai's face was full of displeasure. This was just an alchemist from the secular world. He only had some talent, but now he dared to take the initiative to provoke him. This was an extreme provocation for Dong Yangbai. Haha, I didn't expect that the 3rd young master of the dignified Eastern Medicine clan would be teased by this secular person. Eastern Frost Mountain and the others were very gloating. Although they were teasing each other, the move just now did have some experience, which made Dong Yangbai very surprised. However, he naturally couldn't say it out loud. Li Zhongjiu had long known that someone was spying on them. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, it was just some idiot from a big family. However, who knew that under such circumstances, they dared to do it again and again. This was a bit too much, so he gave them a warning. They found Nin in this Black Horse town. The organizer was quite stingy. They didn't even arrange accommodation for them. The main reason was that these alchemists who came to participate in the competition although they didn't have any big backing behind them. Each of them had a bad temper. It was difficult to appease everyone, so they simply canceled the accommodations. The three of them sat in front of the table. After a while, Tian Fei also came in from outside the room and sat down as if nothing had happened. On the way here, I found these tails, so I also cleaned them up. Tian Fei took out a blood-stained plate in his hand. The patterns on the plate were complicated, so it was hard to tell what it was. However, the back of the plate was engraved with the words Ardent Earth Sect. Didn't you go to the outhouse? You met them in the outhouse? Li Yan said in surprise. Ardent Earth Sect. This name sounded a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he recalled that yesterday he seemed to have encountered some elite disciples of Ardent Earth Sect. After that, a few of them fought with each other and even beat them up. In the blink of an eye, he actually saw the people of Ardent Earth Sect again. Something like that. Tian Fei said awkwardly. In fact, Tian Fei also went to deal with one of the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints who had a grudge against him. As for who that person was, he didn't know. Anyway, he had already died under Tian Fei's sword. These guys are really troublesome. You two go around and catch their boss for me. Li Zhongjie frowned. He hadn't come to find trouble with them, but they came to find him first. This made Li Zhongjie a little angry. Tian Fei and Kun Erisher also stood up. Previously, Kun Erisher and Tian Fei had some conflicts. Now that they were fighting side by side, there was a different feeling. Even Kun Erisher had a trace of competition. They were all of the same age. Good. I also want to see how big the gap is between me and the elite disciples of the top sects in this continent. Kun Erisher said. Although the content was modest, the tone was unusually proud. Tian Fei also slightly nodded. I will let you know. Chapter 807. When Li Zhongjie had just been reborn, he was very low-key. Li Zhongjie rarely took the initiative to provoke other forces. He would wait until these people came knocking on his door, and Li Zhongjie was forced to fight back. But now it was different. With Li Zhongjie's current strength, he did not need to be low-key anymore, just like the Xianyuan sect that came to him. So what if you are arrogant and overbearing? As long as you dare to come, I will cripple you. Originally, Li Zhongjie planned to go to the Xianyuan sect directly. Later, the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion came to him and mediated this matter. So, Li Zhongjie did not pursue this matter for the time being. But if these people did not know the difference between life and death, then they would not have the chance to regret it in front of Li Zhongjie. Just like with the Ardent Earth sect. Really, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. They did not even weigh their own weight and dared to provoke Li Zhongjie. What kind of tail did they have? They were useless in front of Li Zhongjie. Li Yan was not clear about the enmity between the Ardent Earth sect and Li Zhongjie, but she thought that it should not be a powerful character. Anyway, as long as Li Zhongjie was here, there would not be any problems. Li Zhongjie did not receive any response from Tian Fei, but someone came to him immediately. Hua Mei, who had been watching Li Zhongjie, knew that this was a rare opportunity when he saw Tian Fei and Kun Erisher leave. As for the other woman, if he was not mistaken, she should be a trash who only knew how to talk. As for Li Zhongjie, although he had some strength, the Ardent Earth sect had also come prepared. It was impossible for them to not be able to deal with an expert like him. It was a very simple task to specifically target this kind of expert who was separated from the group. Surround this inn, Hua Mei ordered. Immediately, more than 10 elite disciples rushed out from behind. The huge formation directly sent the diners, who were still eating, flying with a kick. Get out if you don't want to die. Those who had eyes could immediately see that these were the people of the Ardent Earth sect. Not far away, they were the sect of the Ardent Earth sect, who in the Black Horse town did not know the strength of the Ardent Earth sect's people. They immediately ran away. Brett, you've got guts to come here alone. Since you've come to our Ardent Earth sect's territory, We should do our part as hosts. On Huamei's face, there was a look of a villain intoxicated by success. Li Yan glanced around and saw a total of 16 Ardent Earth sect disciples. They are going to set up a formation. Li Yan immediately whispered. When Li Zongjio heard Li Yan's words, he looked directly at Li Yan and ignored the others. Why are you staring at me? Li Yan looked at Li Zongjio's strange behavior and felt quite strange. At this time, Li Zongjio never felt nervous. Facing a big sect, the most difficult thing to deal with was these people's formations. They were very good at it. Moreover, these people usually cultivated together. Once they formed a formation, the power they possessed would be extremely terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. You can see what kind of formation it is. Li Zongjio curiously looked at Li Yan. Li Yan felt the pressure and began to quickly observe the formation of these people. Soon, she found that these people's formation was very strange. However, Li Yan quickly determined the formation of these people based on some clues around them. Scorching Een Gale formation. I once saw an introduction to this kind of formation in a miscellaneous book. Within this scorching Een Gale formation, everything will be destroyed. Not even bones will be left. When Li Yan mentioned this array formation, she was also shocked in her heart. I remember now. The Scorching Sun sect originated from this kind of formation. Li Yan immediately exclaimed. Looks like your talent in formations is not bad. Li Zongjio obviously couldn't see what kind of formation these people were setting up. He didn't need to observe these things at all. You can set it up as you wish. I'll just sit here and give you enough time to prepare. You can set it up as you please. In any case, Li Zongjio would be able to break it easily in the end. No matter how powerful your formation is, it can't be as powerful as the people in Qing Yuan Manor. Not bad, my ass. This scorching Een Gale formation is specialized in restraining all kinds of attributes. Either we rush out now, or we'll be finished when the formation is completed. Are we still going to sit here? Why don't you cover me, and I'll escape first? Li Yan said. Because she understood formations, she was very clear about the power of this formation and felt a deep respect for it. What Huamei needed was Li Yan's respect. Hee, if you want to leave, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Since you know this formation, feel it well. Start the formation. Under Huamei's command, the surrounding disciples of the Ardent Earth sect immediately released their Yuan force. The few of them connected with each other. Boom! A gust of chilly wind rose from the ground. This gust of wind was like a knife, easily flashing in front of them. In an instant, it directly slashed towards Li Zongjio and Huamei. Seeing these wind blades coming towards them, Li Yan quickly said, These wind blades are endless. We must find a gap in this storm. Otherwise, we will be continuously pierced by these wind blades, just like 1,000 arrows piercing through our hearts. Just as she finished speaking, Li Zongjio's hand had already reached out of the formation with a swoosh. He directly grabbed a disciple of the Ardent Earth sect and threw him in front of him. Countless wind blades directly slashed the disciple of the Ardent Earth sect into a porcupine. Puff, puff, puff. He could clearly feel the pain as he listened to the waves of energy shuttling through his body. Even his bones were broken within his body. His entire body was paralyzed as he lay dead on the ground. Li Zongjio then grabbed Li Yan. After all, there were too many dangers in the surroundings. If he didn't protect Li Yan well, he would probably be slashed into 2 halves. The number of people who had set up the array was decreasing one after another. When the number of people was reduced to 5, the array formation directly collapsed. When the formation disappeared, there were already 11 corpses left on the ground. What? Huamei never imagined how Li Zongjio did it. Just as Huamei was in a daze, Li Zongjio's figure flashed and appeared in front of Huamei. I see that your eyebrows are quite unique. I wonder what they will look like when they are burned. Li Zongjio flicked his finger, and a flame burned Huamei's eyebrows. Chapter 808. Huamei never thought that his eyebrows would be burned on the spot at such an old age. Let go of Protector Huamei. The remaining disciples saw that Huamei was directly held hostage by Li Zongjiu and quickly said. However, when they saw the corpses on the ground, they hesitated and did not dare to go forward. They only dared to stand at a distance and call for help, but they were reluctant to go forward. Once they went forward and were accidentally killed by Li Zongjiu, wouldn't it be a great loss? I'll give you a chance to leave. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a few more. Li Zongjiu glanced at the 5 disciples who were still alive in front of him. My ardent earth sex disciples are not cowards who are afraid of death. Huamei's eyebrows were burned, and he was incomparably humiliated. He angrily rebuked Li Zongjiu, but now his neck was in Li Zongjiu's hands. When he spoke, his saliva almost sprayed on Li Zongjiu's face. Don't worry, Protector. We'll go and find the vice sect leader. Yes, Protector, you must hold on. Immediately, the 5 disciples turned around and directly jumped out of the inn's window. Bang! Bang! Because the door was blocked by Li Zongjiu, these people did not hesitate to jump out of the window to escape. Seeing these disciples flee, it was a huge blow to Huamei. This was a huge blow to Huamei. He never thought that he would do such a thing. Just a moment ago, he said that the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect would never run away. In the blink of an eye, all of them had run away. Li Zongjiu, don't be arrogant. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. Huamei immediately straightened his chest, as if he was waiting to see if Li Zongjiu dared to kill him. Crack! Li Zongjiu directly took action and forcefully crushed Huamei's throat. Under Li Zongjiu's control, Huamei had no way to mobilize his Yuan force, so he was like a lamb in Li Zongjiu's hand. The last sentence just now became Huamei's last words. He casually tossed the corpse onto the ground. How dare he make a bet with Li Zongjiu? He was truly reckless. There were quite a few people who were secretly watching the scene. When they saw Li Zongjiu killing a protector of the Ardent Earth sect without the slightest hesitation and effortlessly killing a protector of the Ardent Earth sect, as well as a dozen disciples lying on the ground, a storm rose in their hearts. Such a scene was indeed extremely spectacular. What a terrifying person. This guy, he must have a very strong background. Damn, that's the protector of Earth sect. Someone cried out in surprise. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not seem to see these people as human lives. Who would dare to sit down and have a meal with such a terrifying person who killed people like scything flax? Naturally, all of them quietly slipped away. This, you killed so many people. This, Lian saw so many corpses lying on the ground and could not help but feel a little scared. However, her psychological quality was not bad, so she quickly calmed down. These people wanted to kill us. This world is lacking in many things, but there are too many people who deserve to die. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since they had provoked Li Zongjiu, then they could only wait for death. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had experienced many life and death situations and had seen many tragic scenes. Therefore, sympathy was the most worthless thing. Li Zongjiu had long forgotten about sympathy, and only his own heart had persisted until now. That's true. Li Yan also kicked Huamei's body, causing him to roll a few times on the ground. This is for you. See how much you can understand. Li Zongjiu gave Li Yan a tattered and old book. Li Yan curiously took the book. After flipping to a page, her eyes could not leave the book. This is an encyclopedia of array formations. It's so detailed, such a detailed array formation book. Li Yan said excitedly, as if she had found a treasure. This book was also stolen from the underground black market of a sacred flame royal city. If she did not remember wrongly, it should be there. It's good that you can read it. Li Zongjiu looked at Li Yan's interested expression and knew that Li Yan might have an extraordinary understanding of array formations. If she had talent in this area, then perhaps she could be nurtured into an array formation genius. This was also a very good thing for the Li family. Li Zongjio was not very proficient in array formations in his previous life. If Li Yan was really interested, then he would help Li Yan find a good teacher. In this world, only Li Zongjio was so confident. Array formation masters all had strange tempers, but they were all of high status. If they were given enough time and energy, they would not have a problem fighting against 100 people. Therefore, array formation masters were extremely precious resources. If they were powerful, it would be even more important if they wanted to take in a disciple. However, since Li Zongjio thought so, then he must have his own way. As long as Li Zongjio wanted something, then there was basically nothing that could not be done. If this person was not willing to teach, then Li Zongjio would not mind chopping off his head. In this world, other than strength, the most important thing was one's fists. That these corpses, the inn's shopkeeper walked out with his hands raised. He looked at Li Zongjio and the corpses in front of him. You can clean them up. Li Zongjio casually threw out a few purple yuan coins. Just these few purple yuan coins were enough to cover the inn's income for a few months. The shopkeeper immediately ordered his subordinates to move the corpses to the back courtyard. After all, he still needed to do business here. If someone died in an accident, it wouldn't be his inn's responsibility. Therefore, he didn't care about this. There was no inn that did not have people dying. If there were no deaths in this inn, then it was not a good inn. Who knows, if a powerful person suddenly died in your inn, then your inn would become popular all of a sudden. Boss, we are back! Kuan Erisher and Tian Fei also stepped into the inn. They just happened to see the inn's waiter cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. When they saw that there was no one in the inn, they immediately guessed that there were people here. They were really reckless. Kuan Erisher knew about Li Zongjio's strength. If they met Li Zongjio, then there was basically no way for them to live peacefully. Being able to die a quick death was already a very fortunate thing. Tian Fei was carrying a person with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His body was full of wounds and blood. Even now, he was already in a semi-conscious state. Chapter 809. There's someone here too? Kuan Erisher was obviously a little surprised. However, this mission was really not simple. It took a lot of effort to capture this guy. You guys are really something. You only have so few people, yet you still split them up. How interesting. Kuan Erisher used a basin of water to wake the person in front of him up. Tian Fei did not say much. After all, Tian Fei's identity was different from Kuan Arashi's. Tian Fei was only a subordinate of Li Zongjio. As the deputy sect master of Ardent Earth Sect, Xing Qianqiu had seen too many situations. Xing Qianqiu didn't even know how many things he had to deal with. Many troublesome problems were easily solved by him. Therefore, Xing Qianqiu was very confident in his ability. Even though the sect master had given him the mission to get rid of Li Zongjio, Xing Qianqiu felt that it was a very simple matter. However, he did not expect that two young men would actually kill their way to his residence today. Given the strength of Ardent Earth Sect, it was very normal for them to set up a branch hall in Black Horse Town. Xing Qianqiu was naturally disdainful when he saw the two youths charging towards him. These days, there were too many people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Therefore, Xing Qianqiu didn't put the two youths in his eyes. He ordered his men to capture them and torture them before interrogating them. Who knew that these two young men would start a massacre as soon as they rushed into the courtyard? These so-called elite disciples of Ardent Earth Sect were like a pile of tofu in front of these two young men. They were directly knocked to the ground, and a large number of them were knocked down. After that, when Xing Qianqiu reacted, he was already beaten up by these two young men. Xing Qianqiu was also a Yuan monarch elite. More or less, Xing Qianqiu had some status in the Jianghu. But now that he had been plotted against and reduced to such a state, Xing Qianqiu was even more furious and displeased. He immediately glared at the people in front of him. How dare you plot against me? Do you know who I am? Xing Qianqiu immediately stood up. However, he discovered that there were no signs of him being tied up. These people actually allowed him to move freely without any restrictions. However, when Xing Qianqiu saw the corpse lying on the floor in front of him, his eyes widened. This was a corpse that hadn't been cleaned up yet. This corpse was none other than Protector Huimei. Although Protector Huimei's eyebrows had been burned off, one could still tell that the person in front of them was Protector Huimei. How dare you kill Huimei? Xing Qianqiu's eyes widened as he stared at Li Zongjiu and the people around him. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that these youngsters had already reached such a level of lawlessness? After all, this was the Black Horse Town, and the headquarters of the Ardent Earth sect was not far away. Could it be that these people did not want to live anymore? You are digging your own graves. How dare you touch the protector of the Ardent Earth sect? In less than a day, the Ardent Earth sect will come out in full force and kill all of you. Xing Qianqiu roared in a low voice. His words were very intimidating. If it was someone who was inexperienced in the underworld, they might have to be a little cautious. Where is your sect? Li Zongjiu asked directly. Since your Ardent Earth sect is so arrogant, I will go to your sect and take a look. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If Li Zongjiu said such words to any sect in his previous life, the people of that sect would be disheartened, because it meant that a big trouble was coming. When the evil lord came, they would either lose money or die. Therefore, they must prepare enough money to settle this matter. If they did not have enough money, then they could only wait for death. The evil lord was not here to have tea and talk about Tao. When the time was up, if they did not have enough money, then they would kill those who should be killed. What? Xing Qianqiu was also wondering if he had heard wrongly, or if he was dreaming. How could such a thing happen? Just who were these people? They actually wanted to visit the Ardent Earth sect for a visit? Of course. This meant that they were going to cause trouble in the Ardent Earth sect. There were very few enemies who dared to barge into the enemy's headquarters alone. Wasn't this equivalent to suicide? In Xing Qianqiu's long life, he had never encountered such a situation. For Xing Qianqiu, his brain seemed to be unable to process this. However, since these people had such a stupid idea, of course, he could not just rush over like that. Then, Xing Qianqiu sneered. All right, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. If you have the ability, then come after me. Xing Qianqiu wanted to see if these people had set up any traps in the surroundings. He immediately jumped up and rushed towards the ceiling of the inn. He directly rushed out of the roof. Whoosh! Xing Qianqiu leaped up and realized that he was not restrained in the slightest. After his figure rushed out of the inn, he immediately felt as though he had escaped from a sea of suffering. He even felt that these young people were really too unprofessional. After capturing the person, they did not take any precautions and escaped so easily. However, Xing Qianqiu was happy too early. When Xing Qianqiu jumped up, a roar suddenly came from the sky. When he looked up, a huge black shadow appeared above his head. When he saw the thing above his head, it was as if a huge shadow of death was shrouding Xing Qianqiu. Xing Qianqiu instantly froze on the spot. Fuck! Why don't you fly forward? Li Zongjiu and the others appeared on the Qilin battleship and looked at Xing Qianqiu below. Although Xing Qianqiu was flying at a higher altitude, the Qilin battleship easily surpassed Xing Qianqiu. After all, Xing Qianqiu was a Yuan monarch elite and was confident in his ability to escape. He was able to escape the pursuit of these young people. When he immediately escaped, he realized that the Qilin battleship was following closely behind him. Even under the huge pressure, Xing Qianqiu felt the fear of being chased by a huge beast. He was gradually shocked. Damn it! Along the way, Xing Qianqiu's figure directly chased into the distance. He did not know how much pressure he was under as he ran frantically. Finally, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of him. There seemed to be an extremely powerful force around the mountain peak, warning the surroundings. Even a flock of birds and beasts did not dare to come close. Wait for your death, you trash! Xing Qianqiu's eyes emitted a cold light. Chapter 810. Li Zongjiu stood on the Qilin battleship and saw a sect appear in front of him. On top of the mountain, there were layers upon layers of tall buildings. They slowly appeared in front of him, overlapping with each other. It was a magnificent sight. Since you're here, let's greet them. Li Zongjiu gestured to Li Yan. At first, Li Yan did not understand what he meant. However, when she saw Li Zongjiu adjusting the cannon, she understood. Immediately, Li Yan adjusted the energy cannons in the Qilin battleship. Some of the Ardent Earth sect disciples who were still in the sect lifted their heads to look at the Qilin battleship. The appearance of such a huge battleship piqued their curiosity. Who is that? How dare he drive a battleship to our sect? Our sect has a space prohibiting array. Is this guy here to provoke our sect? Within 1,000 miles, no other sect dares to go against us. These people are obviously here to die. How dare they not know the rules? We'll blast them down sooner or later. That's right. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. Obviously, these Ardent Earth sect disciples had a strong sense of honor. When they saw the Qilin battleship, they were extremely xenophobic. After all, these people thought that the Qilin battleship was too arrogant. Even Xing Qianqiu sneered in his heart. But then he suddenly heard a loud boom above his head. Boom! A terrifying sound vibrated out. It was as if the airwaves in the sky had been blown away. He could see a bright light wave rushing towards the sect's elders' hall at an incomparably fast speed. This was a sleeping chamber specially for the elders to rest. Boom! A hall that was almost 7 stories high was instantly smashed into pieces. The edge of the hall also directly rumbled a few times before it collapsed. It was like a real landslide, and the earth was cracking. As for the disciples of Ardent Earth sect, their jaws dropped when they saw the scene. This, the elders' hall, has collapsed? Fuck, are they here to attack our sect? I never thought that I would encounter something so exciting in my lifetime. Many disciples of the Ardent Earth sect were excited. It was not common for their sect to be attacked. Moreover, the strength of the Ardent Earth sect was not weak. It would not be easy to cover it up. As a disciple of the Ardent Earth sect, it was rare for him to witness such a scene. Therefore, he had mixed feelings about it. However, after the commotion, some people immediately woke up with a start. Fuck, the sect has been attacked. Quick, save the elder. Elders, are you all right? Many elders were resting at this moment. Now that they were suddenly shot through the window by a cannon, it was probably something that ordinary people could imagine. As for those elders who were hit by the cannon, they couldn't believe it. Who would have thought that something like this would happen to them? What's going on? As the vice sect master, Xing Qianqiu seemed to have finally realized what the current situation was. The collapse of the elders' sleeping chamber also caused these disciples to become nervous. Some of the elders were dug out, while others were buried deep underground. There were a total of 50 elders in the Ardent Earth sect, and only a dozen of them crawled out. A group of disciples lifted a large stone slab. He saw an elder and a senior sister hugging each other naked on a bedsheet. However, they were still unconscious. The power of the blast just now was too strong. Fuck, isn't that senior sister Shuoyan this? When the disciples saw this scene, they instantly felt as if their world had exploded. His senior sister, who was usually his goddess, had actually appeared in the elder's bed at night. Boom! Because of the shock, he loosened his grip, and the stone slab was pressed down again. Shit! The disciples looked at each other. If the stone slab fell down with a bang, it would definitely cause the elder and senior sister to be injured again. Wouldn't that be killing the elder? Immediately, the disciples signaled with their eyes and then pretended to look for other survivors. Immediately, the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect who were responsible for guarding the Qilin battleship rushed towards it. However, there weren't many disciples who could fly in the air. A total of 6 people rushed towards the Chilean battleship first. Isn't that the deputy sect leader? Did the deputy sect leader bring people to attack our sect? When the disciples saw Xing Qianqiu, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their eyes. There were a lot of strange things that happened tonight. First, the sect was attacked. Now, it was the vice sect master who brought people here. One of them looked a little older, so he was asked to speak. He coughed softly, stepped forward, and shouted at the Chilean battleship. "Who are you? Tell me your name." However, there was no response from the Chilean battleship. The cannon on the Chilean battleship was aimed at the formation of the 6 people. "Disperse!" The young man who was leading the group immediately exclaimed. Boom! Another resplendent light emerged. When the 6 disciples sensed the emergence of this intense light, although they dodged quickly, the power of the light still remained in the area. Boom! The few of them were immediately blinded and deafened. Although it was only for a short period of time, under such power it was still unbearable. Xing Qianqiu watched as the cannon on the Chilean battleship aimed at the book depository hall of the Ardent Earth sect. The book depository hall contained the sect's cultivation techniques, and there were even a few top-notch elemental arts. There were even unique copies that couldn't be duplicated. Once duplicated, the imprint of the elemental arts would disappear, which was equivalent to losing the elemental arts. However, all of these didn't exist now. When the guardian elder of the book depository hall sensed the might of this cannon, he immediately leaped forward and charged towards the light cannon. However, this light cannon contained the power of an upper-grade elemental stone. How could it be blocked so easily? Boom! The guardian elder was directly blasted into nothingness. The tall, precious, and ancient book depository hall. It was like an incense stick that had been burned out, directly turning into ashes. Chapter 8:11. They could only watch helplessly as their book depository hall was reduced to a pile of ashes. To them, this was a very solemn place of inheritance. But now it had been reduced to ashes by a single shot from the enemy. This, Xing Qianqiu had long forgotten about the so-called fear when he saw this scene. Only endless confusion remained in his eyes. Xing Qianqiu couldn't have imagined the development of the current situation. "You, stop it!" Xing Qianqiu roared at the Chilean battleship where Li Zongjiu and the rest were. He stared at the Chilean battleship above and wished he could blast it into pieces. He was the one who had brought this terrifying thing here. Of course, Xing Qianqiu was not worried about the destruction of these sects' holy lands. He was worried that these sects would definitely hold him responsible after this incident. "Today, I, Li Zongjiu, will not kill you. However, if Ardent Earth sect continues to be stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite." Li Zongjiu shouted in the direction of the people from Ardent Earth sect. Sometimes it was more effective to beat people until they were scared than to kill them directly. Therefore, after Li Zongjiu used the Chilean battleship to intimidate them, this matter was over. If they continued to be stubborn and wanted to provoke Li Zongjiu, then he would wait for Li Zongjiu to come back and destroy Ardent Earth sect directly. Directly driving the Chilean warship and firing 2 cannons was simply more direct and simple than anything else. Ignoring Xing Qianqiu's incessant shouting below, Li Zongjiu turned around and left in front of Ardent Earth sect. The effect of this demonstration was quite good. These people from Ardent Earth sect had never expected that someone would attack in such a way. The sudden attack was something that the elders and disciples did not expect at all. In fact, they did not even have the slightest inkling of what was going on. Yet, they had already suffered extremely heavy losses. Xing Qianqiu looked at the departing Chilean battleship and Li Zongjiu and the others, looking at the miserable state of the Ardent Earth sect. Xing Qianqiu felt that this was a hellish torture. Xing Qianqiu even thought of taking advantage of the chaos to leave the sect tonight. Damn it, that damned Li Zongjiu. Except for Li Zongjiu, the rest of the people on the Chilean warship felt like they were in a dream. This deterrence of strength was quite wonderful. Ordinary people would never have thought that there would be such a thing, and it would even succeed. Under normal circumstances, if you were to go alone without any preparation, you would be targeted the moment you stepped into the vicinity of the other party's sect. Then, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with you directly. There was simply no chance for him to leave like this. The reason why he was able to achieve today's result was because he was bold. Secondly, the power of the Chilean battleship was indeed too powerful. This time it was an easy bombardment and it had already completed its mission. Then it quickly left. If it had enough energy, it might even be possible to wipe out the Ardent Earth sect today. After thinking about the dangers, Kuan Erishur and the others became excited. Oh my God, this warship is too powerful. Kuan Erishur was also amazed by the Chilean battleship in his hands. He had never seen such a powerful weapon. The Chilean battleship was one of them. It was extremely powerful and intimidating. If their Kuan castle could have a few more of such weapons, then the power of Kuan castle would also increase tremendously. The bombardment just now consumed one upper-grade primordial stone. Li Yun set up the Chilean battleship and was now slowly returning to the Black Horse town. When he heard Li Yun's words, Kuan Erishur was in a bad mood. Just now, 2 primordial stones were directly consumed. Who could afford to consume such a thing? No wonder it was so powerful. However, if the battle continued like this, no matter how rich one's family was, it would be impossible to consume such a huge amount of primordial stones. That's way too expensive. But this is the first time I've ever experienced something like this. Kuan Erishur said excitedly. Not only was Kuan Erishur excited, but Tian Fei also admired Li Zongjia's courage, even though he did not say it out loud. Facing a sect and facing the threat of an ancient emperor expert were 2 completely different levels. However, Li Zongjia was fearless and directly killed his way out. It was really admirable. Let's go back to the Black Horse town first. There will be more of such things in the future. Li Zongjio said slowly. Such a small matter was nothing. Li Zongjio's battle record in his previous life could be said to be even more glorious. This was just a small lesson, and Li Zongjio didn't even use his full strength. If Li Zongjio really got serious, then the Ardent Earth sect would be doomed. Li Yun also looked at Li Zongjio, who was sitting quietly. She realized that she did not understand her brother at all. However, this did not prevent Li Yun from admiring and trusting Li Zongjio. It was Li Yun's first time piloting the Chilean battleship to battle. If they could not escape just now, then it would be destroyed by Ardent Earth sect. As the captain of the ship, Li Yun naturally could not escape. However, Li Yun did not hesitate to obey Li Zongjio's orders. This was a big matter of directly attacking a sect. The consequences of provoking an entire sect were very serious. However, with Li Zongjio around, everything was fine. The 4 of them returned to the Black Horse town, safe and sound. At this moment, in Black Horse town, those who did not know that Li Zongjio had already gone to Ardent Earth sect to greet them only knew that Li Zongjio seemed to have crippled Ardent Earth sect's protector, Home. Immediately, Black Horse town also started a heated discussion about this matter. They were all discussing whether this matter was true or false. It must be fake news. That is Ardent Earth sect. Who doesn't know the name of Ardent Earth sect within 1,000 miles? That's right. The deputy sect master of Ardent Earth sect is an expert of the Yuan King realm. I heard that the deputy sect master of Ardent Earth sect is in Black Horse town. If anyone dares to spread such a rumor, aren't they afraid that the deputy sect master of Ardent Earth sect will deal with them? How audacious! Someone slammed the board and said, obviously he was supporting the Ardent Earth sect. That's not necessarily true. Li Zongjio is a figure who has made a name for himself in Sacred Flame Royal City. He must not be simple to be able to make a name for himself in Sacred Flame Royal City. I also heard that Li Zongjio is an honorary elder of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Chapter 812. Because of Li Zongjiu's extraordinary performance in the Black Horse Square during the day, there were many people who paid attention to this Li Zongjiu afterwards. News about this Li Zongjiu suddenly spread all over the sky. It made it so that no one could tell what was real and what was fake. On the contrary, Li Zongjiu's reputation gradually rose at this moment. And it was worth mentioning that the 5 red flame saints, 5 great alchemists, were considered an extremely powerful alliance among the rogue cultivators. However, after the death of the Qinkuan Pill Saint, no one else appeared to avenge the death of the Qinkuan Pill Saint. Even the rest of the people had never appeared. Just like that, they disappeared without a trace. This was also the characteristic of these people. Once there was any trouble, they would immediately hide. There was no sense of brotherhood at all. What's more, the strongest Qinkuan Pill Saint was defeated, so what use could these people have? So after thinking about it, they might as well talk about this matter in the future. It could be seen that the brotherhood between these people was not as deep as imagined. For a time, the topic about this Li Zongjiu also directly swept the entire Black Horse town. Even in the alchemy circle in the Qian prefecture, most people would clearly know the name of this Li Zongjiu. The lively night did not have much impact on Li Zongjiu and the others. After teaching the Ardent Earth sect a lesson, they returned to the inn as usual. First, they had another supper, and then they went to rest. The few of them were all cultivation maniacs. Whenever they had some free time, they would spend it on cultivation. Li Yan's usual training was considered to be more diligent, but for this Li Yan, the usual training was soulless. It was just to become stronger and train here. But this time was different when she held the incomplete book in her hand. Li Yan originally wanted to sleep early, but in the end, holding the book in her hand, she couldn't sleep at all. For ordinary people, the content could be said to be very obscure and difficult to understand. But Li Yan was reading it with great interest at this moment. Obviously, this Li Yan also had her own talent in comprehending this array. The second day, Li Zongjiu also recited the white god Fu once in the night, and at the same time he also tempered his blood-soul hell. Basically, this was what he had to do every day. Although his strength had made a breakthrough now, he couldn't be arrogant. He had to continue to maintain this state. After all, the enemies in the future would only get stronger. The reason why such a Black Horse alchemy gathering came to this gathering was also for these 6th grade medicinal herbs. Usually, these guys would directly hide these 6th grade medicinal herbs. If you want to buy them, it would take a lot of money and effort. This was a rare opportunity, so Li Zongjiu didn't give up. It was just a good opportunity to let Kuan Erisher make a name for himself here. In such a place where good people mixed with bad people, the chances of becoming famous were higher, but the chances of dying were naturally higher. If you want to make a name for yourself, you have to take risks. The drunken flower hasn't appeared yet. It seems like it is waiting for a big move. Li Zongjiu and the others sat in front of the table. They were discussing where the drunken life flower was located. They also asked these people to pay attention to it. They had to find the drunken life flower no matter what. Several people came to the Black Horse Square again. There were people around to maintain order. These people in front of them could only keep retreating. They couldn't get too close. It was to prevent some irrelevant people from getting close. Compared to yesterday, the number of people today naturally decreased a lot. Many people had been eliminated in the first round. As for those who stayed behind, they were either experts themselves, or they had some tricks up their sleeves. So the next battle was naturally more difficult. The number of arenas decreased directly. On the second day, a total of 20 arena masters were set up, and the free arena was cancelled. So if one didn't have enough strength, it was impossible to defend this arena, and it was very likely that he would encounter some situation of attrition battle. As long as he could win, it didn't matter what method was used. Take the initiative to challenge. Li Zongjiu said to Kuan Erisher. Kuan Erisher also nodded. He naturally understood Li Zongjiu's meaning. With Kuin Arashi's level of strength, it was very difficult to catch up with Li Zongjio, but Li Zongjio still took the initiative to bring him around. It was obvious that he wanted to train him and treated him as his own brother, so he was willing to do so. Therefore, Lan Kuin knew that he had to increase his strength. He had to constantly sharpen himself. Only then would he be able to succeed. Only then can he kill his way out of the thousands of difficulties. Kuin Arashi's eyes also had a trace of madness. Lan Kuin was not a person who knew his place. Now he naturally wanted to show off his prowess. Since the Dark Horse Pill Gathering was a very good opportunity to show off, Lan Kuin naturally wanted to perform well. Immediately, Kuin Arashi's figure leaped, and he directly rushed towards the arena. The arena master had already been changed. Those who did not become the arena master yesterday were directly chosen as the arena master today. Unless you did not participate in this Black Horse Pill Convention, you would definitely have the opportunity to fight. Yesterday's lucky kid, huh? Hee hee. Do you really think that I don't have any skills? Seeing Kuin Arasher jump up, opposite him was a hunchback old man. It was said that this old man bent his back to study alchemy for many years, and that was why he became a hunchback. Some people also said that this old man stole alchemy skills and his spine was broken. In the end, he became like this and fell to this place. In short, there were all kinds of stories. It did not affect this hunchback old man's prestige at all. Hunchback old man, I have heard of your name when I was in Kuin Castle. Kuin Arasher looked at the old man in front of him and said. When the hunchback old man heard Kuin Arashi's words, his eyes lit up. What did this kid mean? When he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood that this kid actually came from Kuin Castle. You are from Kuin Castle? Hee, what a coincidence. Looks like you are very confident. Since someone from Kuin Castle is here, there is no need for you to go back. The hunchback old man also grinned, revealing a mouth full of big golden teeth. This person was also a wanted criminal in Kuin Castle. Although his reputation was not very high, this ordinary wanted criminal still belonged to the category of wanted criminals. Chapter 813. The camel-humped old man didn't commit any heinous acts before. However, he violated the rules of Kuin Castle and even ran away without permission. Naturally, he became a wanted criminal in Kuin Castle. However, Kuin Castle didn't have enough manpower, so they didn't chase after these people all over the world. Only when these disciples of Kuin Castle were wandering outside would they catch these people. If they accidentally bumped into one, they would take care of him. For example, Kuin Arasher actually happened to meet the camel-humped old man here. Naturally, they would punish him on the spot to show the prestige of Kuin Castle. Li Zongjio didn't continue to pay attention to the situation here. He didn't care about Kuin Arashi's outcome. If Kuin Arasher succeeded in making his way through the Dark Horse Pill meeting, then Li Zongjio would celebrate for him. However, if Kuin Arasher was harmed, then Li Zongjio would definitely take revenge for Kuin Arasher. This was Li Zongjio's mentality. The honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion is actually a 17-year-old youth. How sad. Do you think it's necessary for a trashy force like the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to exist? Li Zongjio was about to ask Feng Tingfei where the damn drunken flower was. After all, if he used his eyes to look for it, who knew how long it would take him to find it? If he directly looked for Feng Tingfei, it might be more effective. However, before he could do so, a voice rang out behind him. From the sound of it, it was obvious that this voice was coming for Li Zongjio. Who do you think you are? Li Zongjio turned around and saw a tall and burly man appear directly behind him. Oh, you're the one who peeped with the binoculars yesterday, right? When Li Zongjio saw Dong Yangbai in front of him, he immediately recognized him. Dong Yangbai didn't expect Li Zongjio to say such words without any restraint. To Dong Yangbai, this was a great provocation. He couldn't help but want to beat Li Zongjio to death on the spot. Who peeped at you? With this young master status, do I need to do such a thing? It was laughable just thinking about it. Bullshit. Stop talking nonsense. Since there's no need to talk between us, let's meet in the arena. Dong Yangbai directly said to Li Zongjiu. Do you see that person? Li Zongjiu pointed at Lan Kuan, who was currently sparring with the hunchback elder. Dong Yangbai wasn't blind, so he could naturally see it. Defeat him first, then come and find me. After patting Dong Yangbai's shoulder, Li Zongjiu left directly. Dong Yangbai was stunned for a moment. Was this kid serious? He actually dared to say such words to Dong Yangbai. This was forcing him to directly kill Li Zongjiu. He had even clenched his fist a few times. Very well, you asked for it. Let's see what other excuses you have. Dong Yangbai wasn't in a hurry to deal with Li Zongjiu. Instead, he walked directly in the direction of Kuan Erisher. Poor Kuan Erisher didn't know that Li Zongjiu's words had brought him a powerful enemy. Kuan Erisher was also fighting desperately in the arena. It took Li Zong a long time to find Feng Tingfei. Do you know who among these people has the drunken life flower? Li Zongjiu asked straightforwardly. This put Feng Tingfei in a difficult position. At this time, he obviously didn't say it casually. At least, this was considered a leak of information. However, Li Zongjiu came personally to ask. If he didn't give an explanation, he wouldn't be able to get past this hurdle. Although this is against the rules, since Elderly personally asked, I'll give you face. In fact, the people of the Danyao clan have already contacted you. As far as I know, the Drunken Life Flower is in the hands of these people. But I'm not very clear about who has it. Feng Tingfei said, although it was equivalent to not saying anything. At least this could be used to identify some people. The Dongyao clan? When Li Zongjiu heard this name, he frowned. It wasn't because he had never heard of it. On the contrary, it was because he had heard of the name of the Dongyao clan that he knew clearly that with the strength of the Dongyao clan, they shouldn't appear in such a place. This was a little surprising. Why would these people appear in such a place? With the strength of the Dongyao clan, they naturally wouldn't come to such a place. However, the people of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop are not simple. They used a lot of connections to invite these people here. When Feng Tingfei found out that the people of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop had invited the people of the Dongyao clan, he was terrified. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fortunately, he met Li Zongjiu. When such a hidden trump card was revealed, Feng Tingfei felt as if he had eaten a calming pill. Whether it was the previous Blue Void or the current Old Mo, those people were not qualified to fight with the people of the Dongyao clan. 10 Directions Medicine Hall seemed to have known about this long ago, so they just casually selected some people to go through the motions. However, it was still unknown whether they had secretly prepared any tricks. If Li Zongjiu were to fight with the people of the Dongyao clan now, it was obviously not a wise thing to do. Therefore, Feng Tingfei tried to persuade him. With the strength of the people of the Dongyao clan, they will definitely be able to make it to the end. When the time comes, you will definitely be able to face them. At this moment, we still need to conserve our strength. Bang! As soon as Feng Tingfei finished speaking, a loud noise was heard. At the front of the arena, a figure was directly sent flying to the ground. Kuan Erisher. The explosion just now came from the medicinal cauldron in Kuan Arashi's hand. In the competition in the arena just now, Kuan Arashi's medicinal cauldron was directly shattered. Kuan Arashi's figure fell to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A piece of trash. You want to compete with me with this kind of trash? A figure stood at the edge of the arena, looking at the person who fell to the ground in front of him with an incomparably arrogant attitude. Then he looked in the direction of Li Zongjiu, his eyes full of provocation. He made a quick judgment. Li Zongjiu's eyes immediately turned cold. The smile at the corner of his mouth was quite sinister. If Kuan Erisher couldn't make it out of this competition, it was Kuan Arashi's problem. However, you can kill Kuan Erisher, but you can't humiliate Kuan Erisher. No matter what, Kuan Erisher was Li Zongjiu's brother. You're courting death. It was just a simple word, but it made Feng Tengfei, who was standing beside him, feel an extremely inexplicable tremble. Chapter 8:14. Feng Tengfei's body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's aura was so cold that no one dared to get close to him. He immediately realized that something big was going to happen to Li Zongjiu. Feng Tengfei's heart was filled with nervousness and excitement. At the same time, he was a little worried. After all, Li Zongjiu could be said to be his only hope. He couldn't count on the other two. Feng Tengfei wasn't mentally prepared to let Li Zongjiu fight with these people from the Eastern Medicine clan so soon. That was why he was so nervous. "Are you okay? Hey, is there something wrong with your brain?" Li Yan helped Kun Arisher up. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't wait to rush up and tear apart this person's smirking mouth. It was a face that made people loathe just by looking at it. Kun Arisher also struggled to get up. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also walked over. First, he tapped Kun Arashi's body a few times. Finally, he slapped Kun Arashi's body. Kun Arisher suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body returned to normal. "You can break my hidden strength. Your eyesight is not bad. You are qualified to fight with me." Dong Yangbai looked at Li Zongjiu and said indifferently. There was a strange light in his eyes. He was surprised that Li Zongjiu could discover the hidden strength in Kun Arashi's body and remove it so easily. This was what surprised Dong Yangbai. This was not an ability that an alchemist should have. "I think you are really tired of living." Li Zongjiu glanced at the broken pieces of the alchemy cauldron on the stage. Every alchemy cauldron was the partner of an alchemist. Although it was not so mysterious, deliberately destroying the other party's things was also very hateful. Without saying a word, he walked up to the arena. "Since you are so arrogant, then let's bet 36th tier medicinal herbs." Li Zongjiu said directly, 36th grade medicinal herbs. This number was definitely a huge amount of pressure for a force like the 1,000 taste herb hull. This pressure was even enough to crush a powerful family. Even if the 100 medicine pavilion wanted to take out so many grade 6 medicinal ingredients at once, it would be somewhat difficult. He definitely wouldn't want to willingly take out this 6th grade medicinal ingredient. It was equivalent to cutting off a piece of meat from the 100 medicine pavilion. Are you trying to scare me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability." In the eyes of ordinary people, 30 stalks of grade 6 medicinal herbs was already an extremely terrifying gamble. However, Dong Yangbai only casually crooked his finger. "No problem. I'll give you whatever you want." In the eyes of these people, 6th grade medicinal herbs were only equivalent to pocket money. They did not put them in their eyes at all. This was the power of the Eastern medicine family, which controlled powerful resources. "What do you want to compete in? You can choose whatever you want." Dong Yangbai was obviously very confident. No matter what Li Zongjiu chose, he was confident that he could defeat Li Zongjiu directly. "Let's compete in what you just did. Compete in suppressing fire. Compete in suppressing fire." It was also a unique competition among alchemists. The flame in an alchemy furnace was not static, and during the process, it would often suddenly emerge when the pill was about to be refined, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. At this time, it was a test of the alchemist's ability to suppress the fire. Once the flames erupt, you won't have the chance to retract the power. If you were unable to suppress the flame, then your furnace of pills would easily turn into a pile of ashes. This was why the ability to suppress the flame was tested. Only an experienced alchemist would be able to control the sudden change of the flame. The competition in this arena was to place the 2 alchemy furnaces together and send the flame to the other alchemy furnace. At the same time, the alchemist had to suppress the flame in his own alchemy furnace. Whoever extinguished the other's flame first would be the winner. This was the so-called competition in suppressing fire. Obviously, Kun Arisher and Dong Yangbai were competing in suppressing fire. The result could be seen from the scene. The fragments scattered all over the ground. Kuin Erasure even blew up the alchemy furnace in his hand. The other party did not show any mercy at all. This was completely to humiliate Kuin Erasure. Not only that, the guy in front of him secretly injected a few hidden forces into Kuin Arashi's body. It was this hidden force that caused Kuin Erasure to suffer such a serious injury. Be careful of this person. His flame is very strong. With great difficulty, Lan Kuin finally managed to squeeze out these words. After listening to Kuin Arashi's words, Li Zongjio gestured with his hands. Kuin Erasure was using the residual sun flame, which he had refined some time ago. Although it had only been a short time, Kuin Erasure was already quite proficient in it. No matter how bad the residual sun flame was, it shouldn't have failed so thoroughly. Therefore, the power of the other party's flame must be very strong. It couldn't be underestimated. I will pay him back tenfold for what he did to you. Li Zongjio's tone was calm. Those who didn't know him would think that Li Zongjio was acting tough. However, those who were familiar with Li Zongjio knew that Li Zongjio was really angry. When Lan Kuin faced the other party, he felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. In fact, in just a few minutes, he was already suppressed by the other party. Then he was directly detonated by the other party, causing him to be seriously injured. He knew that the other party had launched a sneak attack on him, but he had no way to resist or evade. Hee, let's compete in fire suppression. Let's start. Dongyang didn't care about what Li Zongjio was competing in. Anyway, as long as he stood in the arena, he wouldn't be able to walk away safely. He didn't know that Li Zongjio was also thinking the same. Boom! Dongyang once again took out his medicine cauldron. It was a blue medicine cauldron. Sky blue reverent cauldron. The corners of Dongyang Bai's mouth curled into a sneer. It was said that the celestial blue reverend cauldron was left behind by an ancient sovereign expert when he was refining pills. Now that it had fallen into Dongyang Bai's hands, it showed his strength and talent. Otherwise, why would the Eastern Medicine clan give such a precious item to Dongyang Bai? This guy is showing off again. Dong Xiubai said disdainfully when she saw this scene from below the arena. This guy really likes to show off. Showing off. Li Zongjio took out the Azura cauldron, which also landed on the ground with a boom. From the outside, the Azura cauldron was extremely low-key. Moreover, it was thinner than the sky blue reverent cauldron. However, Dongyang Bai frowned. The moment the Azura cauldron appeared, the surroundings were filled with a faint killing intent. Chapter 8:15. Of course, the people below the stage couldn't feel it, but the people on the stage naturally felt the deterrence of Li Zongjio's Azura cauldron. However, Dongyang Bai was still extremely confident in himself. The cauldron in his hand was a treasure passed down from his ancestors. To be able to obtain it, one needed to have the corresponding strength. As for the cauldron in Li Zongjio's hand, he knew at a glance that it must have come from some crooked ways. There was no need to worry about it. Come on. The cauldron was one aspect, but the flame was also very important. Poison, torment, true scripture. The two of them sat on the ground. Dongyang Bai took the lead and slapped Li Zongjio's Azura cauldron. Obviously, Dongyang Bai's main strategy was to attack. Only offense was the best defense. When the energy poured into the Azura cauldron, a flame suddenly appeared in Li Zongjio's Azura cauldron. The flame constantly collided with the Azura cauldron. Poison, torment, true fire. Dongyang Bai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although the cultivation of this primordial flame was born within the body, it also consumed a lot of natural treasures. In order to birth this flame within his body, it could be said that he had gone through a lot of hardships. If one wanted to stand out in such a big family, one must be ruthless to oneself. Only by being ruthless to oneself could one become a real expert. Otherwise, one would only be trampled under others' feet. Being born in a big family was never a very lucky thing. Dongyang Bai was an expert who stepped on the bones of geniuses of the same age. In front of Dongyang Bai, nothing could stop him. At the very least, this was what almost everyone was thinking. When Dongyang Bai's poison torment True Fire occupied Li Zongjiu's Azura cauldron, Kuin Arashi's eyes widened when he saw this scene. This guy can control the flame in the cauldron to attack. His method is very strange. Moreover, the cauldron can turn into a highly poisonous object. Kuin Arashur exclaimed. He didn't even have time to remind Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also placed his palm on it, allowing the flames and poison to enter his body. He saw that Li Zongjiu did not attack, but only focused on defense. Absorbing the flame into one's body was an extremely risky action. Of course, it was only possible to absorb the energy into one's body in order to relieve the pressure in the cauldron in a very desperate situation. Li Zongjiu had used such a method the moment he came up. It was obvious that he was trying to find a reason for himself to die faster. When the rest of the people saw Li Zongjiu's behavior, they were clearly amateurs. Or rather, they were so frightened by the person in front of them that they didn't know how to deal with such a situation. I thought this Li Zongjiu had some ability. It seems that he is also a short-lived ghost. He panicked when faced with a little pressure. I'm afraid he can't withstand it with this kind of endurance. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt very sorry for Li Zongjiu's inexperience. In this kind of battlefield, a small mistake was enough to turn you into ashes. What else could you do? Dongyang Bai originally thought the same, but after a few seconds, he completely changed his mind. The tormenting true fire in his body was constantly spreading from the Azura cauldron into Li Zongjiu's body. No matter how much energy there was, it was all absorbed by Li Zongjiu. When his own flame entered Li Zongjiu's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. It was directly absorbed by Li Zongjiu, just like that. How is this possible? Is there no limit to this guy's body? He looked at Li Zongjiu, who was still expressionless. The only thing that changed was his robe swaying due to the fluctuation of yuan qi. Other than that, there was nothing wrong with him. Is this all you've got? Li Zongjiu looked at Dongyang Bai in front of him. At this moment, Dongyang Bai saw one thing in Li Zongjiu's eyes. It was contempt. This was a kind of extreme contempt. It was a look that didn't put Dongyang Bai in his eyes at all. Dongyang Bai had once looked up at a person, and his memory of this gaze was very clear. However, he hadn't seen such a gaze for a long time after he became successful. Now, this gaze was repeated on Li Zongjiu's body. Dongyang Bai was naturally furious. Oh no, Dongyang Bai is angry. Dong Xiubai said softly when she saw that Dongyang Bai's eyes had become radical. Based on her understanding of Dongyang Bai, although the latter looked frivolous, in fact, it was very difficult to provoke him. Dongyang Bai even had full confidence in doing anything he wanted. But now his eyes changed so quickly. He was obviously angered by Li Zongjiu. Then, one could feel that Dongyang Bai's aura had soared. At this moment, it seemed that the world had also felt the throbbing of the power of the wind and clouds. Boom! The domineering power seemed to be drawn from the boundless sky. There seemed to be a surge of energy around Dongyang Bai's body. A huge black tiger covered in flames placed its claws on Dongyang Bai's body. Then the tiger's figure slowly emerged. Roar! A tiger roar sounded. The black tiger's appearance was full of majesty. It had an aura that could devour the world. With a gentle sweep of the tiger's tail, a heat wave swept across like a hurricane, rolling up a frenzy on the ground. Boom! Dongyang Bai had already decided to get rid of Li Zongjiu as quickly as possible, to avoid any more trouble. Oh, subduing Flame Tiger? When Li Zongjiu saw the power of Dongyang Bai's original soul, he was shocked. This was because the hidden Flame Tiger itself was very powerful. It was not easy to obtain such a primordial spirit. Furthermore, after a long period of cultivation, the hidden flame tiger could also reach the peak of the Type 6 realm. It was equivalent to a peak primitive emperor expert. Therefore, the quality of the subduing flame tiger was very strong. Hearing Li Zongjie say the name of the subduing flame tiger, Dong Yangbai was surprised and proud. It seemed that Li Zongjie was not a frog at the bottom of the well. In this case, he could clearly understand the power of the subduing flame tiger. Since you know, then you can be considered to have died with a clear understanding. The subduing flame tiger jumped onto the Azura cauldron. Then, as it trembled, a terrifying flame surged into Li Zongjie's Azura cauldron. Boom! Chapter 8:16. Within Li Zongjie's Azura cauldron, there seemed to be a heat wave surging, like a tsunami of flames. However, the Azura cauldron did not move at all, standing firmly in its original position. At the same time, all the energy was rushing towards Li Zongjie's body. Li Zongjie's expression did not change, sitting steadily like a mountain. However, as the power of the subduing flame tiger surged into Li Zongjie's body started to turn red. It looked like a piece of red-hot iron. Seeing Li Zongjie's body turn red, everyone was on tenterhooks. Was Li Zongjie going to explode like a watermelon? Wouldn't that be too bloody? Dong Yangbai seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope as he increased the energy in his body again. He did not hesitate to release it. Ancient, golden, tyrannical body technique. At this moment, Li Zongjie was also madly circulating the primordial body technique. His originally red body gradually stabilized at this moment, and the color of his skin also returned to normal. How is this possible? What is this guy's body made of? Li Zongjie's body was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the torturous true flame. Moreover, it seemed like he was not satisfied yet. If not for Dong Yangbai's profound strength, he would have been sucked dry by Li Zongjie. At this moment, Li Zongjie seemed to be really dissatisfied with the current situation. Is this all you have? No wonder you're just a piece of trash your whole life. Li Zongjie's voice was like thousands of silver needles piercing Dong Yangbai's ears, piercing into the depths of his soul, making Dong Yangbai furious. Unfortunately, now was not the time for Dong Yangbai to show off, because Li Zongjie already knew the ins and outs of Dong Yangbai. He had even given Dong Yangbai enough time and opportunity to show off. It was all because he was too weak. Absorb! A terrifying suction force came from Li Zongjie's body. It sucked Dong Yangbai's energy into his body. This was equivalent to directly stripping energy from Dong Yangbai's body. Even if Dong Yangbai wanted to withdraw his hand, it was already firmly sucked in. Not good. Dong Yangbai seems to be at a disadvantage. Dong Hanshan's expression turned ugly when he saw Dong Yangbai. He was no longer the one taking the initiative to transfer the flames into Dong Yangbai's body. Instead, Dong Yangbai was forced to be absorbed by Li Zongjie. The Eastern Frost Mountain had never expected anyone to be able to do such a thing. However, seeing that Dong Yangbai had fallen into such a predicament, Li Zongjie was indeed quite capable. Don't worry, that guy hasn't used his ultimate move yet. Dong Xiaobai calmed down. After all, Dong Yangbai was a genius of the Dongyao clan. It wouldn't be easy for such a small setback to knock him down. If it was really that easy, the Dongyao clan wouldn't have become one of the 4 great clans of the Xingu continent. Dong Yangbai felt that Li Zongjie's motive was to suck him dry. Did he really think that the people of the Dongyao clan were pushovers? All right, since you want to challenge me, come on. Dong Yangbai growled and placed both his palms on the Azura cauldron. Boom! The entire Azura cauldron shook, and a crack spread directly in front of Li Zongjie. At the same time, an even more tyrannical force poured into the Azura cauldron from Dong Yangbai's right hand. Dong Yangbai had been resisting with his left hand before, but when he placed his right hand on the cauldron, he immediately felt a violent force surging out. The force was 10 times stronger than before. Even the subduing flame tiger was excited at this moment. It growled and unfolded a pair of flaming wings on its back. As the pair of flaming wings flapped, the clouds in the sky were directly burned by the energy and dyed red by the flames. "Something's wrong with my right hand." Li Zongjio also felt some pressure at this moment. The surging power caused Li Zongjio's body to involuntarily release a golden light. With the appearance of the golden light, Li Zongjio's defense suddenly increased. However, this was an accident. Li Zongjio didn't expect his opponent's explosive power to be so strong. If it weren't for the golden light protecting his body, he would have been swallowed by the power and sent flying. "Did you seal the power inside? It seems like you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve." Li Zongjio looked at Dong Yangbai calmly. Li Zongjio's calm expression immediately set off a storm in Dong Yangbai's heart. Why was he still unable to kill Li Zongjio after using the raging flame Qilin arm? This Li Zongjio is too resistant to beatings. What is this thing? Since you've used up all your tricks, it's time for you to taste mine. Li Zongjio wasn't here to watch your performance. He was here to teach you a lesson. Immediately, the Azura cauldron trembled. Suddenly, a black light was released from the Azura cauldron. A black figure covered in blood, holding a long scythe, descended like the god of death. Beneath his feet were flames. These flames were the tormenting true fire, but they couldn't get close to him. It was an artifact spirit. When the crowd saw the black figure appear, they all exclaimed one after another. This was because the black figure belonged to the Azura cauldron's artifact spirit. The appearance of the artifact spirit immediately brought an extremely shocking performance to these people. This cauldron actually has an artifact spirit. What a powerful artifact spirit! It's even more powerful than an origin spirit. Some people exclaimed when they saw the power of the Azura. A cauldron with an artifact spirit would be able to cultivate twice the results with half the effort. However, this artifact spirit didn't seem to be very good at assisting in alchemy. When the artifact spirit appeared, the long scythe in his hand slashed downwards. Boom! The subduing flame tiger was instantly struck by the Azura scythe, and one of its wings turned into ashes. Boom! The Azura leaped and rushed towards Dong Yangbai. This move immediately made Dong Yangbai feel immense pressure. Even so, Li Zongjio didn't violate any rules. The scythe in the Azura's hand slashed towards Dong Yangbai. Chapter 817. Azura's sudden attack was beyond Dong Yangbai's expectations. He did not even know how the cauldron was able to give birth to an artifact spirit. Even if there really was an artifact spirit, it should have been destroyed by his tormenting true fire. It should have been under his control. How could it break out so quickly? The tormenting true fire in his body automatically protected him. However, the Azura's movements were very big. He continuously chopped down with his blade without the slightest bit of hesitation. Dong Yangbai was almost unable to withstand the continuous fierce attacks. "Subduing flame tiger!" Dong Yangbai roared. However, in the next moment, the subduing flame tiger was sent flying by the Azura cauldron. With a loud bang, the Azura cauldron caught the subduing flame tiger. When Li Zongjio caught the subduing flame tiger, the Azura cauldron caught the subduing flame tiger. Dong Yangbai instinctively sensed that something was wrong. A sense of crisis rose in his heart. Oh no! In the next moment, Dong Yangbai immediately retracted his energy. The subduing flame tiger was being roasted by the terrifying flames in the Azura cauldron. Boom! The subduing flame tiger kept hitting the Azura cauldron with its claws, producing loud bangs. The subduing flame tiger seemed to be in extreme pain. The subduing flame tiger was being roasted alive. Some people even felt sorry for the subduing flame tiger when they heard its tragic cries. Dong Yangbai was nervous as well. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the Fu Yen tiger suffer in agony. "Li Zongjio, you're courting death." Dongyangbai used his blazing Qilin arm to pinch Azura in front of him. In an instant, the Azura cauldron's body exploded. The ferocity in his eyes and his aura surged. He wanted to use his true strength. Even if he had to use his Yuan energy, he wanted to cripple Li Zongjiu. How could he torture his original spirit? Even if Dongyangbai wanted to take back his subduing flame tiger, it would be impossible. Lunar Stupa, endless torment. Dongyangbai angrily roared as the flames around him gathered like a storm. Extremely terrifying power condensed, and a powerful ring of fire appeared around Dongyongbai's body. Immediately, Dongyongbai's eyes turned sharp. "You're courting death." In Dongyongbai's eyes, Li Zongjiu, who came from the mortal world, had thoroughly angered him, the young master of the high and mighty Dongyongbai. An expert like him was born to be above others. It was not up to a mere mortal to tell him what to do. Right now, such an aura was spreading out, as expected of someone from the clan of Eastern medicine. When Wu Qingfeng saw Dongyongbai's imposing aura, he became serious. Under such an imposing aura, the surrounding people were overshadowed. Even the aura of all the people present couldn't compare to Dongyongbai's aura. From this, one could see how strong Dongyongbai was. Even if this guy were to fight all of them alone, it wouldn't be a problem. "You think you're so capable." Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, a black cloud emerged above Black Horse Town. Following the appearance of the dark clouds, the surrounding temperature rose abruptly. At this moment, it was as if a huge volcano was floating above their heads. "Mountain of obsidian fire!" Li Zongjiu turned the obsidian fire in his hand into a huge mountain of flames. The terrifying aura that Dongyongbai had displayed before also disappeared at this moment. This was because Dongyongbai's aura seemed so weak compared to Li Zongjiu's aura. Boom! The mountain of obsidian fire fell directly towards Dongyongbai. "You're just a facade." Dongyongbai pushed with both hands, and the huge ring of fire around him was pushed out and shrouded upwards. Bang! However, Dongyongbai's power appeared to be very weak. Just by getting close to the mountain of obsidian fire, it began to collapse. After that, the volcano fell straight down and directly pressed Dongyongbai's sky-blue imperial cauldron under it. Dongyongbai looked at his sky-blue imperial cauldron in horror. Impossible! In the next moment, a crack appeared on the sky-blue imperial cauldron. As the power increased, a terrifying crack immediately appeared on the sky-blue imperial cauldron. Bang! 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 The sky-blue imperial cauldron was blown to pieces. At the same time, a muffled sound came from the Azura cauldron. Then, a black smoke spread out from the Azura cauldron, but the Azura cauldron itself was unscathed. Puff! Dongyongbai spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body suddenly flew out of the arena. Li Zongjiu's finger moved slightly and immediately pulled a fragment of the sky-blue imperial cauldron towards Dongyongbai. Presumptuous! Don Hanshan saw Li Zongjiu's little trick and immediately rushed towards Dongyongbai. Now that they were outside, he represented the reputation and face of the Eastern medicine clan. How could he just watch Dongyongbai be crippled? After shattering the fragment that was rushing towards Dongyongbai with a palm, Don Hanshan glared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. "You actually want to kill me to silence me? How cruel of you! Today, the Eastern medicine clan will not let you go." Don Hanshan pointed at Li Zongjiu and said coldly, "You talk too much." The mountain of flames did not dissipate, and it continued to press down on Don Hanshan. Don Hanshan felt that Li Zongjiu had no intention of stopping and was shocked. However, he did not stop what he was doing. Immediately, a Vajra fan appeared in Don Hanshan's hand. With a slight sway, an incomparably cold gust of wind rushed towards the flaming mountain. Boom! However, it was to no avail. The Eastern Frost Mountain was instantly crushed by the power of the mountain of obsidian fire. His entire body was sent flying, and the ground beneath his feet cracked from the impact. Puff! Dong Hanshan's body also flew backwards and landed on the ground. Dong Xiaobai stretched out her hand and beckoned, pulling the two of them behind her. However, when Dong Yangbai's body was in the air, he seemed to feel a force tearing at him. Rip! Puff! Dong Yangbai immediately woke up from the intense pain. His right hand was forcibly torn off. Blood splattered on the ground, and this arm was directly wrapped by the obsidian flames and burned to ashes. So what if you are one of the 4 great clans of the continent? Even if you are the emperor, you can forget about stepping on Li Zongjiu's head. If you are wrong, you will have to pay the price. Chapter 8:18. Dong Xiaobai could only watch as Dong Yangbai's arm was torn off by Li Zongjiu. Moreover, the eastern frost mountain was closer, so he could see it more clearly. Dong Yangbai's arm had been torn off so easily. There was a powerful force sealed in Dong Yangbai's right hand. Now that his arm had been torn off, the force naturally no longer existed. When Dong Yangbai woke up and realized that his arm had been cut off by Li Zongjiu, he couldn't bear such a blow. He covered his severed arm and stared at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu, I, Dong Yangbai, will fight you to the death. Dong Yangbai roared. Li Zongjiu frowned when he saw the look in Dong Yangbai's eyes. His expression turned frosty. Oh, then you shall die. Li Zongjiu immediately leaped from the arena and rushed towards Dong Yangbai without any hesitation. Wait. Dong Xiaobai saw Li Zongjiu attack again. She obviously knew that these people were no match for Li Zongjiu. Dong Yangbai had completely angered Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had killed countless people. It didn't matter if he killed one more or one less. Since this was a situation where he would fight to the death, there was no need to leave anyone alive. Li Zongjiu was fearless when he saw Dong Xiaobai standing in front of him. So what if a woman was in his way? Naturally, he could easily get rid of her. However, an item appeared in Dong Xiaobai's hand. Li Zongjiu's eyes were like torches. When he saw the item, his killing intent gradually disappeared. My Dongyao clan was in the wrong for what happened today. This token can be exchanged for your life. In a moment of desperation, Dong Xiaobai had no choice but to withdraw the defensive treasure. It was a command token that was only the size of a thumb. Anyone who had some experience in Jianghu would have heard of this token, but never seen it. After all, only the top clans of the continent could take out something like that. As for the value of this item, only those who had experienced it would know just how valuable it was. To these colossal families, this item symbolized their family's reputation, and they would use their family's reputation in exchange for their lives. The name of this item was the thumb token. It was also known as a contract order. The person who possessed the command of the thumb was indebted to the clan. At the same time, it was a life-saving item. If the person possessed the command of the thumb, the clans in the continent would not be enemies with them. In fact, they could even ask the clan with the command of the thumb to do something within their power. Li Zongjiu reached out and took the thumbs-up token. Eastern Blue's contract order? Who are you in Eastern Heavens? Looking at the contract token in his hand, Li Zongjiu frowned as he looked at the woman before him. You know my great-grandfather? Dong Xiaobai looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. In fact, the true meaning of the command of the thumb wasn't that of a clan, because that wasn't very specific. To be able to take out the command of the thumb meant that there was a sovereign realm expert among them. What it represented was the promise of a supreme being expert. Thus, one could imagine the weight of this token. This was the reason why Li Zongjiu stopped. Li Zongjiu naturally couldn't offend a sovereign realm expert. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and the Shengyan dynasty wouldn't be able to protect Li Zongjiu. If he were to face a sovereign realm expert now, it would be difficult for Li Zongjiu to escape. When Li Zongjiu became a sovereign realm expert in the future, he had crossed paths with Eastern Blue. In the beginning, Eastern Blue was also quite arrogant, but he was gradually overtaken by Li Zhongjiu. Eastern Blue's strength was only average in the sovereign realm. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu was in existence at the peak of the sovereign realm. The gap between them could be imagined. It was even more terrifying. Li Zhongjiu still couldn't face the threat of a sovereign realm expert at the current stage. Of course, such ordinary matters didn't necessarily require the help of a sovereign realm expert. If every matter required the help of a sovereign realm expert, then this sovereign realm expert was too weak. With just a word, the Eastern Medicine Clan would mobilize the entire clan to deal with Li Zhongjiu. This time I'll give him face. Li Zhongjiu withdrew his hand. At the same time, he threw out the thumb token in his hand. Dong Xiaobai caught the thumb token in her hand and looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. Since Li Zhongjiu could call out Eastern Blue's name, he must know the true meaning of this item. But now, Li Zhongjiu actually returned such an important item. Looking at Li Zhongjiu's eyes, it seemed that he really didn't care about this item. He clearly knew the value of this item in his hand, but he still returned it. It could be seen that Li Zhongjiu's strength was really unfathomable. Now that the two of them were seriously injured, Dong Xiaobai naturally couldn't stay here for long. She immediately left with the two of them. Wu Qingfeng also quickly sent people to pick them up. No one had expected that this matter would end up like this. Wu Qingfeng was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that Li Zhongjiu's strength was so strong. Even the people of the Dongyao clan were no match for Li Zhongjiu. They were all easily defeated, and that guy was even seriously injured. If Li Zhongjiu really killed Dong Yangbai, Wu Qingfeng's future would be bleak. Naturally, Wu Qingfeng would not have a good time in the future. He would not be able to escape the responsibility of the Eastern Medicine Clan. When Feng Tingfei saw Li Zhongjiu defeat Dong Yangbai, he was happy. But when he saw that Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill Dong Yangbai as well, he couldn't sit still. If he really killed Dong Yangbai, Feng Tingfei's fate wouldn't be any better. In front of the Dongyao clan, who cared about right or wrong, if one of them got into trouble, everyone would have to suffer together. This was the benefit of having great strength. Right or wrong didn't matter. Strength was what really mattered. The people of the Dark Horse Elixir Association didn't dare to provoke Li Zhongjiu. The scene today was very grand. Li Zhongjiu had defeated the two geniuses of the Eastern Medicine Clan all by himself. No one would dare to believe it if they were in his shoes, and no one present could think that they were Li Zhongjiu's opponent. After that, in the Dark Horse Elixir Association, the rest of the competition directly became a foil, no longer dazzling. Just based on the 30 stalks of Tier 6 spiritual herbs that Li Zhongjiu had just won, it was enough to secure his position as the champion. Chapter 819. In the next 2 days, Li Zhongjiu did not need to appear. With this great god around who could easily take someone's life, how many people dared to face Li Zhongjiu head-on? These people even deliberately forgot about Li Zhongjiu for the time being. They did not want to think of this terrifying demon. Even Wu Qingfeng and the others were already well aware of each other. In this Dark Horse Elixir meeting, the biggest winner was naturally the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Feng Tingfei had made a great contribution this time, so his heart was naturally very happy. Although Li Zhongjiu had cut off an arm of the Dongyao family, this was not a big deal. After all, the reputation of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was here. It was not something that could be easily manipulated. The bigger the family, the more they would pay attention to their own reputation and integrity. They would not be too embarrassed. Not to mention that this was done openly in the arena. No one could find any fault with it. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much. The 100 Medicine Pavilion took the initiative to send 56th grade medicinal herbs to Li Zhongjiu. Not to mention Li Zhongjiu's contribution today, which created such good conditions for the 100 Medicine Pavilion in the future. Just Li Zhongjiu's strength and potential were here. Of course, it was a great sin. Now that there was such a good opportunity, it was natural to establish a good relationship with Li Zhongjiu. Naturally, Li Zongjio didn't need to be polite. The next elixir that he was going to refine basically required a large number of grade 6 elixirs. To be honest, in the previous life, Li Zongjio began to study alchemy after he became famous. In the beginning, the things that he used to practice were all 5th grade and 6th grade medicinal herbs. Li Zongjio had never touched some low-grade medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Li Zongjio cared more about this basic skill, so he had a good understanding of these low-grade medicinal herbs. In the next 2 days, Li Zongjio did not have to appear at all to destroy the balance of the Dark Horse elixir meeting. This way it was even easier. Every day, he cultivated in the cultivation room. As for Lan Kuan, he was directly thrown into the Dark Horse pill gathering by Li Zongjio. Lan Kuan was given the opportunity to roam around. It could be said that every battle was unusually intense, causing Lan Kuan to feel exhausted. However, it was this strong pressure that made Kuan Erasure grow rapidly in the Dark Horse elixir meeting. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that refining pills could be so fucking tiring. Lan Kuan had never thought that the competition between alchemists would actually have such a method. It was simply a variety of methods. Although most of them evolved from basic skills, Lan Kuan was aware of the importance of these basic skills. He had to lay a solid foundation. Only then could he go further on the road of alchemy. Li Yan also stayed in the room for a few days. Sometimes she did not even have time to eat. Li Zongjio also took the initiative to send some low-grade primordial stones to Li Yan so that she could improve in the process of the experiment. After all, Li Zongjio had no way to guide Li Yan on the formation. However, the primordial stones used to support Li Yan's cultivation were a lot. Just take it. He did not dare to say anything else, but the primordial stones were definitely enough. On the 3rd day, the Dark Horse elixir meeting had basically come to an end. Although some veteran experts had been killed by Li Zongjio, such as Qian Kuan, one of the 2 most threatening Crimson Cloud 5 saints, Alchemy Saint still had another person. After getting rid of these 2 people, this year's Dark Horse elixir meeting had a lot of newcomers. Kuan Erasure also relied on his own strength to decisively enter the top 5. His ranking was even higher than Old Mo's. Old Mo also had a head-on fight with Kuan Erasure. However, he found that this young man looked immature, but after a few days, the speed of his growth could be described as terrifying. This guy's learning ability and perseverance were also very strong. In the end, Kuan Erasure won. Old Mo was also convinced of his loss. The first place was naturally Li Zongjio. The second place was Dong Xiubai of the Eastern Medicine Clan. Dong Xiubai did not take the initiative to challenge Li Zongjio. After all, Dong Xiubai also knew about Li Zongjio's strength and did not dare to act rashly. However, the clan naturally had to complete the task entrusted by the people of 10 Direction Medicine Hall. After Dong Xiubai defeated all the experts present, he left immediately. He didn't even give these people a chance to meet and search for him. Even Wu Qingfeng couldn't find these people. He had to at least express his gratitude. Wasn't it a little too fast for him to leave? He had no choice but to leave. It was extremely humiliating to stay. The 2 of them were defeated by Li Zongjio, even though they joined forces. Of course, it was extremely humiliating. The 3rd place was an expert invited by the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Shop. Without any suspense, he was defeated by Dong Xiubai. However, the rest of the people were not his opponent. It was said that this person was very low-key. He was a hidden expert from a small city. He had not easily exposed his strength for many years. Now that he showed his strength, it was also amazing. However, this glory was also suppressed by Li Zongjio and Dong Xiubai. The 4th place was also a native expert of Qian State. He was also a frequent guest of the Dark Horse Alchemy Assembly. In the past, he could easily enter the top 3, but this time he could not. As for the people in front of him, he didn't dare to casually say the word challenge. This alchemy assembly also led to the emergence of many elixirs. Next was the 7-day free trade market. The 6th grade elixirs, or some other things that you obtained, could be sold. At the same time, you could also buy a lot of things. Young Master, Wu Qingfeng of 10 Direction Medicine Hall requests to see you. Tian Fei came to report. Wu Qingfeng represented 10 Direction Medicine Hall. Naturally, there would be more exchanges in the future. Let him in, Li Zongjiu said. As soon as Wu Qingfeng entered, he cupped his hands to Li Zongjiu. Congratulations, elderly. You have won the first place of this Dark Horse Alchemy Assembly. Hearing Wu Qingfeng's words, Li Zongjiu did not show much expression. Wu Qingfeng also knew that Li Zongjiu was not a polite person. Immediately, he took out a metal box from his arms. Looking at the carvings on the outside, it was obviously a very precious thing. Mysterious yellow iron. When Li Zongjiu saw this box, he had a guess in his heart. There was only one thing that could be suppressed by the heaven and earth chi. Previously, I heard that Elderly was looking for the drunken dream flower. I looked around and finally found one. Elderly, would you like to have a look? Chapter 820. Li Zongjiu opened box. Immediately, a dreamy aura filled the entire room. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had a strong mental fortitude, they would have been swallowed by the dreamy aura when the radiance appeared. The two of them stabilized their minds. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu's mental energy was able to suppress the drunken life flower. The latter couldn't move at all. Otherwise, with Wu Qingfeng's strength, it would have been difficult for him to suppress the drunken life flower. He would have been more or less affected. In order to obtain this item, Wu Qingfeng had spent a lot of effort to obtain this flower. In the face of someone like Li Zongjiu, if he wanted to rope him in, he had to choose this point no matter what. If he couldn't, then everything would be useless. Seeing Li Zongjiu's expression, Wu Qingfeng knew that he had made the right choice this time. Li Zongjiu was very satisfied. I'll accept this item. If there's anything, Hall Master Wu can just say it. Li Zongjiu's expression changed very quickly. After all, this item was exactly what Li Zongjiu wanted. What else could he do? Elder Li's words are too serious. Our 10 Directions Medicine Hall has a wide range of alchemists. Elder Li is so young and promising. Naturally, 10 Directions Medicine Hall wants to make friends with you. If Elder Li needs anything in the future, you can come directly to 10 Directions Medicine Hall to look for me. Wu Qingfeng hurriedly said. To 10 Directions Medicine Hall, this kind of statement was like giving an indefinite guarantee. Although they said that they didn't need any help, they might come looking for them in the future. Li Zongjiu also knew Wu Qingfeng's intentions. However, now that he had obtained the drunken life flower, he was in a happy state. Naturally, he didn't want to argue with this fellow. Well said. If there's anything your 10 Directions Medicine Hall can't handle in the future, just come and look for me. Li Zongjiu also said something. In the ears of ordinary people, these words were simply arrogant and boundless. What did he mean by something that the 10 Directions Medicine Hall couldn't handle? Could it be that a mere Li Zongjiu was more powerful than the 10 Directions Medicine Hall? However, Wu Qingfeng listened attentively. Instead, when he heard these words, a smile appeared on his face. It was hard to imagine that the Vice Hall Master of the 10 Direction Medicine Hall could still laugh after hearing such words. Ordinary people didn't know the power Li Zongjiu possessed, but Wu Qingfeng couldn't be more clear about it. With Li Zongjiu's ability, he was already so powerful now. In the future, he would be even more powerful. As long as Li Zongjiu was still alive, his achievements would be limitless. Of course. I still have some follow-up matters to deal with, so I won't disturb Elderly. Wu Qingfeng immediately excused himself. After all, Li Zongjiu was now in a state of excitement. In the current situation, he wouldn't care about Wu Qingfeng. Wu Qingfeng had done a very good job in this aspect. He had never been tactless. Tian Fei, see him out. Li Zongjiu shouted. After all, he was quite satisfied with Wu Qingfeng, so he had to give the latter some face. After Wu Qingfeng's investigation, he also found out that Tian Fei's background wasn't simple. Now that he was able to stand beside Li Zongjiu, it could be seen that Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't simple. There was only Li Zongjiu in the room. This is the drunken dream, flower. Since you brought it out from such a place, I'd like to see what's so special about you. Immediately, Li Zongjiu took out the drunken dream flower from the mysterious yellow iron box. Immediately, the drunken dream flower's power seemed to be revived, and it directly enveloped Li Zongjiu. An overwhelming feeling of darkness came over him. Boom! At this moment, Li Zongjiu couldn't even stand firmly on his feet. He only felt that his head was fiercely bombarded. After stabilizing his body, there was a moment of blurriness in his eyes. At this moment, Li Zongjiu seemed to be trapped in chaos, and it wasn't easy for him to stabilize his body. White God Fu. Li Zongjiu silently chanted the white god Fu in his heart. The white dragon original spirit appeared and helped Li Zongjiu to stabilize his body. The surrounding scene was filled with white light. This situation seemed to be a terrifying illusion. What a terrifying mental energy pressure! Li Zongjiu was also surprised. However, he quickly found a new cultivation method. Immediately, he approached the drunken dream flower and concentrated the energy of this thing on his body. It formed a state of cultivation. Li Zongjiu's strength slowly increased under the pressure of the drunken dream flower. Buzz! His mental state was also constantly increasing. Ardent Earth Sect. The attack on Ardent Earth Sect was not announced to the public. Of course, such a matter would be covered up as much as possible. Back then, Li Zongjiu's attack was very short. Therefore, this matter wasn't announced in a short period of time. However, within the Ardent Earth Sect, there were still many spies who came from other places. Very quickly, this news was leaked out. When the people outside heard about this, it directly caused a huge uproar. They never expected Li Zongjiu to be so arrogant. After all, attacking the Ardent Earth Sect within the borders of the Qiyun region meant that they were still a force to be reckoned with. In just a short period of time, Li Zongjiu's reputation increased by another fold. Within Ardent Earth Sect, there was an uproar because of Li Zongjiu's matter. Due to the heavy casualties of the elders and the destruction of the book depository building, they couldn't tolerate Li Zongjiu. Some people felt that such humiliation was simply unbearable. They had to do their best to kill Li Zongjiu. Even if they had to pay a huge price, they had to do it. Otherwise, wouldn't these people's faces be completely lost? Some people also analyzed the situation carefully. Li Zongjiu wasn't someone to be trifled with. After all, Li Zongjiu was the one who killed the young sect master of Mystic Yuan sect. However, Li Zongjiu was still alive and well. This meant that even Mystic Yuan sect couldn't do anything to Li Zongjiu. As for the people that the Mystic Yuan sect couldn't handle, they had asked for help from the Ardent Earth sect. This was clearly a borrowed knife to kill someone. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's identity was the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Who would dare to mess around? Boom! Just as the people in the meeting hall were discussing intensely, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the back mountain of Ardent Earth Sect. Then an aura soared into the sky. Sect Master is out. Everyone's face was filled with surprise. Chapter 821. With such a huge commotion, the Ardent Earth Sect was naturally aware of it. Many disciples even thought that someone had come to attack the sect again. However, they soon found out that their sect master had come out of seclusion. When the sect master of Ardent Earth Sect came out of seclusion, Xing Qianqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, the sect master was the main culprit of this matter. If not for the fact that the sect master had sent him a voice transmission to deal with Li Zongjiu, things would not have turned out this way. Now, As the vice sect master, it was quite painful for him to stay in the sect. After all, he was the one who brought these people here. In the end, they destroyed 2 of the sect's buildings and caused heavy casualties. Many elders were also questioning him. What could he do? This matter wasn't what he wanted. Fortunately, the sect master had sent him a voice transmission. Now that the sect master had come out, all the pressure naturally shifted to the sect master. It had nothing to do with him anymore. The sect master of Ardent Earth sect, Qin Lai. People called him Qin Jiyang. This was because Qin Lai cultivated a set of Yuan arts called the 9 Suns Divine Art. When he used it, it was as if 9 resplendent suns were revolving around his body. Therefore, he was also called Qin Jiyang or Lord Jiu. Qin Lai stepped into the air and stepped into the meeting hall. When Qin Lai's figure landed on the ground, he observed the situation around him. Qin Lai was also clear about the matters within the sect. When he came out of seclusion, he had already learned about it. However, at that time, Qin Lai was at the critical juncture of breaking through, so he could not directly appear. "Greetings, sect master." When Qin Lai entered the hall, the surrounding people immediately came forward to greet him. However, there were even more people whose eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Their lips were also trembling slightly. From the looks of it, it seemed as though they had just walked out from an extremely sorrowful state. "Sect master, I'm useless." Xing Qianqiu directly knelt in front of Qin Lai. Rather than wait for Qin Lai to question him, it was better for him to confess first that Li Zongjiu is extremely arrogant. Today, he also wants to leave the Qian prefecture. Qin Lai glanced at the people around him and said indifferently, a mere Qilin battleship was enough to scare these people to such an extent. Such a sect was simply a bunch of trash gathered here. Therefore, Qin Lai had to use his own methods to keep Li Zongjiu here. After all, the Mystic Yuan sect had sent a message that they must keep Li Zongjiu within the Qian prefecture. If they could not do so, then, as the sect master, he would not have the slightest bit of face left. Qin Lai beckoned with his hand, and a terrifying aura swept over. The elders of the sect immediately followed after him. In total, there were more than 30 people. Li Zongjiu had killed so many people from the Ardent Earth sect. How could they let Li Zongjiu leave so easily? If he left safely, the Ardent Earth sect would no longer have any reputation to speak of. Black Horse Town. Li Zongjiu was in possession of over 100 Tier 6 spirit herbs, which naturally attracted countless flies. Naturally, these alchemists did not have such strength. However, they were able to gather all the forces within the Qiyun prefecture. With the strength of these people, even a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. No matter how strong one's individual strength was, one would still be able to feel the terror when facing such a terrifying opponent. Therefore, there were already many forces secretly gathering people. 20 miles outside of Black Horse Town, in a ruined temple. This was an earth temple. Unfortunately, it had long been ruined, and spiderwebs had already spread everywhere. Under the pitch-black night sky, there seemed to be a lot of faint lights coming from the earth temple. I had just received news that Li Zongjiu will leave tonight. Wherever he passes, he will definitely pass by here. That kid has a battleship in his hands. Now listen to my orders. In the earth temple, a calm voice sounded. They were a group of professional robbers and bandits. Their business was usually concentrated after a certain event, and then they would aim at some teams with rich harvests. When the other party did not expect it, they would directly rush out and carry out the most fatal blow. Often, if they did such a thing, they would be able to go back and enjoy themselves for a long time. When the battleship passes by this area, directly release the Mixed Thunder Pearl. Use the power of the Mixed Thunder Pearl to temporarily cause the opponent's battleship to lose its power. If the battleship is destroyed, then these people are like tigers with their teeth pulled out. There was only a flickering candle in the ruined temple. However, in the darkness, there were at least 10 pairs of eyes staring here. all listening attentively. "Don't worry, no one has ever been able to escape from the hands of our roaring tiger gang." Someone grinned. Their many years of experience in winning battles had given these people quite a lot of confidence. "The opponent this time is not simple. Don't be careless," the leader said in a deep voice. Their group was a group of ruthless people. But this Li Zongjio was also a very difficult guy to deal with. It was not easy to deal with him, so they could not be too careless. "Boss, the scouts in front have reported that Li Zongjio has left Black Horse Town and is heading towards us." A scout came to report, "Brothers, if we succeed in this mission, then we won't have to worry about the rest of our lives." The man with the code name Roaring Tiger said. The rest of the people also cried out one after another, displaying an extremely strong desire. In the distance, the Qilin battleship was slowly approaching. After the end of the Black Horse Elixir meeting, they had to return to Sacred Flame Imperial City. The disciples sent by the Li family should be arriving soon, so of course they had to make proper arrangements. Moreover, Li Yan was also a very talented array master, so naturally she could not be delayed. Li Zongjio also had to think carefully about which array master to guide Li Yan. After obtaining the Drunken Life Flower, there was no need to stay in Black Horse Town any longer. The people of the Roaring Tiger Gang were already on full alert. When they saw the Qilin battleship appear in their sight, they directly brought out all the people of the Roaring Tiger Gang. There were a total of 20 Yuan King level experts. With such a huge lineup, they believed that not many people would be able to stop them. It was estimated that even an Origin Emperor level expert would have to temporarily avoid them. These people did not only have the strength in their hands, but also some strange weapons and magic weapons. When Roaring Tiger saw that the Qilin battleship had entered the shooting range, he was about to give the order to attack, but suddenly he saw dozens of bright auras coming from further away. Chapter 8:22. Dozens of light beams surrounded Li Zongjio's Qilin warship. Down below, Qi Hu and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that these people would discover them. If they thought that they were in cahoots with Li Zongjio, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Isn't that the sect master of Ardent Earth sect? When they saw the figure in the sky, Shi Hu and the others trembled slightly. Only the sect master of Ardent Earth sect could release such a terrifying light. It was said that the sect master of the Ferocious Earth sect was in a state of seclusion. It seemed like Li Zongjio had really angered the sect master of the Ferocious Earth sect. Hence, such a situation had occurred. Qin Lai and the others surrounded the Qilin warship in a mighty manner. Their eyes were cold. Xing Qianqiu was also very excited. When Li Zongjio had caused such a scene, there was not a day that he did not think of cutting Li Zongjio into pieces to restore his reputation. Li Zongjio and the others were also surprised. They did not expect these people to chase after them directly. They were not afraid that the Qilin warship would crash into them and kill them. At first, Li Zongjio did not know who the other party was. They had actually killed their way in. However, when Li Zongjio saw Xing Qianqiu, he knew what was going on. "You guys are from Ardent Earth sect, right? You guys are really bold." Li Zongjio and the others walked out of the cabin. Kuan Erisher and Tian Fei were also looking at the experts around them with cold eyes. All of them were Yuan kings. If all of them attacked together, the threat they posed would be enormous. However, with the help of the Qilin battleship and the freakish Li Zongjio, they might not necessarily be afraid of these people. When they saw Li Zongjio appear, Xing Qianqiu pointed at Li Zongjio and shouted, "Sect leader, this man is that damned Li Zongjio." Qin Lai also looked at Li Zongjio. One day, when he was in seclusion, Gong Wuliang of the Mystic Yuan sect sent a voice transmission to him, waking him up from his cultivation state. This directly broke his cultivation state. However, it wasn't like Qin Lai didn't gain anything. In addition to the order to kill Li Zongjio, Gong Wuliang also brought him something that he couldn't refuse, a pill that would allow him to break through his current realm. It was also this pill that allowed Qin Lai's cultivation to break through. Otherwise, even if he continued to cultivate in seclusion for 10 or 20 years, it would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough. There was no doubt that it was such a good deal. After this breakthrough, Qin Lai's strength had also increased greatly. He didn't care about anyone in the world, so why would he care about a small Li Zongjiu? Li Zongjiu was just a flea blocking his path. You must be Li Zongjiu. Kill yourself, and I'll let the rest of you go. Qin Lai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stepping on the void. The content of his words was extremely arrogant. Although Li Zongjiu often said this, no one would obediently commit suicide every time he said it. Therefore, he simply omitted this nonsense later on. What was interesting was that he actually heard such a sentence from the mouth of his enemy. The desolate heaven essence appeared in his hand. Li Zongjiu immediately leaped and charged towards Qin Lai. As his figure flew, the desolate heaven essence in his hand slashed down furiously. 9 suns opening. Qin Lai let out a loud roar, and his entire body was immediately covered in golden light. Every ray of golden light seemed to be a sharp golden sword that directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. 9 suns opening. Suddenly, it was as if a real sun had appeared in the surroundings. It illuminated the surroundings. It scared Yu Hu and the others who were lying on the ground. They quickly buried their bodies in the ground. Otherwise, they would definitely be discovered under such a powerful light. If they were discovered by the people from the Ardent Earth sect, the consequences would be more troublesome. They might even have to go through a fierce battle. Everyone stay calm. Qi Hu shouted in a low voice. Under the strong light, some of his exposed skin seemed to have been scorched and was constantly emitting smoke. It was obvious how high the temperature was. Li Zongjiu was the first to bear the brunt. However, when the light landed on his body, it didn't cause much damage to Li Zongjiu. There was only a slight stinging sensation. Qin Lai was only a first-grade Origin Emperor. It wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Li Zongjiu. Back then, when he faced King Qing Yuan, Li Zongjiu still managed to withstand such a powerful expert. Furthermore, he even killed King Qing Yuan with his own hands. That would be meaningless. Clang! 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 The desolate heaven essence broke through all obstacles and rushed towards Qin Lai. When Qin Lai saw Li Zongjiu charging towards him, he naturally formed seals with both hands. Immediately, the surrounding golden light surged towards him and formed a golden cocoon. Boom! When Li Zongjiu's staff smashed down, the golden light cocoon around Qin Lai's body instantly shattered with a loud bang. The strong vibrations instantly sent Qin Lai flying. Qin Lai's figure was sent flying backwards. Pum! He landed heavily on the ground. The terrifying vibrations spread out, causing Qin Lai to spit out a mouthful of blood. He never expected Li Zongjiu's strength to be so domineering and powerful. It was unbelievable. After Qin Lai landed on the ground, Li Zongjiu took a step forward. The desolate heaven essence in his hand smashed towards Qin Lai's head. No! Qin Lai roared. He wanted to stop the force in front of him. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear. He knew Li Zongjiu's strength and the destructive power of his staff. However, even though he wanted to beg for mercy, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. With a bang, Qin Lai's head was smashed into pieces. At the same time, a huge pit appeared where Qin Lai was, and the surrounding scars spread out. As the sect master, Qin Lai had truly broken through to the Origin Emperor realm. He was prepared to show off his prowess and bring glory to the sect. However, he didn't expect that he would be smashed to death by Li Zongjiu's staff in the end. This was something he had never dreamed of. The scene was silent. Xing Qianqiu, who had stepped forward to accuse Li Zongjiu, was also at a loss as to what to do. Should he run away now? However, the people around him didn't move. He didn't know what to do either. However, when Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at him with a pair of vicious eyes, Xing Qianqiu knew that it was too late to escape now. Chapter 8:23. None of you will be leaving today. Li Zongjiu leaped up and appeared in front of an elder from the ferocious earth sect. The desolate heaven essence in his hand was like a sharp sword as it pierced through the elder's chest. Fresh blood flowed out instantly. With a gentle twist, he pulled the elder's body back and tore it into two halves. Great Elder! Xing Qianqiu saw that the Great Elder had been dealt with by Li Zongjiu in one move. The elder's body had been torn into two halves, and there was no chance for him to start over. He could not escape even if he wanted to. He wanted Xing Qianqiu to understand that no one here would be able to escape today. Tian Fei also rushed out with the Tianqin sword in his hand. The sharp sword aura swept towards the two people beside him and forced them to retreat. Kuin Erishur also rushed out with the Kuin winged spear in his hand and faced one of them head-on. This was a real battle. The power in Kuin Arashi's hands was also very strong. Coupled with the mind power he had cultivated by Master Jingyue's side, it had allowed Kuin Erishur to break through to the Yuan monarch realm. In terms of talent, he was considered quite talented among many people. He had already surpassed many geniuses. The Qilin warship was also activated. The small cannons around the warship opened fire instantly, severely injuring the few Yuan monarchs who were blocking the Qilin warship. Boom! 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 Instantly, flames soared into the sky. The desolate heaven essence in Li Zongjiu's hand was like a pestle pounding garlic. Whoever it rushed in front of would have their head smashed to smithereens. The killing on the battlefield was extremely fast. In the end, there were even two figures who panicked and fled into the distance. Li Zongjiu threw a mountain-toppling golden seal at them and smashed them into meat paste. After a while, even the wails could no longer be heard. All that could be seen were corpses dripping with blood. The only person left standing in the ferocious earth sect was Xing Qianqiu. Xing Qianqiu was no fool. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape from the people in front of him. He could only stay where he was and live for a few more minutes. He had thought that there would be more variables, but when he saw these people take action, Xing Qianqiu had never expected that he would be able to save the last few minutes. The thing I regret the most in my life is offending you, Li Zongjiu. Xing Qianqiu's throat was dry, and there was no light in his eyes. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, his heart was filled with despair. There was no longer any hope for him to live. But as for why he had offended Li Zongjiu, it was all that damned Qin Lai's fault. If not for Qin Lai's orders, he would not have had to find trouble with Li Zongjiu. He would have been doing well as the deputy sect master of the ferocious earth sect. In the end, Xing Qianqiu slapped his own head. His brain splattered dozens of meters away. You killed yourself pretty quickly. If you were a little later, you might not even have the chance to kill yourself. Li Zongjiu put away the desolate heaven essence. When he boarded the Qilin battleship, he looked down slightly. Qi Hu, who was hiding underground, also clearly felt Li Zongjiu's gaze. It was as cold as a blade and did not dare to move in the slightest, for fear that Li Zongjiu would descend from the sky and kill them all. Soon, a whistling sound could be heard from the sky. Then, the Qilin warship disappeared into the night sky. Only then did Qi Hu and the others, who were lying on the ground, heave a sigh of relief. When he got up from the ground, he felt that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Too fucking terrifying. Naturally, these people had also seen the scene that had just happened. It was only 100 meters away from them, but such a bloody massacre had already taken place. Moreover, the target of the massacre was the strongest lineup of the Ardent Earth sect. Almost the entire Ardent Earth sect had come, but in less than 10 minutes, they had all been wiped out by their own targets. Not a single one of them was left alive. Even the deputy sect master of the ferocious earth sect had committed suicide on the spot. It was obvious how much pressure they had been under. The people who had killed the people of the ferocious earth sect were indeed the targets of Qi Hu and the others. They even wanted to rob them. Now that they thought about it, it was simply too stupid. If they had rushed out just now, their fate would have been worse than the people of the ferocious Earth sect. Even the dozen people under them would not have been enough to kill Li Zongjio. That guy is too terrifying. Qi, who had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen a person as ruthless as Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio had killed all these people in one go. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Fortunately, these people are our scapegoats. Let's retreat. They had unexpectedly encountered such a bizarre incident today. It was already considered good that they were not scared out of their wits. How could he dare to continue doing this? At the very least, he had to take a break. The next target had to be accurate information on these people. Otherwise, if he met another Li Zongjio, it would be a disaster. All of them did not need to live anymore. The robbery plan of this group of people had failed. However, the scene of the destruction of the ferocious Earth sect was slowly spread out from these people's mouths. In the face of such a situation, such a heroic scene, there would always be a time when they would brag. It was normal for them to say all these things. Li Zongjio naturally discovered Qi, Hu, and the others. However, these people were just clowns. If they knew that they were going to die, they would just lie on the ground and not appear. Then, Li Zongjio would naturally let them go. However, if they were reckless and wanted to cause trouble, then Li Zongjio would not mind sending them to hell. The Qilin battleship only took 2 days to send them to the Sacred Flame Royal City. They stopped in the distance. The few of them walked into the city. After not returning for a few months, the Sacred Flame Royal City did not change at all. It was still bustling with noise and excitement. It was like a towering mountain that would never fall. No matter how strong the wind and waves below her, it could not shake its foundation. The Sacred Flame Royal family is still here. No matter how big the waves below are, there is no movement. Chapter 824. In Sacred Flame Royal City. When Li Zongjio returned to his White Deer Manor, he had a feeling that he had come to the wrong place. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, it couldn't be considered a palace, but rather a grand mansion. In Nangong Wuji's hands, this vast piece of land seemed to be a work of art. He was able to build such a building in such a short time. Oh my God, brother! Do you live in such a place in Monarch City? When Li Yun saw the White Deer Manor, she felt as if it had been reborn. The size of the manor was 10 times larger than the Li residence. It turned out that Li Zongjio used to live in such a place. In King City, he was actually so powerful. Li Yan could not believe her eyes. Was this still her brother? It wasn't like this before. These are all newly built. Li Zongjio was a little surprised. He didn't expect Nangong Wuji to be able to come up with something like this. The manor in front of him had all kinds of pavilions and lofts. Young master, you are back! Inghu stayed in the manor to take care of things. There had been a lot of things going on recently. However, it was relatively peaceful. Li's Chamber of Commerce was also thriving. After all, Li Zongjio was a living signboard. In addition, the few big clans wanted to curry favor with Li Zongjio. Naturally, they would support him secretly. Now, in Sacred Flame Royal City, Li Zongjio was the one they could not afford to offend. Where is Nangong Wuji? Li Zongjio naturally had to reward this old man for building such a huge manor. Unexpectedly, Li Zongjio was overjoyed that he had such a method. Elder Nangong went to ask for some building materials. He said that he wants to build a training block like the 5 elements Yuan House. Inghu said. Inghu had witnessed Nangong Wuji's means in the past few days. He knew that Nangong Wuji was capable of anything. Moreover, Nangong Wuji's method of asking for materials was basically swindling. Nangong Wuji would use every trick to get materials, but he wouldn't pay for them. Where is he going to get the materials? When Li Zongjio heard that Nangong Wuji was so ambitious, he was very satisfied. Li Zongjio felt that Nangong Wuji was not bad. Li Zongjio decided to give him some benefits in the future. Qi clan. Qi clan? Li Zongjio was stunned when he heard this name. How did this guy get involved with the Qi clan? However, he did not care about the situation. Li Zongjio. That's right. Where are the disciples that my Li family sent over? They are all arranged to stay in the academy. After saying that, Inghu led Li Zongjio and the others to stroll around the newly built White Deer Manor. Li Zongjio's small courtyard had been renovated into a big entrance. Some of the previous rooms were also smashed. It seemed that this place would be turned into a square in the future. The academy was located on both sides of the square. The academy was divided into many different areas. There's a place for learning elixirs, a place for cultivating Yuan Li, and various classrooms. There are all kinds of small courtyards in the deeper part of the academy. These courtyards were used as dormitories. The main hall was located in the deeper part of the academy. There were side courtyards and side halls on both sides. Ordinary guests would be arranged to stay in these courtyards. Only the core members of the academy could enter the secluded training area. There were also hidden sentry towers in the surroundings. Li Zongjio and the other masters' dormitories were located in the deeper part of the training area. However, it seemed that the building was not completed yet. While they were walking, Li Yan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, the layout of these buildings and roads is actually based on the array diagram." Li Yan suddenly stopped. When Li Zongjio came in, he vaguely felt that there was something different. However, he did not sense it as clearly as Li Yan did. She could tell the style of these buildings was based on the array diagram. Even Tian Fei couldn't help but glance at Li Yan. He didn't expect that this woman with an ordinary cultivation level would have such powerful insight. Haha, I did not expect a little girl like you to be so discerning. Just as Li Yan and the others stopped, they heard a hearty laughter coming from the sky. Then a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Li Zongjio. My pavilion is based on the arrangement of the array of 3 mountains and 5 peaks in the scripture of 5 flowers. It is not completed yet. Once it is completed, you will know how awesome it is. Nangong Wuji said proudly as he landed on the ground. His face was filled with undisguised pride. He was so awesome and arrogant. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongjio with a provocative look, as if he was saying, "Since I said I would make it for you, I will definitely make it for you." Li Zongjio nodded and looked at Nangong Wuji. Awesome, awesome. Li Zongjio could not help but applaud. Where did you get this girl? She has a good eye. Nangong Wuji looked at Li Yan with a look of approval. After all, these things were not completed yet. It took a lot of eyesight for her to be able to see the clues from these things. This is my cousin Li Yan. This is Nangong Wuji. He is building houses for our Li family. Li Zongjio introduced. Nice to meet you, Master Nangong. Li Yan said respectfully to Nangong Wuji. After all, the old man in front of her was an expert who could use the array in this building. He was not an ordinary person. He could only do this if he had a good understanding of the array. Nangong Wuji was such a person. Hey, you are so polite. When you have time, you should talk about your younger brother. He is simply lawless, Nangong Wuji complained to Li Yan about Li Zongjio. Obviously, he felt that he was wronged and wanted to seek justice from Li Yan because he didn't receive the treatment that he deserved in this place. Elder, where should I put these Xian gold pillars? After Nangong Wuji finished speaking, he saw several young disciples joining hands to carry a 1-meter-long golden stick. But even so, bean-sized drops of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Apparently, it was very strenuous for them to carry it. 100 herbs? What are you doing? Li Yan saw the newcomer. Wasn't this the outstanding disciple of the Li family, Li Baichao? Chapter 8:25. Li Baichao was not the only one. More than 30 disciples from the Li family were sent here to train themselves. At this moment, They were all called over by Nangong Wuji to do some hard work. But most importantly, none of these disciples dared to complain. They never thought that when they were brought to Li Zongjia's place, it was as if they were caught and sold. They were sold to the Black Mountain Forest and had to do this kind of hard work every day. If not for the fact that the name of the manor was really Li Zongjio, these people would have already fled back to the Li family. "Sister Li Yan!" Li Baichao exclaimed in surprise when he saw Li Yan in front of him. He had been working here for nearly half a month. He had not seen anything else, but after doing so much work, Li Baichao felt as if he was strengthening his body. But no one knew what kind of work he would have to do every day. If something happened, he would have to work through the night. In just half a month's time, Li Baichao had already experienced what it meant to be in total darkness. Now that he finally saw an acquaintance, he felt as if his eyes were brimming with tears. Young Lord is here too." When Li Baichao and the others saw Li Zongjio, they couldn't help but become excited. "Everyone is here, right? Since everyone is here, let's listen to Nangong Wuji and build this manor first." Li Zongjiu looked at the people in front of him and said, Li Baichao and the others thought that Li Zongjio was their savior, but when they heard Li Zongjio's words, they immediately frowned. Who knew that Li Zongjio was even more decisive and directly ordered everyone to listen to his orders? Didn't this mean that these people would be sent to do this kind of hard work? However, Li Zongjio's status in the Li family was like that of a god. Who would dare to disobey him easily? Now that they saw the foundation that Li Zongjio had established, such strength was not a joke to be able to possess such formidable strength. Obviously, Li Zongjio must have suffered a lot in the process. Now, they naturally obeyed Li Zongjio's orders. However, the smile on Nangong Wuji's face became even brighter after he received the command arrow. He immediately ordered everyone to follow him and do something big. "If that's the case, then I won't chat with you for now. Little ones, follow me." Although he couldn't defeat Li Zongjio and was suppressed by Li Zongjio, Nangong Wuji was already very unhappy. Now that he was here, he naturally wanted to torture all the disciples of Li family under Li Zongjio's command. He also wanted to let these people know how powerful he was. Immediately, the disciples of the Li family cried out in pain. However, compared to before, they were more confident now. After seeing Li Zongjio personally appear, there was nothing they couldn't do. After all, these things were made for the Li family. So what if he contributed a little? This was a matter of course. "Inghu, arrange a place for Li Yan to rest first. I will find you a powerful teacher later to teach you the Tao of arrays," Li Zongjio said. After hearing this, Li Yan was quite moved. Li Zongjio had always spared no effort in nurturing the Li family's disciples. He was never stingy in the slightest. He was tired from the long journey, so he naturally needed to rest. Kuin Erishur also said goodbye to Li Zongjio. As for where he was going, it was very obvious. He was probably going to run directly to the Mirror Moon Villa. How could Li Zongjio not know this guy's plan? Li Zongjio saw that Nangong Wuji carried so many building materials from other people's houses. These things must have cost a lot. He guessed that this bill must be on Li Zongjio. However, since Nangong Wuji didn't ask Li Zongjio for money, Li Zongjio naturally wouldn't take the initiative to give it to him. "Young master, the stable hasn't been torn down yet. What should we do with the 2 prisoners in the stable?" Inghu looked at Li Zongjio and said, this matter was very important, so Inghu naturally had to wait for Li Zongjio to come back and make a decision. Prisoners? What prisoners? If Inghu didn't mention it, Li Zongjio would have almost forgotten about it. The current 9th Prince Xianming was still locked up in the stable, and there was also the alchemist Lu Winshan. However, Lu Winshan was now living a very comfortable life in the White Deer Villa. Occasionally he would go out for a breather, but once the time was up he would automatically come back. Lu Winshan knew that with the strength of Li Zongjio and the others, it would be easy for them to catch him. Most importantly, Lu Winshan also asked people to inquire about the situation of Spirit Valley sect during this period, and it seemed to be very bad. Until now, the Spirit Valley sect had been suppressed by the Longevity Pavilion. After all, the people of the Longevity Pavilion had died in front of the Spirit Valley sect. This matter wasn't something that could be easily resolved. Therefore, Spirit Valley sect's days were very difficult, and it felt like they were about to disintegrate. When he found out that Spirit Valley sect was in such a bad state, Lu Winshan made up his mind to join Li Zongjia's faction in the future. Only then would he be able to grasp his own opportunities. Who knows, he might even be able to break through earlier. Therefore, even if Lu Winshan wanted to chase him away now, he might not necessarily leave. On the other hand, the 9th prince had been locked up in the stable for several months. The 9th prince, who had a bad temper and was extremely unhappy, became well-behaved after being beaten up several times in a row. He did not dare to move recklessly anymore. Every day he was obedient and did his work in a well-behaved manner. The 9th prince didn't dare to believe that he was in the White Deer Villa, and the people outside didn't know about it and came to save him. Therefore, the 9th prince was very surprised that the emperor deliberately left him here to be tortured by Li Zongjio. After a long time, he resigned himself to it. Now that I'm here, it might be the only way to save my life. Chapter 8:26. Therefore, the 9th prince had decided to stay here for the time being. This was completely different from his previous attitude and character. However, the 9th prince clearly knew that if he were to go out now, he would be at his weakest and would definitely be killed. His father and the others must know that he was imprisoned here. This was the best way to deal with it. However, if the 9th prince wanted to freeload here, it was obviously impossible. Not to mention Li Zongjio. Even Yinghu would not let the 9th prince stay idle. Li Zongjio directly handed over the matters of the stable to the 9th prince. If he did not do a good job, Li Zongjio would directly beat him up without any mercy. Even if he was a prince, since he had fallen into Li Zongjio's hands, he could only accept his fate. Li Zongjio had no choice but to accept his fate. Now that he was living under someone else's roof, the 9th prince was especially afraid of being chased out. If he was chased out, then the problem would become even bigger. Therefore, the 9th prince had recently developed a well-behaved character. At first, he was a wild wolf, but in the end he became an obedient dog in front of Li Zongjio, in the White Deer manner. Do Ling did not continue to stay here. A few days ago, she suddenly said that something had happened at home and took the Howling Moon Wolf King away. Li Zongjio finally knew how shameless the Howling Moon Wolf King was. It actually ran away with this beautiful girl. Li Zongjio was not worried about Do Ling's departure. With this girl's strength and terrifying background, there was basically no problem. There were probably many experts secretly protecting her even in the Sacred Flame Royal City. This was why Do Ling could run around so unscrupulously. The reason why she was in such a hurry to go back was probably because something had happened at home. With the Howling Moon Wolf King by Do Ling's side, he would be able to take care of her. If there was an emergency, he would naturally have a way to inform Li Zongjio. In addition, with the Howling Moon Wolf King by Do Ling's side, he would definitely enjoy a good life. This saved Li Zongjio a lot of trouble. But if that was the case, he would have to find some time to catch something and bring it back. Otherwise, the courtyard would be empty. It would give people a feeling of insecurity. In the afternoon, Li Zongjio also found Du Liani. These days, the pawn shop that Du Liani was managing seemed to have reached a bottleneck. After all, such a mortgage industry required a huge amount of funds. All the money earned from the casino flowed into Li Zongjio's pocket, although Li Zongjio did not know how much money he had earned. Du Liani naturally, she could not use these resources. Therefore, the development had also entered a slow stage. She could only wait for the first batch of things to expire before auctioning them off. This process of recovering funds would take a long time. However, with Du Liani's wisdom, she had managed to hold on until now. "Young master, what can I do for you?" Du Liani looked at Li Zhongjiu and said respectfully. Du Liani could be said to have put her life in Li Zhongjiu's hands. Her lifelong wish had been fulfilled. However, Du Liani did not enter a state of emptiness, because she wanted to repay Li Zhongjiu's kindness. It would not be too much even if she used her life to repay Li Zhongjiu. She was afraid that her progress could not keep up with Li Zhongjiu's pace. In that case, she would become a burden to Li Zhongjiu. Du Liani did not want to become such a person. Therefore, she was constantly improving her strength, not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of ability. Take all of these things and see how far you can get them. Li Zhongjiu took out some of the things he had looted from Qingyuan Villa. There were also a lot of things in those big cities. When Du Liani saw that there were so many gold, silver, and jewels in the storage ring, she was shocked. She was dumbfounded. Even though Du Liani had been prepared for this, she did not expect that such a situation would occur. These things, they are... Du Liani's mouth was wide open. Even she, the Queen of 9 Victories who had been in the casino for so many years, had seen all kinds of scenes. However, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. When she saw so much wealth in front of her, it was no less than a disaster for Du Liani. These were all looted from Qingyuan Villa. With these things, can the pawn shop become the biggest in the city? Li Zhongjiu did not know much about economics, but this matter had to be done to the greatest extent. Otherwise, how could he protect the family in the future? If there were still enemies in this place, how could he hold on? Therefore, he had to do it to the greatest extent. It did not matter what method he used. With the support of such wealth, we will definitely become the biggest in the Sacred Flame Royal City within 2 years. Du Liani forcefully suppressed her excitement and said, I'll give you 1 year. Li Zhongjiu knocked on the table and said. Although it was a little difficult, Li Zhongjiu knew how important time was to an expert. Now that he had been reborn, everything was uncertain. No one knew what would happen next. Of course, the faster, the better. Du Liani blinked her eyes a few times, then nodded firmly. Don't worry, young lord. Liani will definitely succeed. Go. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. The wealth he had given Du Liani was at least equivalent to 10 years of income of a top family in a first-class city. If she could not do it with such generous conditions, Li Zhongjiu did not mind replacing her with someone else. At this time, it was time to test one's ability. Du Liani took her leave. After that, Taifai came to report the current situation. The income of the casino had been stable recently, and no one dared to cause trouble. After all, Li Zhongjiu's businesses were unstoppable in the eyes of ordinary people. As long as he did not lag behind, it would be the same no matter who did it. Since that was the case, why did he have to go through so much trouble to replace her? What's more, it was not easy to replace Li Zhongjiu. Currently, Li Zhongjiu's account in Bounding Bank, he already had more than 40 billion purple yuan. When those guys arrive, I will get my hands on yuan beasts, yuan stones, and yuan weapons. Li Zhongjiu's eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence. This was not something he did not dare to think about. He was already a supreme being in his previous life. What else was there that he did not dare to think about? Even these were just child's play. These fellows that Li Zhongjiu was talking about were naturally the 4 major craftsmen that Qingyuan Villa had just incorporated. Of course, this kind of ready-made resource couldn't be wasted so easily. If it was used well, the effect it could bring would be unimaginable. Chapter 8:27. Li Zhongjiu took some time to go to the Rain Building. He bought a set of information. It was information about the current array masters. When Li Zhongjiu received the information, he skimmed through it. There are 4 array masters in the north, south, east, and west. East Xianqing and West Xinhe are considered the pinnacle array masters in the Origin Emperor realm. However, this Xinhe clan seems to be a crazy clan. A group of people are so weird. As for this Master Xianqing, I should go and take a look if I have the chance. However, the information showed that Master Xianqing seemed to be wandering around recently. God knows where this old man went. It was hard to find him in such a short time. In the south, there was a person in the poison sect of Nanjiang called Nancheng. He was good at poison arrays, which was not suitable for Li Yun to cultivate. She had to deal with strange insects every day. Moreover, it was not easy to enter the Nanjiang tribe. The north was even more mysterious. Even the information was not complete. Only one name was known: Master Beihan. His only achievement was to freeze a super fortress in the north. He became famous after that battle. It was said that this place was still frozen for thousands of miles all year round. The cold air was bone-piercing, and no one dared to approach it. No one dared to believe that such a place existed. It was said that the people in the fortress were still vivid and lifelike. They are all a bunch of damn people. Li Zhongjiu did not expect that there were only a few famous array masters. As for the ones in his previous life, Li Zhongjiu did not have much contact in this area. It was impossible for them to be omnipotent. Therefore, he could only rely on the current information. There is one more here. Li Zhongjiu saw that there was a piece of paper in the information. It said that the information was not verified. Not verified. Sacred Flame Royal City. King of Fire. Rank 6 Array Master. King of the Underground Black Market. Source of the information. Ominous. When Li Zhongjiu saw this, he knew that the King of Fire must be a powerful figure. There is one in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Why didn't you say so earlier? What a waste of all the information he had read. Now that he was looking at the information in his hand, Li Zhongjiu knew that he should meet the King of Fire first. It sounded powerful. In any case, no matter what kind of temper the Fire Wraith King had, Li Zhongjiu was confident that he could take care of him. This was Li Zhongjiu's ability. When Li Zhongjiu walked out of the rain pavilion, he immediately realized that someone was following him. What era was it? Of course, there were people who wanted to follow Li of God. Could it be that they didn't know who Li Zhongjiu was? Li Zhongjiu walked on the street normally and didn't bother with these people. Luring these people to a remote corner to deal with them was something that only children would do. Li Zhongjiu was already mature. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. He had to stabilize the situation first. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't make a move, but that didn't mean that the other party wouldn't. There was a group of people in front of him, all of them wearing strange masks. This was the main street of the Holy Flame Royal City. Were the people nowadays so bold? When Li Zhongjiu stopped, he realized that the people on the street were all in disguise. When Li Zhongjiu came closer, they stopped what they were doing and stared at Li Zhongjiu with all kinds of weapons in their hands. It was broad daylight and the world was clear. To be able to wield weapons like this, they must have a very strong background. A person who seemed to be the leader of the group walked out from the crowd. He was wearing a minotaur mask on his face. It's such a hot day. How can you wear a mask like this? Li Zhongjiu looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but say, this guy was really resistant to the heat. He could even wear such a thick mask. Our master would like to invite you to come over. The Minotaur general came in front of Li Zhongjiu and said in a deep voice, if your master wants to invite me, then let him come over himself. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Although the entire street was filled with the other party's men, Li Zhongjiu wasn't worried at all. It didn't matter how many people there were. Before taking action, it was best to think clearly. Otherwise, when the fight started, there wouldn't be a chance to leave. The Minotaur general gently held the weapon in his hand. The people around him immediately stared at Li Zhongjiu with murderous intent, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Li Zhongjiu's Zhang Xan was burning with flames. The black flames were suffused with a cold light. When the people around him saw this, they felt that this power was too terrifying. Their eyes were filled with caution. If Lord King of Fire wants to see someone, then he will see them. The bull-headed general let out a low roar. The muscles on his body instantly bulged, appearing just like a raging bull. He furiously glared at Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him. Even his head was slightly lowered, as though he was prepared to launch a charge at any time. Wait! Just as he was about to make his move, Li Zongjiu heard what the Minotaur general said. King of Fire? Your master is called King of Fire? Li Zongjiu heard the Minotaur general's words. Originally, he didn't care about the other party's name. However, this name was too familiar. This was because he had seen this name a few seconds ago. How could he not be familiar with it? Not bad. Now you know how to be afraid? The Minotaur general sneered. The appearance of these people represented the King of Fire's subordinates. Could it be that this Li Zongjiu in front of him didn't know? In the Holy Flame Royal City, only people from the underground black market would dress up like this. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to know at all. He didn't even know where they came from. Just like this. How did Li Zongjiu make a name for himself in the Holy Flame Royal City? It was really curious. Since it's the King of Fire, I'll go with you. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but say. He was just thinking about how to talk to the King of Fire, but these people took the initiative to come knocking on his door. Later on, Li Zongjiu chatted with the Minotaur general for a while. Only then did he know that these people were from the underground black market. It seemed like they were looking for him this time because he had robbed a shop in the underground black market previously. However, he wasn't nervous when he found out. It wasn't like Li Zongjiu hadn't experienced this kind of small matter before. When Li Zongjiu followed these people, most of them also returned to their camouflage state and gradually retreated. The Minotaur general brought Li Zongjiu to the incense street again. This time, they entered from another entrance. Once again, they returned to the underground black market. It was the same as last time, but this time he brought Li Zongjiu directly to the Ghost King Palace that belonged to the King of Fire. When Li Zongjiu arrived at the Ghost King Palace, he couldn't help but admit that these people were really amazing. They were actually able to build such a luxurious palace dozens of feet underground. You've even gone so far as to act pretentious. Your family's lord is truly unprecedented. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but say. The Minotaur general didn't say much and brought Li Zongjiu directly to the main hall. Along the way, the things they saw were all monsters and monsters, giving them the feeling that they were real. From some of the carvings, Li Zongjiu felt a trace of extraordinariness. The aura of hell. Chapter 828. The King of Fire had been waiting in the main hall for a long time. The King of Fire seemed to be resting in the main hall when he had nothing to do. But in reality he was cultivating. The construction of the Ghost King Palace was very particular. After such a long time of accumulation, he needed to lie here every day to strengthen his cultivation. Therefore, the King of Fire would cultivate in the main hall when he had nothing to do. It seemed like he had a lot of free time. Li Zongjiu, you sure have guts. You actually dared to stand me up. The King of Fire was also wearing a very heavy mask and red clothes, as if it was his zodiac year. As a man, he actually wore red clothes. Li Zongjiu felt his scalp go numb. Could this guy be a pervert? If he handed Li Yun over to this guy, would something happen to her? Li Zongjiu began to worry in his heart. He didn't know where Li Zongjiu's confidence came from. It was as if the other party would definitely agree to his request. You are the King of Fire, right? Is it your zodiac year? Why are you wearing such red clothes? Are you a pervert? Li Zongjiu directly asked his question. He didn't even answer the King of Fire's question. Impudent! How dare you ignore the Ghost King's words? A man wearing a horse-face mask quickly came forward and roared angrily. Li Zongjiu casually slapped the horse-face general and sent him flying. Boom! The horse-face general flew for more than 10 meters and hit a pillar. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped. I'm talking to your boss. Don't interrupt, okay? Li Zongjiu was still being polite. Normally, when he was speaking, he wouldn't know what these things were. If they dared to interrupt, they would be directly beaten to death. The rest of the people were also ready to fight. They wanted to take down Li Zongjio because Li Zongjio was too arrogant. They were already in the other party's territory, but he still dared to act so recklessly. He simply didn't put their men in his eyes. The King of Fire gently raised his hand, indicating for these people to step back. You are quite courageous, but this is the Ghost King Palace, not your White Deer Manor. The King of Fire growled. Although he was wearing a mask, his eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. He directly crushed Li Zongjio. The enormous spiritual pressure was like a stone pillar that reached the heavens. It was constantly pressing down on Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio stood still and allowed the other party's mental energy pressure to assault him. At this moment, the stone pillar that was formed from mental energy was directly smashed to pieces. Rumble! Li Zongjio's spiritual defense was equally strong. The King of Fire's spiritual power was actually unable to pose any threat to Li Zongjio. Moreover, Li Zongjio seemed to be more adept than the King of Fire in the use of his spiritual power. Your spiritual power is so soft. Spiritual power was naturally the most direct part. Li Zongjio could sense some of the characteristics of his opponent's spiritual power. These power attributes were naturally unable to escape Li Zongjio's eyes. When the King of Fire heard Li Zongjio's words, he also became slightly nervous. He immediately roared, and a sudden force wrapped around Li Zongjio in an instant. The terrifying force attacked. The surroundings seemed to be a world of flames that wanted to devour and refine Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio, do you want to die? This was clearly within the opponent's domain. The King of Fire also appeared at this moment. He appeared in front of Li Zongjio. However, he did not wear a mask. Instead, he appeared in front of Li Zongjio in his real body. Oh, it turns out to be a woman. When Li Zongjio saw the King of Fire's real body, he suddenly understood. No wonder this girl was so anxious to block his mouth. It turned out to be a woman. This was interesting. It turned out that this person who had been in the underground world for so many years was actually a woman. If those uncouth people outside knew about this, they would probably be so ashamed that they would want to die. It was really interesting. Cut the crap. The last time I went to find you, I left you a message and asked you to come find me. How dare you be so arrogant? When the King of Fire mentioned Li Zongjio, she was very angry. Since he did not give her any face, then don't blame the King of Fire for not being polite. Is there such a thing? Li Zongjio could not remember clearly. When the King of Fire saw that Li Zongjio did not take her seriously, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was the dignified King of Fire. How could she lower herself to look for you? Now that she was there, she obviously lowered her status. But this brat actually did not want to give her face. This directly angered the King of Fire. She did not wait for Li Zongjio to appear and directly sent people to capture Li Zongjio. She wanted to teach this Li Zongjio a lesson, but who knew that this Li Zongjio's progress was so fast? In such a short time, he actually did not put her in his eyes. Of course, if she used her full strength, it was not impossible to deal with Li Zongjio. In comparison, this Li Zongjio's strength was still relatively weak. There was no need to be afraid. However, the King of Fire did not look for this Li Zongjio for such a trivial matter. What could these trivial matters amount to? Cut the crap. I called you here because I need your help with something. Are you going to help me or not? The Fire Wraith King was very direct and didn't have any intention of beating around the bush. He waved his long sleeves and walked in front of Li Zongjio. His eyes stared at Li Zongjio as if he was telling him that Li Zongjio had to agree even if he didn't want to. If he didn't agree, then he would directly stab Li Zongjio in the stomach. It was simply too scary. Oh, you have something to ask of me? Sure. When Li Zongjio heard that the King of Fire had something to ask of him, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. There was actually such a good thing. Now, wouldn't Li Zongjio change from passive to active? Although he did not care about these things very much. But if you do this, Then you will give Li Zongjio more opportunities and reduce the difficulty for Li Zongjio. Tell me, what do you need me to help you with? Li Zongjio stood with his hands behind his back and said, May 15th, Ghost King's secret realm. Do you know? The King of Fire looked at Li Zongjio and said indifferently. Since Li Zongjio did not directly refuse, it meant that it was a good start. He only hoped that Li Zongjio would not be frightened by what he was going to say next. Chapter 829. May 15th, the Ghost King's secret realm. When Li Zongjio heard these words, he knew that it was not so simple. In addition, the King of Fire had personally come to him, so it was definitely not simple. I've heard of it. Thinking back, he seemed to have seen this thing in his previous life, but at that time he only heard about it briefly and did not go to see what was going on. Anyway, he did not know who found this Ghost King's secret realm. It was said that there were a lot of unorthodox Yuan cultivation methods and some dark Yuan weapons. It was like a secret realm, but the difference was that it was also full of danger. The Ghost King's secret realm was also interesting. It required a male and female partner to explore it. Therefore, the King of Fire came to Li Zongjio. Come with me to this Ghost King's secret realm. Whatever you want, I will satisfy you. The King of Fire was heroic. Even in this holy flame royal city, there were very few things that she could not do and promises that she could not fulfill. Therefore, as long as Li Zongjio said it, then she would definitely be able to do it. No problem, this is a small matter. Since you said that you will satisfy me, then I happen to have something that I need your help with. Li Zongjio said indifferently, listening to his tone. This guy seemed to mean that he needed her, the King of Fire. That would be her, the King of Fire's blessing. The King of Fire was naturally very unhappy with this arrogant guy. He even wanted to slap Li Zongjio a few times. However, considering that Li Zongjio still had some value, he would endure it for the time being. What is it? Just say it. The King of Fire said indifferently. Since he had already promised Li Zongjio, he could not be stingy. After all, Li Zongjio had agreed without hesitation. He didn't even ask what they were going to do in the Ghost King secret realm. Of course, the King of Fire only needed one person to go in with her. He didn't ask Li Zongjio to do anything. Of course, during the process, there might be some dangers. The King of Fire didn't dare to promise Li Zongjio anything. As long as his corpse was intact, that was fine. I heard that you are proficient in the Tao of formations. I would like to invite you to be someone's teacher. Li Zongjio said, Impossible. I, the King of Fire, have never accepted disciples. Don't even think about trying to have anything to do with me. King of Fire refused without hesitation. It seems like this Li Zongjio wants to follow the vine to the melon and directly pick a ready-made one. He actually wants to take me as his teacher. He is really unspeakably smelly and shameless. What kind of shameless behavior was that? He simply couldn't stand it anymore. Bah! Who wants to have anything to do with you? Do you think I want to take you as my teacher? Then you are not qualified. Li Zongjio looked at the King of Fire's expression that said he had seen through him and directly shouted. This little girl was giving him too much face. She actually wanted to take Li Zongjio as her disciple, and not for the best. As for teaching the Tao of formations, it is now March. There is still more than a month until May. You just need to bring the person here. I can guide him at most until then. In order to show his cold attitude, the King of Fire certainly had to set a strange principle. For example, the current time limit. Otherwise, if he asked you to help him, but in the end he got a guy who was a burden, it would be a very bad thing for the King of Fire. Okay, it's settled. Li Zongjio thought for a while. A month's time was almost enough. The master can lead the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. What's more, with the King of Fire's Tao of formations, it might not be a good thing to follow him for a long time. Therefore, he directly agreed. 1.5 months, then 1.5 months. By the way, when you go out later, you have to keep it a secret. The King of Fire suddenly said to Li Zongjiu. Of course, there was no need to talk about the secret. It was just that the fact that the ferocious Fire Ghost King was actually a woman was kept a secret. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Don't worry, I'm not a person who gossips. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, It must be said that these people below were a group of idiots. They couldn't even distinguish between men and women. After repeatedly confirming, the King of Fire withdrew his domain power and let Li Zongjiu out. This time I'll let you go. Send him to me later. The King of Fire's figure appeared in the Ghost King Palace. Li Zongjiu also returned to his original place. At this moment, the people around also gathered around. Obviously, the King of Fire was looking for a way to teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. When the Fire Wraith Monarch was done speaking, his body swayed, and he disappeared right before Lin Yun's eyes. Li Zongjiu did not even have a chance to refute. Fuck, this woman actually dared to take advantage of me. Listening to these words, one would really think that the King of Fire had taught Li Zongjiu a lesson. Moreover, this woman ran away after saying that, not giving Li Zongjiu any chance to confront her. Wasn't this move ruthless? Li Zongjiu also had no way to deal with it. In the end, he helplessly waved his hand. What are you looking at? Do you want to enter the clinic? Li Zongjiu glared the masked Oxhead General. The Oxhead General was so frightened that he could not help but take a step back. After all, the horse-faced general who was sent flying by Li Zongjiu's slap was still unconscious. With Li Zongjiu's skills, he was quite powerful. Therefore, this threat was also very powerful. After that, Li Zongjiu swaggered out of here. However, when he left, Li Zongjiu did not suffer any losses. He randomly found a shop and went in to ransack it. The shop owner did not even have time to react before he was directly knocked down by Li Zongjiu and tied up. It was not until 3 days later that he was discovered. However, he did not even see Li Zongjiu's appearance clearly, so there was nothing he could do. Even if he reported it to the Ghost King Palace, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was now a big shot in front of the Ghost King Palace's boss. No one dared to make a move. Everyone behaved themselves and did not dare to offend Li Zongjiu. Of course, this was a story for later. When Li Zongjiu returned to the White Deer Manor, he called Li Yun over. Li Yun was quite busy recently. On one hand, she had to continue to familiarize herself with the control of the Qilin battleship. On the other hand, she had to thoroughly understand the incomplete Book of Formations. It seemed that she had been immersed in the incomplete Book of Formations and could not extricate herself. Nangong Wuji and Hong Shursan led a group of disciples of the Li family to carry out the construction of the new White Deer Manor. Everything was on the right track. In a short time, Li Zongjiu had already arranged these things properly. Zongjiu, are you looking for me? Li Yun came in front of Li Zongjiu. Originally, Li Yun wanted to call Li Zongjiu young master like the other disciples, but she was rejected by Li Zongjiu. Calling him by his name was more intimate. Li Yun was naturally happy to hear such a request. Chapter 830. I have found a teacher for you who can teach you about array formations. However, you only have a little more than a month's time. Make good use of it, Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu spoke very casually, but Li Yan could feel that Li Zongjiu would never be too casual when he made a move. So, this teacher might have taken a lot of effort to find him. Therefore, Li Yan was very touched. I will definitely study hard. Li Zongjiu then gave Li Yan an identity token given by the King of Fire and asked Tian Fei to send Li Yan over. There were many lunatics in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Therefore, it was always right to bring 1 or 2 guards with them when they were outside. Li Yan then stayed in the Ghost King Hall. After all, she only had so much time and had to make good use of it. A few days later, it was time for the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor to start school. Furthermore, a new round of recruitment competition had already begun. From the city to the state capital, One round after another, those who were able to make it to the sacred flame royal city were all very powerful. Yao Lei had also been there a few times. However, when she saw that the manor had changed greatly and saw that Li Zongjio had actually bought the place where the Imperial Martial Pavilion used to be, she knew that Li Zongjio was no longer the same as before. Li Zongjio was now in a state of rapid development. Yao Lei's grandfather would have to address Li Zongjio as an elder when he saw him again. Furthermore, Wang Ding's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds in the city guards because of Taifai's strong support. In just a few months, his cultivation had already jumped to the level of a grade 3 Yuan monarch. In the military, this kind of strength was not simple. Cultivation was only one aspect. Combat power would be even more powerful. In addition to the fact that Guan Shifei, the deputy commander of the city guards, and his son had died at the hands of Li Zongjio, Wang Ding naturally had the most room for improvement. After learning that Li Zongjio had returned, he disguised himself and secretly went to Li Zongjio's mansion to report the recent situation. There were naturally some problems, but they were not difficult. Li Zongjio did not ask much about these things. He just wanted Wang Ding to remember how he was able to attain his current status. How glorious was the Tusk Battalion now! Among the 7 camps below, the strength of the Tusk Battalion was already worthy of being called the boss. In this year's spring soldier training competition, he would have the opportunity to be nominated as the deputy battalion commander. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. 10 days later, Living Tomb from the Ghost Doctor Workshop, Lu Yong from the Yuan Beast Workshop, and Su Baichuan from the Thousand Machine Workshop all came to report to Li Zongjio. Everyone in the Bright Thunder Workshop had been killed by Li Zongjio. Not a single one was left alive. As for the remaining people in Qingyuan Manor, they were also very useful. The Ghost Doctor Workshop was good at treating illnesses. At the same time, it was also very good at refining poisons. Therefore, Li Zongjio arranged for Living Tomb and the others to open a private clinic in the Sacred Flame Royal City. It was called the White Deer Clinic. If ordinary brothers had any injuries, they would be sent directly to the Ghost Doctor Workshop. At the same time, the Ghost Doctor Workshop also became a place for refining elixirs. All the alchemists had to refine enough elixirs to cover the expenses and consumption of the White Deer Manor. Most of the main members and offices of the Thousand Machine Workshop were directly moved to the new White Deer Manor. Nangong Wuji also arranged a relatively hidden courtyard for them. This kind of ready-made intelligence organization was, of course, more convenient to use. Su Baichuan was a smart person. If he left this place, he would only become a piece of fresh meat in the mouth of the beast. From the beginning to the end, he would be completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Now that Li Zongjio was willing to accept them, it was naturally the best thing. Lu Yong from the Yuan Beast Workshop also brought the baby metabeasts that were carefully cultivated by the Yuan Beast Workshop. These were all rare breeds, and they were all metabeasts with grade 6 bloodline. Obviously, Lu Yong's sincerity could be seen from the fact that he had handed over all these assets. At the same time, Lu Yong was also a smart person. Now, as long as he obeyed Li Zongjio's orders, he would be able to have the right to be above thousands of people. Wasn't this very worthwhile? Li Zongjio also let Lu Yong contract with one of the metabeasts. It was a black-striped diamond leopard. It was born with sharp diamond claws that could split metal and stone. Now that it had attained the rank 4 realm, its strength could even be comparable to that of a rank 5 metabeast with a little bit of training. The 3 rank 6 metabeast babies were all in Lu Yong's hands. As for the defensive strength of the new White Deer Manor, Wang Zhong had already given the order. Wang Ding, who was born in the army, had also made the appropriate arrangements. He had selected the most loyal guards. These old soldiers were naturally experienced in the field of defense and would not be like those inexperienced rookies. The defensive work that these old soldiers were proficient in could at least ensure that ordinary people would not be able to harass the new White Deer Manor. The sudden increase in people also made Nangong extremely busy. Many of the facilities in the sub-halls had just been completed, and there were people who wanted to move in immediately. He had no choice but to let them in. Otherwise, so many people would have to sleep on the floor. The huge White Deer Manor was instantly bustling with noise and excitement. The barren mountain was also fenced off. After being irrigated with the blood of the primitive emperor, it gradually regained its vitality and could be used to plant spiritual herbs. Half of it was reserved by the people of the Ghost Doctor Workshop, while the other half was reserved by the people of the Origin Beast Workshop to raise meta-beasts. It's considered to be of some scale. It took nearly half a month to arrange everything. However, Li Zongjiu calculated for a moment and realized that such a large family business seemed to be missing something important. Oh, I still lack a housekeeper. Li Zongjiu looked at the situation in front of him. It seemed that everything had to go through Li Zongjiu's hands. Li Zongjiu did not have so much energy to deal with these matters. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also needed to find a management talent. Got it. Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers. Then he went out directly. As soon as he went out, 2 people followed behind him. One of them was the previous deputy battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion, Liu Pei. He was arranged by Wang Ding to be in charge of some of the security work in the manor. The other person was an expert of the Origin Beast Workshop named Yin Quebec. He had a tall and sturdy figure and a fierce gaze. This guy was an expert of the Yuan Beast Workshop. It was said that he was raised by a black bear since he was young. Therefore, his body was more or less filled with a wild aura. He was sent by Lu Yong as a personal bodyguard to protect Li Zongjiu's safety. Chapter 831. It was better for the 2 of them to follow him. At least, he didn't have to do some things himself. At the same time, he could save a lot of trouble. Li Zongjiu was naturally happy for such a situation to happen. After all, he had a lot of things to do now. In his previous life, he didn't have such troublesome things. In fact, it had only been a year since his rebirth, but he had already accomplished many things that he had never done in his previous life. Li Zongjiu sat in the carriage and came to the 7-Star Fire Room's main store. After all, Li Zongjiu didn't know where the Song family's mansion was. Not to mention, if he directly went to the mansion, he might not be able to find it. As soon as he entered the 7-Star Fire Room, someone came to greet him. Li Zongjiu was an important guest of the 7-Star Fire Room. Previously, Songjiu had already said that they must look after Li Zongjiu well. Once Li Zongjiu came, they must receive him well and must not neglect him. Now, because of the 2 swords sent by Li Zongjiu, the 7-Star Fire Room's forging technology and level had almost risen to a new level. These were all ready-made advantages that Songjiu directly picked up. It was because of Li Zongjiu that this matter was done so easily. Of course, the 7-Star Fire Room was the same. They had given Li Zongjiu a generous return. At least in Luoxia City, they had also greatly helped the development of Li Zongjiu's family. Now, in terms of weapons and equipment, the Li family was at least equivalent to the level of a second-class city's big family. Therefore, the benefits of this cooperation were mutual. You help me, I help you. Elderly welcome. We will go and inform the eldest Mississippi. A member of the Song clan came forward and said. Aside from the members of the Song clan, there were also many external sales staff. Otherwise, how could there be so many people from the Song clan who are all here to sell things for you? No matter how big a store was, it still needed someone to help you sell these things. Sometimes it was one thing to have a good product, but there might be someone whose product was only a little worse than yours. However, if the sales method was good, then there was nothing you could do. You were bound to be suppressed by the other party, and not just in terms of price. Yes, the people from the Song family arranged for Li Zongjiu to wait in the lounge. Soon, someone went to inform Songjiu that Li Zongjiu had come to visit. No matter what Li Zongjiu was here for, he needed Songjiu to receive him personally. Only by doing so could they show their respect. Yan Kei and Lu Pei stood behind Li Zongjio like 2 blocks of wood. Even if there were stools in front of them, they wouldn't sit down. Li Zongjio took a sip of the high-quality osmanthus tea. Soon, Song Jiu also rushed over in a hurry. Originally, she was in the middle of negotiating a very important deal. However, when she heard that Li Zongjio had come in person, she immediately asked this big client to wait at the side. "What brings you here?" When Song Jiu walked in, she saw Li Zongjio in front of her and the 2 guards behind him. They were emitting a fierce aura. If she didn't know better, she would have thought that they were here to cause trouble. She vaguely remembered that Song Jiu had said that she would help Li Zongjio deal with Qingyuan Villa. However, Li Zongjio didn't need her help at all. He had already dealt with Qingyuan Villa. This made Song Jiu very surprised that he could have such ability. Li Zongjio indeed felt like a sleeping dragon rising to the sky. "I'm here to borrow something from you." Xiao Zhao also obediently followed behind Song Jiu. The moment he entered, he poured tea for the 2 of them. "Borrow something? What do you want? Just say it." Song Jiu also sat down generously. Now, Song Jiu's identity wasn't simple. She was now an elder of the Song family. Such a young elder was simply a rare animal. In addition, Song Jiu was a girl. The fact that she had become an elder of the Song family was even more shocking to the outside world. The bigger the family, the more patriarchal they would be. Unless you were very strong, you would only be able to persuade others. Song Ji was like that. She used her strength to persuade these people. Now that the craftsmanship of the 7-star fire room had improved, most of the forging methods were in the hands of Song Jiu. Moreover, the performance of the 7-star fire room was constantly improving. It could be said that it had broken the magic barrier that had been stagnant for a long time. Now it could be said that it was rising step by step and was thriving day by day. In the future, it might not be impossible for it to become the boss of the weapon industry in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Of course, all of this success couldn't be separated from Li Zongjio. Borrow her. Li Zongjio pointed with his finger. Looking in the direction that Li Zongjio was pointing, Xiao Zhao, who was pouring tea, was so shocked that she accidentally knocked over the teacup in her hand. She never expected that Li Zongjio would actually point at her and say such words. Even the expression in Song Jiu's eyes changed slightly. What did this mean? Could it be that Li Zongjio had already taken a liking to Xiao Zhao? What a lecherous man! It seemed that all men were the same. It seemed that Li Zongjio had already taken a liking to Xiao Zhao. Now that he had a little foundation, he actually came to her directly to ask for her. However, such a scene made Song Jiu feel a little awkward. If he liked women, no matter what, he should have come to ask for her. Could it be that she, the eldest daughter of the Song family, couldn't be compared to such a small assistant? Xiao Zhao, on the other hand, was completely unprepared and panicked. She didn't know what was going on. She also didn't understand what Li Zongjio meant. Although Xiao Zhao was very grateful to Li Zongjio for saving her life many times, and Xiao Zhao naturally had a good impression of Li Zongjio, listening to his words, could it be that he only treated her as a commodity, borrowing her, and after using her he would exchange her back? If that was the case, then Xiao Zhao's heart would naturally be broken. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Song Jiu smiled faintly, but the expression on her face had gradually become cold. Although it was all thanks to Li Zongjio's help, Song Jiu hadn't fallen to such an extent. Even without Li Zongjio, today's situation would have happened sooner or later. Now, Li Zongjio's behavior was an insult to Song Jiu. My manor lacks a housekeeper. After thinking about it, only Miss Xiao Zhao is the most suitable, so I came to you to borrow her. Li Zongjio said. As for Yinghu in the manor, she looked more like a family. She probably didn't have the ability to manage so many people and so many organizations. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Song Jiu's eyes slowly relaxed. So this was what he meant. She almost blamed Li Zongjio wrongly. Xiao Zhao heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was her honor to be chosen by Li Zongjiu, she was unwilling to sacrifice herself like this. Chapter 832. The atmosphere at the scene eased up. Song Jiu laughed at herself secretly. What kind of person was Li Zongjiu? If he had any improper thoughts about Xiao Zhao, it would be Xiao Zhao's honor. However, Li Zongjiu was not a nouveau riche, so he still had the standard in quality. She felt that she had misunderstood Li Zongjiu just now. It depends on Xiao Zhao's wishes. After all, Xiao Zhao is not a member of the Song clan. Song Jiu looked at Xiao Zhao. Obviously, she wanted to let Xiao Zhao make the decision himself. Song Jiu had kept Xiao Zhao by her side for so long, so she naturally knew Xiao Zhao's ability. Otherwise, she would not have kept Xiao Zhao by her side for so long. Li Zongjiu had borrowed such a talent, which was naturally a great loss for Song Jiu. However, it was a very good opportunity for Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao was also a little flustered. He did not know what was going on. I won't take it away for free. These are the basic forging scriptures found in the Bright Thunder Workshop, Li Zongjiu said, and directly took out 2 books and put them on the table. When Song Jiu saw the books, her eyes were almost shining. Xiao Zhao did not expect that Li Zongjiu would take out such valuable things. For Li Zongjiu, these books might be useless. However, for the 7 Stars Fire Room, these books could be another step to become a top forging workshop. Obtaining this item would naturally be very important to the 7-Star Flame Room. After exterminating the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to get back the previous interest from it. Therefore, he managed to get his hands on all these things. He didn't expect that he would be able to use it now. Looking at Song Jiu's expression, he couldn't wait to get his hands on it. However, Song Jiu didn't make the decision for Xiao Zhao. Instead, she let Xiao Zhao make his own choice. Xiao Zhao was also aware of the importance of these 2 scrolls to the 7-Star Fire Room. After taking another glance at Song Jiu, he knelt down on one knee before Li Zongjiu. Young master thinks highly of me. Xiao Zhao is willing to serve young master faithfully. Xiao Zhao bowed and said, "All right, let's go." Li Zongjiu stood up and said. Song Jiu didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so straightforward in negotiating this business deal. It seemed that Li Zongjiu was at a disadvantage. Young Master Li, if Xiao Zhao doesn't have a good time at your place and is bullied by others, as his elder sister, I won't be polite to you. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and left with Xiao Zhao. Song Jiu looked at the departing figures and picked up the book on the table. The lifelong efforts of the Bright Thunder Workshop are actually in my hands. Is Li Zongjiu really omnipotent? Song Jiu was unusually excited when she saw the books in her hands. With this item, the Song family's smithing skills would improve even faster. The smithing skills of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop were very famous in the industry. If the 7 Stars Fire Room was in the 3rd echelon, the Bright Thunder Workshop was in the 2nd echelon. The Sky Sword Pavilion was also in the 2nd echelon. However, due to the rapid growth of the 7 Stars Fire Room, the Sky Sword Pavilion was in the 2nd echelon. Moreover, the Sky Sword Pavilion was also showing signs of decline. The items were good, but ordinary people couldn't afford them. What else could they do? The 7-Star Fire Room was more practical. There were all kinds of weapons available, and one could choose freely. How could they give away such precious things to someone else? In fact, the value of Xiao Zhao was far less than the value of the 2 scrolls in his hands. If Xiao Zhao sneaked into Li Zongjiu's territory to do things, it would not be a bad thing for the Song family. At least, if there was any movement like a wind vane, it would not be a bad thing. The Song family could also get some information in advance. In that case, it was naturally the best thing that could happen. Xiao Zhao followed Li Zongjiu all the way. Young master, what do you want me to do? Xiao Zhao asked. To be able to work for Li Zongjiu was what Xiao Zhao wanted very much. After all, last time Li Zongjio stood up for Xiao Zhao and easily solved such a serious matter. However, he didn't have time to thank Li Zongjio. As I said before, my white deer manor will be handed over to you in the future. Li Zongjio said. Previously, Xiao Zhao thought Li Zongjio was joking. Such a thing was said to reassure the young lady. However, after hearing what Li Zongjio said, he didn't seem to be joking at all. Instead, he was very serious. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but feel nervous. Young master, don't joke. I don't have that ability. Xiao Zhao hurriedly said. Enough of this nonsense. Old fox, bring Xiao Zhao to familiarize herself with the surroundings. In the future, you'll be in charge of the external affairs, and she'll be in charge of the internal affairs. Everything will be handled by Xiao Zhao. Li Zongjio directly brought Xiao Zhao to the new White Deer Manor. Previously, Xiao Zhao heard that the White Deer Manor seemed to be under renovation. Moreover, it was built by the famous expert in the city, Nangong Wuji. However, Xiao Zhao didn't come to take a look at it for a long time. Now that he was here and saw the completed White Deer Manor, he was really shocked by the magnificent scene in front of him. It was such a big project, and now he was actually here to be the housekeeper. If your family needs it, you can arrange a place for yourself. Unless it's something very important, you can report to me. If it's not important, you can do as you see fit. Li Zongjio directly instructed. He was very satisfied with being a hands-off shopkeeper. After capturing the young lady, he didn't say anything else and handed the entire matter over to the young lady to handle. Until now, the young lady didn't even understand the situation and just assumed the role of the housekeeper of the White Deer Manor. When necessary, even the shadow fox had to listen to her. At present, Li Zongjio naturally had the final say in the White Deer Manor. With this sentence, no one in the huge White Deer Manor dared to disobey. Those who disobeyed basically didn't have long to live. Lu Pei, for this period of time, you will stay by Xiao Zhao's side. After Li Zongjio finished his instructions, he went to his training room and prepared to start cultivating. He left behind a dumbfounded Xiao Zhao. I'm here to be the housekeeper? Xiao Zhao was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Pei. Lu Pei directly nodded. Yes, from now on, I will call you Lord Xiao Zhao. I am Lu Pei, young master's guard. Miss Xiao Zhao, this way please. Let me introduce you to the general situation of the manor. Shadow Fox came in front of Xiao Zhao and said. Inghu was overjoyed that Xiao Zhao would be in charge of these matters. He could finally take off the heavy burden on his body. In that case, he would have more time to fish. Xiao Zhao followed behind Shadow Fox in a daze and directly went to familiarize himself with the surroundings. This is the stable. In the stable, besides a red-maned horse, there is also Spirit Valley Sex Lu Winshan, a grade 5 alchemist. He is currently our prisoner and is atoning for his crimes in the manor. Grade 5 alchemist. Living in the stable. Xiao Zhao was almost stunned. This news was a little shocking. There is also one more person. There is also one more person who seems to be the ninth prince. I don't know his name. He usually just chops wood and boils water. Chapter 833. Inside the Azura cauldron. The medicinal liquid was boiling nonstop. Li Zongjio also needed to refine some elixirs to assist his cultivation. His current cultivation level seemed to be stuck at the level of a grade 9 Yuan monarch. He was still unable to deal with people with powerful means. For example, the King of Fire. As a supreme being in his previous life, Li Zongjio naturally knew how terrifying the strength of the King of Fire was. This was not something that could be easily resisted. If the King of Fire had really wanted to deal with Li Zongjio that day, Li Zongjio's only option would have been to escape. Even if he escaped, he might not be able to escape. No one knew what would happen if he fought with the King of Fire. Li Zongjio was also prepared to refine the drunken dream flower in his hand. This exceptional dream spirit elixir is enough to allow my mind power to reach the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. The precision of Li Zongjiu's mind power breakthrough was slightly slower. If he wanted to fight against these top experts, he would still need this power. Only when his mind power was strong could he have enough advantages against these people. The refinement of the exceptional dream spirit elixir took Li Zongjiu nearly half a month. Although this was only a grade 5 advanced elixir, however, too much power was concentrated within it. It's done! Li Zongjiu slapped the Azura cauldron with his palm. Immediately, an elixir flew out of the cauldron and landed in Li Zongjiu's hand. He had been refining this elixir for half a month. This showed how powerful this elixir was. Without hesitation, he spent half a day adjusting his state of mind before popping the elixir into his mouth. The effect of this elixir will allow you to experience the tempering of the 3 dream realms. When you come out of the triple dream realm and successfully wake up, you will have a completely different performance. As for the amount of time needed for this deep slumber, that was an even more terrifying unknown. No one knew when you would wake up from the dream realms. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu only spent 3 days to wake up from the 3 dream realms. When Li Zongjiu opened his eyes, a terrifying power spread out. Whoa! Li Zongjiu took a deep breath. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the bronze wall in front of him. He saw the various situations in the manor at this moment. This was a sign that his mind power was so strong that it had reached a state of overflow. Isn't this Yi Tianshui? Li Zongjiu saw a figure sitting in the living room with an anxious look on his face. He seemed to be waiting. He wanted to get up and leave, but he was unwilling to do so. Yi Chao had a good relationship with the Li family in Luoxia City. Although Li Zongjiu could replace Yi Chao at any time and let anyone from the Li family take the position of the city lord, it would be too overbearing. One should not be like this. Everyone had to have a meal. Of course, the premise was that one could not touch a single grain of rice from the Li family. If one tried to touch the Li family, Li Zongjiu would chop off one's hand. Xiao Zhao was accompanying Yi Tianshui and talking about something. Li Zongjiu withdrew his mind power. Only then did he feel a slight sting in his eyes. It took me a month just to break through. Li Zongjiu could not help but sigh. This was only his current realm. 1 month was considered fast. If his cultivation base was a little higher, then the time needed for this breakthrough might be even longer. However, Li Zongjiu's mind power had already reached the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. Furthermore, it was already in a state of overflow. He only needed a little more external pressure to make Li Zongjiu's mind power breakthrough. Miss Tianshui, don't be anxious. Master Nangong said that the young master would come out of seclusion in 2 days. Xiao Zhao comforted the anxious Yi Tianshui. However, how could Yi Tianshui not be anxious? I can't wait. If the residents can't lend anyone, I can only go by myself. Yi Tianshui said as he stood up. He was about to leave when he saw Li Zongjiu, who had just come out of seclusion. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Zongjiu saw the anxious look on Yi Tianshui's face. Young master, you've come out of seclusion? Xiao Zhao exclaimed in surprise when he saw Li Zongjiu. Yi Tianshui saw Li Zongjiu in front of him. It had been more than half a year since he last saw Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had grown a lot taller in this half a year. His face was chiseled, and he looked even more outstanding. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was dressed in a dark gray robe and had short hair. Li Zongjiu. Yi Tianshui could not believe his eyes as he asked suspiciously. Then Yi Tianshui swallowed his saliva and forced himself to calm down. Something happened, don't worry. Take your time. Li Zongjiu gestured for Yi Tianshui to sit down first. When Yi Tianshui saw Li Zongjiu, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. He immediately told Li Zongjiu about the incident. Li Zongjio thought that the sky had fallen and hit his grandpa. After listening to Yi Tianshui, he realized that something had happened to Lung Aofing, whom he had met before. Not long ago, Yi Tianshui, Lung Aofing, and a few other disciples of Chao Wu Pavilion were training in a forest of elemental beasts. However, they accidentally bumped into a disciple of Yin Yuan sect. After a conflict, the two sides started fighting. Obviously, except for Yi Tianshui, Lung Aofing and the others were captured. Yi Tianshui immediately reported the incident to Chao Wu Pavilion. However, the instructors of Chao Wu Pavilion had to go through the normal procedure of negotiating with these people before bringing them back. Of course, Yi Tianshui could not wait that long. It was obvious that Lung Aofing and the others were going to die. Seems like Chao Wu Pavilion is only SOSO. After listening for a long time, Li Zongjio squeezed out this sentence. If we had followed Chao Wu Pavilion's procedure, they would have been dead. Therefore, Li Zongjio, please help me. Yi Tianshui looked at Li Zongjio and pleaded sincerely. Her eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. Looking at Yi Tianshui's pitiful demeanor, it was obvious that Yi Tianshui was at her wit's end. She had come to find Li Zongjio, hoping that Li Zongjio would lend her a hand and rescue them first. All right, Yin Yuan sect. This name sounds familiar. Li Zongjio felt that he had heard of these people's names before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard them. He was getting old, and his memory couldn't keep up. Chapter 834. Yi Tianshui had already spoken. Li Zongjio was not a stingy person. Seeing that they were from the same city, it wasn't a big deal to lend a hand. Moreover, Li Zongjio had already agreed to Yi Chao's request, so he could not go back on his word. He had to do it. Where can we find the people from the Yin Yuan sect? Li Zongjio asked. Yi Tianshui was taken aback when he heard that. She did not know where to find the people from the Yin Yuan sect. Seeing that both of them were in a dilemma, Xiao Zhao quickly signaled to a servant girl. The servant girl left quickly and soon came back with a piece of information. During this period of time, Xiao Zhao had also decorated the Bailu manor a little. Apart from some bonsai, there weren't many women in the manor. How awkward that would look. Therefore, Xiao Zhao had directly recruited some servants. It did not cost much money every month. Li Zongjio had also given Xiao Zhao a monthly budget. At the same time, Xiao Zhao had also received a decent salary. Li Zongjio had set a salary of 100,000 purple yuan for Xiao Zhao every year. This price was more than enough to hire a Yuan ancestor-level expert to oversee the operation. Even some Yuan monarchs would be tempted. However, Li Zongjio did not think that Xiao Zhao was not worth this price. Instead, he thought that Xiao Zhao's potential was far greater than this. After all, Xiao Zhao had to work for him, and he needed to subsidize his family. The Yin Yuan sect is hidden in a mountain range in the Yuan Beast Forest. The exact location is unknown, but they have been in constant conflict with the Qi family, one of the 4 major families in Monarch City. If we want to find the location of the Yin Yuan sect, we will need the help of the Qi family. Currently, Thousand Machine Workshop was only at the stage of paving the way. Previously, Thousand Machine Workshop's plans were mainly within Dingquan province. Of course, they also needed to set up a foundation in the vicinity of the royal city. Furthermore, the Yin Yuan sect itself was mysterious. It was already good enough that they were able to obtain so much information. However, the sect master of the Yin Origin School has already been verified. He is a rank 3 Origin Emperor. Xiao Zhao said, 3rd grade Primitive Emperor, Primitive Emperor Realm. When Yi Tianshui heard these words, he understood why the Imperial Martial Pavilion would adopt such a method of negotiation. It was because this person was a level 3 Primitive Emperor. This was a dignified 3rd stage Primitive Emperor. How could it be so easy for you to take her away? Even if it was a fight, it wouldn't be a simple matter. Even if it was the Imperial Martial Pavilion, They would have to think carefully before fighting with a third-grade primitive emperor. Let's go to the Qi clan. Li Zongjio seemed to have automatically ignored the sentence and summoned Yin Kei to go with him. Liu Pei stayed by Xiao Zhao's side. If anything happened, they could take care of each other. This was a small matter. Yen Kei's tall figure appeared behind Li Zongjio, giving people a strong sense of security. However, Yi Tianxue was already regretting it. That was a level 3 primitive emperor after all. He had originally thought that the Yinyuan sect wasn't a powerful sect. However, the Imperial Martial Pavilion's attitude towards it was negative. Therefore, there had been no progress until now. This made Yi Tianxue very angry. However, now that he knew that the sect master was such a powerful figure, Yi Tianxue naturally didn't dare to continue asking for too much. Furthermore, if this matter implicated Li Zongjio, Yi Tianxue wouldn't be able to live with himself. Why don't we just forget it? I didn't expect the other party to be an primitive emperor expert. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have come. I didn't expect. Yi Tianxue was a little flustered because this matter seemed to be quite serious. I didn't even say forget it. What are you afraid of? Li Zongjio glanced at the flustered Yi Tianxue. He might as well let this guy sober up on the spot while he took the lead and walked out. There were already guards at the door who had prepared the carriage. It was convenient to have someone in the mansion to arrange things. Li Zongjio got into the carriage directly. In order to show Li Zongjio's face, Xiao Zhao also chose a carriage with great care. She had considered the comfort and safety of the carriage. The surrounding carriage door frames were made of soft metal, which could withstand the attack of archers. After waiting for a while, Yi Tianxue arrived. When he got into the carriage and saw Li Zongjio, Yi Tianxue was extremely touched by Li Zongjio's loyal behavior. He didn't even think too much and agreed just because of what Yi Tianxue said. This made Yi Tianxue a little flustered. Moreover, after knowing that the other party actually possessed such formidable strength, he did not even have the slightest bit of regret or retreat. It was as if he, Li Zongjio, would rush forward without hesitation even if he knew that there was a ferocious tiger in front of him. Yi Tianxue didn't say anything else. The Qi family, one of the 4 major families, Yi Tianxue certainly knew. However, the other party was one of the 4 great families in the Holy Flame royal city. How could such a huge force possibly meet with Li Zongjio? Even though all Li Zongjio needed to do was to provide the other party with an address, it wasn't a difficult task. Therefore, Yi Tianxue thought that the other party would at least provide some help. If the other party didn't want to meet him, that would be good too. He would persuade Li Zongjio not to go first and dispel the idea. And primitive emperor expert. What kind of powerful existence was that? It was like an insurmountable mountain. It was almost impossible to break through such a majestic mountain range. Yi Tianxue was rather melancholy about this. At the same time, he was also not optimistic about Leng Aoyin's situation. The more he thought about it, the more Yi Tianxue blamed himself. The carriage sped forward and soon landed in front of the Qi family's gate. The Qi family's guards saw a carriage flying over. Moreover, the carriage's appearance seemed to be quite high class. Therefore, the guards didn't dare to be too arrogant. Instead, they greeted the carriage politely. If it had been an ordinary carriage in front of the gate, it would have been carried away by the guards. May I know which lord is coming? I'll go and inform him. My young master, Li Zongjio. With Yen Kei's huge physique, it was a little crowded in the carriage. When the guard saw him, he felt a trace of awe. This guy looked very arrogant and powerful. He didn't dare to offend him. A person who could raise such a guard was definitely not simple. Young Master Li, I understand. I'll go and inform him now. Li Zongjio's name had spread throughout the Qi family at least once. Although the guards at the gate changed frequently, they would know once they heard Li Zongjio's name. The Chi family had also instructed them to do so. The guard quickly ran away. Yi Tianxie, who was sitting in the carriage, was rather nervous when he heard the conversation. It would be very awkward if the guard came back and informed them that he didn't want to see them. The two of them got off the carriage and waited at the gate for a while. However, Li Zongjio didn't wait for too long. "Elderly, quick, please come in, come in." An eager voice came from the other side of the door. Yi Tianxue was very surprised when he heard it. Forget it, forget it. Today is a big deal. Do you have a ticket? Do you have one? Chapter 835. It was the 8th elder of the Qi clan, Qi Feiyu. Qi Feiyu and Li Zongjio had a close relationship. If it wasn't for Li Zongjio, Qi Feiyu would have died at the hands of Yin Yuan sects in Laos. It was also because of Li Zongjio's words that the supreme grade primordial stone could be safely delivered to the Qi clan. Li Zongjio's character at that time had already shocked many people in the Qi family to be able to remain unmoved in the face of such a great temptation. It could be said that they greatly admired Li Zongjio, not to mention Elder Qi Feiyu, who had been saved by Li Zongjio. "You know me?" Li Zongjio looked at Qi Feiyu, who was standing in front of him. Qi Feiyu's face was filled with warmth, which made Li Zongjio feel a little awkward. Li Zongjio couldn't remember what was going on with Qi Feiyu and why he was acting so familiar with him. "Elderly, you're so forgetful. Last time, if Elderly didn't descend from the sky and kill the people of Yin Yuan sect and save us, I'm afraid that I would have died long ago," Qi Feiyu said with a smile. Yi Tianxue was even more shocked. The clothes that Qi Feiyu was wearing were clothes that only the elders of the Qi family could wear. It was obvious that the person in front of him was an elder of the Qi family. According to this elder, Li Zongjio had saved him and even dealt with the Yin Essence sect? "Oh, right. I remember now. The group of people back then seemed to be the Yin Yuan sect's people," Li Zongjio said to Yi Tianxue. No wonder the 3 words, Yin Yuan sect, sounded so familiar to me. Yi Tianxue blinked his eyes. Was Li Zongjio the same age as him? No. Yi Tianxue was a few years older than Li Zongjio. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. "Take a seat inside. Why are you standing outside? Go and park Elder Li's carriage." "Yes, Elder." Then Qi Feiyu led the 2 of them inside. "The clan head has something to do in the mine recently, so I'm here to receive you." "Elderly, what's the matter?" Qi Feiyu asked someone to brew a pot of good tea and personally filled Li Zongjio's cup. "This is my fellow villager, Yi Tianxue. Her friend was kidnapped by the people of the Yin Yuan sect. You guys have a lot of dealings with the Yin Yuan sect. I'm here to ask where the Yin Yuan sect is so that I can go and get her back," Li Zongjio said directly. Yi Tianxue also looked expectantly at Elder Qi Feiyu. After all, the Qi family and the Yin Yuan sect were in constant conflict. Now that the Qi family seemed to have a good relationship with Li Zongjio, it was possible that the Qi family would step in. In that case, Lung Ao Tian and the others might return faster. Therefore, Yi Tianxue was also looking forward to the Qi clan's people speaking. "Oh, there's such a thing." Qi Feiyu was surprised to hear that there was such a coincidence. In recent days, the Yin Yuan sect had eaten some kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts. They actually dared to directly attack the Qi family's Yuan stone vein. This was an initiative to attack. Therefore, even Qi Shaohan had to personally go to the mine to oversee it. Moreover, most of the clan's strength had been transferred away in order to deter the Yin Yuan sect's people. When he heard that Li Zongjio had a feud with the Yin Yuan sect, and it happened recently, he felt that he had hit the nail on the head. "To tell you the truth, Elderly, we've been fighting with the Yin Yuan sect for many years. However, most of the time, we'll stop while we're ahead. In addition, the Yin Yuan sect's whereabouts are very secretive. Our Qi clan only knows that the sect's headquarters must be in the Tianyuan forest, but we don't know the exact location. However, Recently, the Inyuan sect has been wantonly attacking one of the Qi clan's mineral veins in the Tianyuan forest. Now, I'm sure that most of the Inyuan sect's people are gathered near the Qi clan's mineral veins. Coincidentally, the clan head is also there. If Elder Li is interested, I can lead you to the mine and ask the clan head. Or you can capture some of his people and ask them. Qi Feiyu said, "My friend was captured because she met these people in the Tianyuan forest." Yi Tianxue hurriedly said. It turned out that all of this had something to do with the Tianyuan forest. It turned out that these people had been wandering around the Tianyuan forest recently. Oh, then it's very likely that she met the Inyuan sect's people. Qi Feiyu nodded and said, "The Inyuan sect's people were too arrogant. They even dared to kidnap the friend of Elder Li Zongjiu's friend. Then let's go to the Tianyuan forest." Li Zongjiu stood up and said he did not drink much tea. After all, there was no need to delay this matter. Since he had already found a clue, he would follow the vine to get to the melon. "All right, I'll prepare the airboat." The Tianyuan forest was about 500 miles away from the Holy Flame Royal City. If one were to travel by carriage, it would take at least 1 day and 1 night. Even if one were to travel by horse, it would still take more than half a day. However, the flying boat would only take less than 2 hours. Of course, the airboat's grade was naturally not as good as the Qilin battleship. There were not many forces that could build airboats. The Zheng clan of the Azure Wave Giant City was one of them. Although they were not very rich, the airboat they built was quite good. It was not until the moment Yi Tianxue stepped on the airboat that he truly understood. Li Zongjiu's identity was definitely not ordinary. He could get the Qi clan's elder to personally escort him to the Qi clan's primordial stone lode. The location of the Yuan stone mining lode had to be hidden as much as possible. For a clan, it was an extremely secretive facility. If others were to find out about it, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Moreover, outsiders were generally not allowed to be brought to the mine. Who knew what kind of person you brought? You may know a person's face, but not his heart. Therefore, to put an end to such a situation, it was to refuse from the beginning. Since the other party could bring Li Zongjiu to the mine, it showed that Li Zongjiu's status was not simple. Even in the Qi clan, he had a say and was valued by the Qi clan. Boom! Qi Feiyu's boat was a kind of light and portable cloud boat. This kind of airboat was usually used for traveling. It was not a problem to take off from the sacred Flame Royal City. However, it would be shot down if it tried to fly into the sacred Flame Royal City. After all, if you took off from the sacred Flame Royal City, you must have some basis in the sacred Flame Royal City. It would not be too difficult to catch you or find some other clues. However, you flew in from the outside. Who knew what kind of situation you were in? The soaring cloud-flying boat also rose into the sky and continued to break through the layers of clouds. Boom! Yi Tianxue had made some specialized airboats for transportation before. However, he had never taken such a private airboat. It was said that the airboat used yuan stones as its kinetic energy. She did not have so many yuan stones to waste on it. The incident happened 3 days ago. After escaping that day, Yi Tianxue rushed back to the sacred Flame Royal City and reported the incident. After waiting for 2 days, the reply from the higher-ups was still in the process of being received. Therefore, Yi Tianxue and Bai Shi could not wait any longer and came to find Li Zongjiu to settle the matter. At the very least, they had to know whether Li Zongjiu was dead or alive. Chapter 836. 2 hours later, the cloud-soaring airship broke through the clouds. Qi Feiyu seemed to have felt a strong resistance in front of him, so he steered the airship and slowly descended. In the process of descending, the first thing he saw was that there were several watchtowers built on the cliff below. They were nearly 100 meters high. Rows of watchtowers had already occupied the advantage of the terrain, and any movement in the wind and grass could be seen clearly. These sentry towers were also equipped with powerful weapons that could be used to attack the air. In the middle of the sentry tower, there was also a valley. From within the valley, one could see a few figures standing guard. When the cloud-soaring airship entered the camp, many archers were already ready, and even some Yuanli cannons were already aimed. Qi Feiyu also walked to the front of the airship. When the people below confirmed that it was Elder Qi Feiyu, they directly waved the flag, indicating that the cloud-soaring airship should land. Boom! The airship landed, and Qi Feiyu led Li Zongjiu and the others down the airship. Eighth Elder, aren't you staying in the mansion? As soon as Qi Feiyu landed, he saw a group of Qi family guards walking over. Everyone here was dressed in martial attire, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Moreover, they looked at the group of people behind them and saw that there were some injuries on their bodies. Obviously, there had been a lot of things happening in the mine recently. Let me introduce you. This is Li Zongjiu, and this is our Qi family's guard leader, Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen saw that there were 3 people behind Qi Feiyu, and 2 of them looked young. He didn't understand what was going on, but it was also an extraordinary period recently, so it was not appropriate to casually bring people here. However, when Qi Zhen heard that the person who came was actually Li Zongjiu, he was shocked. His heart was also slightly startled. Li Zongjiu's name was like thunder to his ears. So it's elderly. Li Zongjiu was the Qi family's benefactor, and some time ago he directly broke through to the 6th grade alchemist and became an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. This matter had caused a lot of shock among the higher-ups in King City, which meant that they had to pay more attention in the future. Since Li Zongjiu came, and Qi Feiyu personally led the way, there was naturally no problem. If even the words of their own family's elder didn't have any effect, then how chaotic would the camp be? He still had confidence in his family's elder. Li Zongjiu also nodded to Qi Zhen, which could be considered as a greeting. Take me to see the family's master, Qi Feiyu. Qi Zhen nodded, and then ordered the guards to continue to be strictly on guard, while Qi Zhen led Li Zongjiu and the others into the camp. This was only the outermost layer of protection and concealment measures. If one walked further in, they would arrive at a valley. On the walls of this valley, there were Qi clan elites on guard. If one were to recklessly barge in, one would likely end up in an extremely miserable state. Qi Zhen led Li Zongjiu and the others all the way to a cave, which was temporarily set up as a command center, and all kinds of information were quickly transmitted to this place. Qi Shaohun was also in this tent, and happened to be having a meeting with several family elders. These bastards are too arrogant. They dare to directly attack. Are they really not afraid of starting a war with our Qi family? The elders of the Qi clan were obviously very angry. These days they had been continuously attacked by the people from the Yinyuan sect. Even the primordial stones that had been mined could not be transported out. Once there was any movement, the primordial stones would definitely be destroyed. These people from the Yinyuan sect came out like rats that had smelled blood. It was impossible to guard against them. The transport team that was sent out last night has also been attacked by them. Old Fifth suffered serious injuries, but at least he was able to deliver the primordial stones. The continuous accumulation of primordial stones would also pose a great threat to the camp. Therefore, they had to continuously transport the primordial stones. Moreover, they had been hoarding them for a long time before yesterday. If they still did not send them out, the situation would become even more serious. Most importantly, how could the Qi family, one of the 4 great families, be tied down by a small Yinyuan sect? Could it be that the Yinyuan sect's petty actions directly affected the Qi family's normal operations? If this matter was spread out, it would be a great loss of face for the Qi family. Therefore, the Qi family naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. However, the price of forcibly killing their way out was also very obvious. These people from the Yinyuan sect seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, which made them feel deeply troubled. Family head, the 8th elder has brought Li Zongjio to seek an audience. Just as Qi Shaohan and the others were discussing heatedly, the guard at the door came to report. Li Zongjio, did I hear wrongly? Quickly invite him in. When Qi Shaohan heard this name, he was stunned for a moment, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. Even Qi Shaohan personally got up to welcome him. The rest of the elders were also whispering to each other. What was going on? Even Li Zongjio had come. Wasn't this the genius alchemist in the city? Why did he suddenly come here? Many of the elders present naturally felt a trace of abnormality. TSK, Brother Zongjio, you haven't come to see me for a long time. When Qi Shaohan saw Li Zongjio, he was extremely enthusiastic. When Yi Tianxue, who was beside Li Zongjio, heard how Qi Shaohan addressed Li Zongjio, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. When did Li Zongjio become so capable? He actually addressed the family head of the Qi family as his brother. It's been a while. Li Zongjio said with a smile. Let's not talk about it anymore. Tonight, don't mind. Let's have a few drinks in this mine. Qi Shaohan said, although there were still a lot of things to do in this mine, and it could even be said to be a mess, he dared not delay in entertaining Li Zongjio. When Qi Shaohan saw Li Zongjio for the first time, he only admired Li Zongjio in his heart and wanted to support Li Zongjio. But who would have thought that Li Zongjio could rely on his own strength to be on equal footing with Qi Shaohan? His strength was not simple to be able to achieve such a breakthrough today. Let's drink next time. I'm here to ask you something. Li Zongjio said. Oh, what's the matter? Qi Shaohan looked at Li Zongjio and asked. At the same time, he led Li Zongjio into the mine. It would be inappropriate to stand at the entrance of the mine. I have a friend who was kidnapped by the Yinyuan sect. I'm here to ask if you know where the Yinyuan sect is, so that I can get her back. Li Zongjio said. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Qi Shaohan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Li Zongjio to be here for the Yinyuan sect. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Chapter 837. Then, Qi Shaohan let out a long sigh. Then he told her about the recent happenings in the mine one by one. Apparently, the Qi family had been fighting with the Yinyuan sect recently. However, there was no need for them to attack the headquarters of the Yinyuan sect directly. Although we don't know where these people are at the moment, the Yinyuan sect will definitely send people to deal with us once we make a move. The bigger the commotion we cause, the more experts the other party will send out. Qi Shaohan's eyes flashed. He had come up with an idea in a split second. It all depended on whether Li Zongjio was willing to agree or not. All right, you guys just need to make a big commotion so that I can find these people from the Yinyuan sect. Li Zongjio said. As long as they could force the other party to show up, Li Zongjio could only give them a taste of their own medicine since they had kidnapped them. Hearing Li Zongjio's approval, Qi Shaohan's eyes flickered. Qi Shaohan rolled his eyes. Since you're confident, we'll beat them at their own game. Tianyuan Forest. The dense areas of the forest were so dense that even the light could not shine in. Some of the death zones were even more dangerous, and one could lose one's life if one was not careful. Moreover, one could often see traces of meta beasts in this area. If one did not have any skills, they would not be able to if one wasn't skilled enough. One would definitely not dare to come to such a place. Sometimes there would even be meta king level meta beasts roaming around. This made the forest even more terrifying. Therefore, Tianyuan Forest was one of the most dangerous meta beast forests in the vicinity. At that time, Yi Tianxue and the others had the courage to come to such a place. However, they did not expect to encounter the people of Yinyuan sect. Things got out of hand. This was not the situation they wanted to see. Yi Tianxue and the others were very brave to come to such a place. At this moment, Tianyuan Forest seemed to have fallen into silence. Night fell. The road was filled with a cold and desolate breeze. In the forest, a faint flame connected to a long line. The long line of carriages gathered together and moved forward carefully on the road. This time, he seemed to be doing it on purpose. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to want to fight to the death. They had actually mobilized most of the forces in the camp to escort the convoy back to the city. Qi Shaohun's move could be said to be a risky move. If the enemy chose to launch a sneak attack on the camp at this time, the camp would definitely suffer heavy losses. Almost 80% of the force came to transport the primordial stones that had been mined. Twig, twig, twig. The thick and heavy wheel seemed to be enduring an extremely great force as it rolled across the ground. These ores were quite heavy. Even if the people of the Inyuan sect came to snatch it, they could only snatch a portion of it. They couldn't snatch too much. Will they appear? In one of the carriages, Yi Tianxue and Li Zongjio sat together. Yan Kei was also driving the carriage outside. They moved forward slowly. Yi Tianxue could not help but ask, as the surrounding atmosphere was too oppressive. What if there were too many experts on the other side and they couldn't hold them off? Then wouldn't they be in trouble? If they weren't careful, they would all be wiped out. This move was indeed too dangerous, and the risk factor was too high. Therefore, when they decided to implement this plan, the elders of the Qi family all expressed their disapproval. After all, there was really no need to use such a method. However, Qi Shaohun was relying on his own strength to overcome all difficulties and make a prompt decision. He used such a method to meet force with force. It's not a problem whether they will come or not. It depends on how many of them come. Li Zongjio's mental strength had been covering a radius of 500 meters. However, there were no movements until now. It was possible that they had already appeared. However, they still hadn't decided to take action. This also meant that these people were quite patient. They might even be investigating the situation. How many of them come? This was the first time Yi Tianxue had encountered such a situation. The other side was a vicious sect from the underworld. Previously, Yi Tianxue had only killed a few meta-beasts. The opponents he faced were only the disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. They exchanged pointers with each other. Even so, he had very little experience in life and death situations. The most serious incident was probably the last time when he fought with Li Zongjio. That time, he could be considered to have fought with the evil forces of Jianghu. However, this time, the people on the other side would not be patient at all. If they attacked, they would either die or be injured. How terrifying! This naturally gave Yi Tianxue a lot of pressure. They're coming. Just as Yi Tianxue was still in a daze, Li Zongjio took the lead and rushed out of the carriage. What's coming? When Yi Tianxue opened his mouth to ask, the sound of darts being released from all directions could be heard. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless darts and sharp arrows flew over from afar and rained down like iron rain. Haha, Ingu from Inyuan sect is here. A sinister and wild laughter came from the horizon. Ingu. He was a top expert who ranked second among the 10 great protectors of Inyuan sect. The Inlaos that Li Zongjio had crippled previously was ranked third among the 10 great protectors. However, he was still crippled by Li Zongjio. This time Ingu came. His strength was already at the half-step origin Emperor realm. When he moved, there was a thunderous sound. As he appeared, the people of the Qi family below could clearly feel it. The power in their bodies seemed to be drawn, and they were about to explode. They forcefully operated their origin energy and temporarily suppressed the power in their bodies. They controlled their bodies that were about to explode. After stabilizing themselves, it's Ingu who led the team. Qi Shaohun and the others were actually disguised as ordinary guards by me. That was why I was able to block all the darts and poison arrows that were thrown at me. Guards of the Qi family, listen to my order. Kill anyone you see. The members of the Qi family were already extremely sullen. The dignified Qi family had actually been suppressed by these rascals for such a long time. Naturally, they could not continue to endure. Once they had the opportunity, they would definitely kill these people to their heart's content and let them know the power of their Qi family's blade. The disciples of the Yin Yuan sect also rushed out from the surroundings. Qi Shaohan was about to leave and deal with Yin Gu. However, they soon saw a figure rushing towards the Yin Bone. His hands formed seals rapidly. Mountain-flipping golden seal. Buzz! An earth-shattering power surged out, followed by golden light. In the pitch-black night sky, it became a dazzling light. A move landed, as violent as thunder. Bang! The mighty Yin Gu was directly hit by Li Zongzhou's palm, causing him to spit out blood and several of his bones to shatter. It directly fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang. Chapter 838. When Li Zongzhou sent Yin Gu crashing to the ground with a single strike, everyone was stunned. No one was able to react in time. Even the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect couldn't believe their eyes. Apart from Yin Gu, there were a few other protector-level experts who had accompanied him. However, when they saw Yin Gu crashing to the ground, all of them were stunned. All of the guardians exchanged glances with one another, not understanding what was going on. Oh my God, he defeated Yin Gu with a single strike. When Qi Shaohan and the others saw this scene, their eyes widened in shock. Yin Gu was the second protector-level expert in the Yin Yuan sect. With his strength, he was already at the half-step Yuan Emperor realm. Even if Qi Shaohan fought him, it would take at least 3,000 moves to determine the victor. However, he couldn't even last a single strike from Li Zongzhou. It was shocking. Those who had previously said that Li Zongzhou would cause great trouble for the Qi family shut their mouths at this moment. This was because they thought that Li Zongzhou's appearance was to make the Qi family take such a huge risk. If Li Zongzhou had received benefits from the Yin Yuan sect, wouldn't the situation be terrible? However, after seeing Li Zongzhou's ferocious attack, their previous doubts were dispelled. Cripple that brat! There were a total of 4 protector-level experts. When the 4 of them saw Li Zongzhou's situation, they immediately surrounded Li Zongzhou. They wanted to join forces and take down Li Zongzhou. However, Li Zongzhou saw the 4 of them surrounding him. The desolate heaven essence in his hand slashed towards the 4 of them. Bang! 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 3 of them were struck by Li Zongzhou's attack. Their bodies flew out and smashed into the forest. As for the last person, he had retreated a little further. When he saw this scene, he actually turned around and fled. Seeing this, Qi Shaohan immediately ordered his men to capture those who had fallen to the ground. This was also what Li Zongzhou had told him before. In order to force them to hand over their people, or to directly find the location of the Yin Yuan sect, they had to use this method to capture all of them. The other members of the Qi family and the Yin Essence sect were also fighting. However, Li Zongzhou had taken care of the 5 strongest protectors. The Yin Bone on the ground didn't know what happened, it only felt that its body was about to be crippled. Li Zongzhou's figure landed beside the Yin Bone and squatted down to look at it. Where is your sect? Li Zongzhou woke up the Yin Bone and made it realize its current situation. When Yin Gu saw Li Zongzhou, he was naturally displeased. A mere child wanted to interrogate him? Only death awaits those who make an enemy of the Yin Yuan sect. Yin Gu roared at Li Zongzhou. It just so happened that the other 3 protectors were captured by the Qi family. Li Zongzhou shook his head. Then he directly twisted the head of the 3 captive protectors off the Yin Bone's body. Kacha! Li Zongzhou held the bloody head in his hand. With a light flick of his hand, the head was flung away. It rolled a few times and landed at the feet of one of the protectors. That protector was also ranked outside the top 10. The reason why he was able to reach his current position was because of Yin Gu's support. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw Yin Gu's head rolling on the ground. This caused the protector to feel an earth-shattering shock in his heart, which was equivalent to a perilous situation. The firm belief that he had built up in his life had also collapsed at this moment. The battle ended very quickly. When the 4 protectors were captured, especially when they saw the second protector, Yin Gu's head being cut off, the other Yin Yuan sect members no longer had the will to continue fighting. They all turned around and fled into the distance. In the process of fleeing, they were also killed by the Qi family's experts. Haha, refreshing. The blade in Qi Zhan's hand vibrated and directly cut down a disciple of the Yin Yuan sect. These scoundrels actually dared to make an enemy out of experts like them. This was simply a huge joke. The Qi family's reputation did not fall from Tiantian's hands. It was earned by slashing these enemies with a blade and a sword. Yan Ke also tore apart several disciples of the Yin Yuan sect because he realized that he could not keep up with Li Zongjiu's footwork. This was somewhat awkward, so he also tore apart the enemies in front of him. Yi Tianxue also wanted to help a little. However, before he could do anything, these people had already started to retreat frantically. The Yin Yuan sect had dispatched over 100 disciples, but in the blink of an eye, nearly 40 of them were left behind. The rest had all fled in panic. The Yin Yuan sect would never have imagined that they would suffer such a heavy loss before the battle began. 5 protectors came, but only 1 managed to escape in the end. Tell me, where is your sect hiding? Li Zongjiu came in front of the protector and said indifferently. He was still stepping on Yin Gu's head. You're courting death. The protector was also frightened by Li Zongjiu's behavior. However, on the surface, he was still quite calm and did not directly confess everything. One had to know that in such a terrible situation, he had to restrain himself. As a member of the Yin Yuan sect, he had to be careful. The Yin Essence sect's trump card was to ensure the concealment of their sect. No matter what, they could not reveal the location of their sect. Otherwise, wouldn't they appear to be in an even more passive position? It was very normal for the Yin Yuan sect to have such a setup. After all, the Yin Yuan sect was involved in this kind of shady business. Who would dare reveal their location? Not going to tell me? Li Zongjiu struck again and directly plucked off the head of the protector in the middle with a cracking sound. Blood splattered everywhere. There was no room for negotiation at all. Since he had asked, he had to give an answer. If he couldn't give an answer, then sorry, his head would be removed. It was just that straightforward. Li Zongjiu didn't believe that he could kill 2 people in a row. Could these people be so unyielding? Don't kill me. I'll tell you. One of them saw Li Zongjiu's calm expression and knew that a person with such an expression was capable of doing anything. Good boy. Li Zongjiu patted the shoulder of the young protector. Yan Ke, who was at the side, handed over the map. Just as the protector's trembling finger was about to point at it, another protector spat out a poisonous arrow from his mouth and directly penetrated the protector's head. This is the consequence of betraying the sect. Obviously, this protector was extremely supportive of the Yin Yuan sect. Damn, you really have a temper. Li Zongjiu looked at the last person. It had been a long time since anyone had seen such an arrogant person.